Yep, see that, yeah.
I'll try to drop by periodic.
Well, give me.
I know, I don't know, if I'll share it, but we'll see if you take a run sideways. In the living room. Make it a little period for next night.
You ready to go?
Yeah.
You're missing guys. Let me tell you.
Here.
Oh, yeah.
Telling me 2 minutes, or are you summoning them?
Somebody you.
Oh,
We're starting right on. We are starting right on time.
And I have her around, she makes sure that we're
Yeah.
all right. Okay, but everybody, please take their seat.
What did I just do with my coffee?
Right here.
Oh,
And watch.
okay.
Computer guy would do that.
This is the story of my life. Where did my coffee
We're all
go?
the same time. It's just one.
Clicker went where? Lisa, do you know where the?
Here, but here.
Oh.
So I would like to introduce, Brian Lowry. He's Director of Grants and External Affairs for Calumet College, St. Joseph.
Right.
Oh, that's okay. I think it is working.
Okay, just.
I get to do lots of things around here, including teach. So I move and talk loudly so that I keep 18-year-olds awake. Good morning, I'm Brian Lowry. Actually, since the program was printed, I've become Vice President of Institutional Advancement, which was a great day for me and a sad day for Calumet College. So my title is changed again. I want to welcome you all here today. The work you do is extremely important. We're very, very grateful for it. And we believe it dovetails beautifully with the mission here at the college, which is one of social justice. That mission emerges from the missionaries of the precious blood who sponsored this college. And we do our best to live out that mission in lots of ways, not only by making college as accessible as humanly possible to students, graduate and undergraduate level, but also in trying to build community throughout the region and to do ecological restoration. So we have a project that started about a year ago, thanks to a Lilly grant, to do lots of things with community college collaboration. One of those initiatives is happening just to the south of the campus. And David and Susan have been crucial members of making all of this happen. I think it was at this meeting last year, at this conference last year, that I recruited them onto a community advisory council to help with the project that we're engaged in. As you may know, this is a former Standard Oil building that you're sitting in, right? This built in 1949 as part of the Standard Oil campus here. They donated it to the college in 1973, where we moved from some storefronts in East Chicago to Whiting. And you know, that poses a lot of environmental hazards when you make that kind of a change. And 50 years later, we're still trying to make it better. We are in this building right here. New York Avenue, which is that way, is shown at the top of this, this aerial. We're in this building, so moving south is our residence hall. Immediately to the south of that is a 2-acre parcel that, you know, an old Standard Oil building used to inhabit. Currently, it is a bunch of scrub trees and the remnants of a busted up parking lot and some rusty chain link barbed wire fence. It is not the best foot forward for a college or the neighborhood, quite frankly. We own the northern half of this 2 acres. The Hammond Redevelopment Commission owns the southern half of that 2 acres. So with the grant, we've been able to work with the Redevelopment Commission to actually take possession of that property. And we're turning this into a greenfield. So this will be a park, public park, open to all. Lots of really cool amenities. We're going to be taking the bike trail through here. You know, we'll have dog water fountains and bike fix-it-up stations and all kinds of really neat things. Some public art will be going in there. This is an older rendering that still shows some other kinds of things there. To the Polygon side, we'll have a practice field. We have a really huge student athlete population. So this will be a practice field with a water retention basin underneath it. There will be fitness equipment here. And, you know, probably most to the point, this parking lot's no longer in the plan. We'll have a net addition of tree, and David has been crucial in helping make sure that it's a variety of different kinds of trees that are appropriate in the region. Susan's been great. And then this will be all native plants. And, you know, I don't have any expertise in this area, so I'll just keep it general. Native plants that are really good for the fauna in the area. We get a lot of deer that travel through here. Obviously, this is a migratory route. I got to go detail by detail through 55 pages of engineering drawings a couple days ago, which was a wonderful day in my life. And we added, I'll share this with you guys because you've been so involved. We added a purple marked birdhouse to the plan. The public art that will be in here will sell, the RFP calls for a celebration of the nature of the area. So just wanted to share that with you. I believe that it dovetails beautifully with the work all of you do, which we're so grateful for. And if anybody has any questions about anything, I'm happy to pretend I know an answer. All right.
Wait,
Well,
oh, I
yeah, go ahead.
I'm always full of questions.
great.
When will this start?
Yeah. So the overall project has been in the works for a year. So several components of it are done or almost done. We have a football field that we returfed at Whiting High School in collaboration with them. Our sprint football team plays there. The Oil City Stadium in Whiting is also getting turfed. That should complete today. I didn't go by this morning to check on progress, but that should be done today. We have a public transportation route that now travels through Whiting, Robertsdale, and connects people to the trains in downtown Hammond. We have internships that are funded by this grant to local nonprofits. So that's been happening from day one. We also have 3 spaces inside the building that are currently either almost finished, not at all begun, halfway through, 3/4 of the way finished. So we have a gallery down the hall, which I invite you all to go check out, that celebrates the place of the region. And so all of the exhibits that are, the art exhibits that are housed in there celebrate various aspects of the place of the region. And it's there that will connect to this outside piece. This past summer, I hired 3 of our art students to illustrate all of the native plants and trees that are either here already or will be added in this project. So there are about 90 species that they illustrated. We'll showcase about 30 of them. And then have the story of how did why are these the native plants, right? So tell the story of the glacier that formed this area, the ecological background, celebrate the biodiversity of all of that. This room will celebrate the people of the region, and David and I were talking about how much I cannot wait for this room to get when you come here next year, this will be a much prettier place than it is right now. But we'll be having display cases installed in these window wells, display cases back here. We're building a privacy wall back there to hide the piles of chairs, new carpet, new paint, new AV, so kind of an uplift there. And the goal with this room is to then have curated exhibits that tell the story of the people of the region, whatever that might be. So we're part of the Calumet Curators Network, which is housed in the Field Museum, which connects this broad group of curators, historical societies, etc. Our 7th floor will celebrate the work of the region. That's the big part of the project. It's kind of the crowning gem. We have elevators that go to 6. When Standard Oil built this building, there is a 7th floor up there, but the elevators go to 6. And on the blueprints, it showed the executive lounge. What they were doing up there, I don't know. But I can tell you that
Couldn't get there.
when the priests moved in, a gigantic bar came with from the East Chicago campus. So it was, I'm sure I have pictures in here somewhere. Let's see. Yeah, so a giant shag covered bar. So this is what it looks like up there. This was the day it opened in 1949. This is a Halliburton roof building, if anybody's into architecture. This is what it looked like. Kind of a dump. It was just an attic. Back here, you see the bar that the Precious Blood Fathers made sure was the first thing that came in. That had to come out as we rehabbed everything. I did, however, save the shag. So I don't know. The curatorial part of me saved the shag for some reason. So this has been under construction for some time. I'm hoping against hope that the actual work is done by the end of the calendar year. Although every day I hear a new story from somebody about why the engines weren't in on time and delayed further. The elevator should be in, I'm hoping, by May. So that'll be this summer 26, it should be open to the public. In terms of when does the project next door happen, I go before the Hammond City Council Monday evening for a 3rd and final reading of the ordinance that will vacate a street that only exists on paper, right? So initially when Hammond put their plans together, 125th went through there. There has never been a street, there will never be a street, but legally there's all kinds of easements and all that. So they have to pass a law to let us build there. And so I'm hoping that construction begins Tuesday morning. However, that's probably not, that's when we'll send the bid documents out and all that. But the plan is to have that project done in 2026. We have to have the practice field in by August 1st. We'll be starting a women's flag football team next school year. So they need a place to play. The trees and the plantings will likely occur in the fall. I understand that that's the best time to plant things. I don't know. I have a little potted plant in my office that I can barely keep alive. So I leave that to experts, but they were talking the other day about that'll happen in the fall. The grading and the concrete and all that stuff will get poured, throughout the spring and summer. So, roughly this time next year, that should be done. I'm sure it'll be done on time and on budget, just like everything else in my life. But yeah, so that'll happen there. We also have, there will be construction in Alumni Park here in the spring as well. So a donor is rehabbing this for us. It is now, we cut the ribbon on it a couple weeks ago. The Paula Dybel Zabrecki Alumni Park. And so we already have some plantings out there. That landscape around the cross will get better than boxwoods that are 30 years old that nobody takes care of. Some water feature, we'll have a pavilion out here, that kind of thing. And again, it's with the goal of engaging college and community. Yeah. I think that covers most of that stuff. Any other question? No, yes, yeah.
Just a compliment, you've got a lovely native plant garden between the parking lot building. You're gonna use those seeds in any of your recreation?
I don't know. I have not heard any talk of that. So if you want to steal some seeds on your way out the door, I'm not gonna call the cops.
That's a great, though,
That's a great idea, though.
it's a good conservation project.
Yeah, yeah. And it was really exciting to get some art students involved in illustrating those because they had to learn all about them. And you know, it's funny when I see them in the hallways, they're like, I saw, and they'll drop the Latin name on me. I'm like, you know, like, good for you.
Yeah.
But they really engaged in that and really learned a lot about it. And it's been a wonderful project overall. One of the things that'll happen with those illustrations and with the park and all that, we'll have a pretty significant digital archive that is an educational piece. You know, so we'll have a QR code out there. Sometimes these things get so big, we'll get new prospect students come in and they're like, what is this jungle? So we want to put some signage out there that there is a sign near the back door that gets overgrown. So we want to put something out there where you can do a QR code and open up to a digital archive and learn all about these things, why they are here, how they help the region. I've got somebody writing up profiles on all the fauna as well, so that there's a real educational component to all of it too. So. Anything else? All right. Thank you all so much for your time. I hope you have a wonderful day, and thank you for the work you're doing. Appreciate it.
I don't have much to say. The talks are gonna be more interesting than anything I have to say right now, but welcome. And thank you for that. I'm sure Mary Ann and Kit, like, others really wanna see the native plant list, but, not right now. And by the way, she probably has more than enough seeds, Mary Ann. Doesn't really eat anymore, it's gonna be my guess. She doesn't want.
And Dan wouldn't let me take some.
Yeah, I don't worry. So yeah, we have a good schedule today. A lot of the people that we invited came. A couple of like EPA folks did not do the shutdown. But most everybody else came together. And so this is, you want to know what's happening in Wolf Lake, this meeting come to. We're gonna hear updates on a lot of great projects. We're gonna talk about the proposed project and maybe some wrap ups. That. And it started with the fish, because I hate to jump, you know, I don't want to take time away from the fish talk. Big fight.
All right. Seth Love, was planning on being here in person, but his wife is supposed to having a baby. I think today it was scheduled. So he's staying home, and I'm glad he is. This will be coming in on Zoom,
He can hear you.
and he can hear me. So here is Seth Love.
How's it going, everyone?
Good.
Great.
It's working, so it's all wonderful.
That's all that matters. You all can see my screen, correct?
Yes, it's small.
It's small.
It is small. Okay. I don't know how to fix that. I've got it. Give me 1 second. Let's see if I change how my screen sharing is.
Recruiting.
Well, I mean, the screen's not as important as the talk, so I'll just leave it as is, and we'll go ahead and get started here. So let me get my pointer.
That's fine.
Okay. So again, my name is Seth Love. I'm a district fisheries biologist with the DNR. And obviously today I'm going to be talking about Wolf Lake. It is one of the lakes in my area. I cover Grundy, Kankakee, Kendall, South Cook for now, probably for quite a while actually, and Will counties. So the first part of my talk is going to be just some brief background. I'm sure all of you know everything in here, but I'll just go through it in case there's some of you that may not be as familiar. So Wolf Lake is split between Illinois and Indiana. Obviously, I manage the Illinois side fishery, and the Illinois portion of Wolf Lake is about 390 acres and can be divided into 4 different pools. What I call the state line, Northwest, Main, and Southeast pools, and they vary in size from 180 acres at the main pool to just about 44 acres in the Southeast pool. And these pools have varying levels of hydrological connectivity, where some pools are kind of connected either through a little channel or canal, whereas the Northwest pool is not connected at all to any of the other water bodies. The average depth overall across all the different pools is 6 feet, and it has a maximum depth of about 15 feet, but I would like to update some of that. And my management activities really occur only in the state line, Northwest, and Main pools. I don't even know if Frank, the previous biologist, ever did a survey on the Southeast pool. Here's a map. Again, you all are very familiar, but I like maps, so hopefully you can see at least a little bit of it. You have the Northwest pool, obviously in Northwest. The main pool is where the office area is at William Powers. And then the state line pool borders the Indiana line. As far as fishing regulations go, there's an all fish 2 pool and line only regulation. And basically this reg is meant to limit and prohibit the use of jug lines, trot lines, all that sort of thing. So people are using hooks and lines. There's a 14-inch minimum length, 6 fish a day black bass regulation. So that covers both largemouth bass and smallmouth bass. There's a 6 fish per day channel catfish reg. It is stocked with rainbow trout there at the Office Lagoon, both spring and fall. So there's a close season for that, and that's a statewide 5 fish per day limit. You do have to have an inland trout stamp to fish that. It has a statewide northern pike regulation, which is 24 inches minimum length limit with 3 fish per day. And lastly, there's a 14-inch minimum length, 6 fish per day walleye fishing regulation. And because there is waterfowl hunting at William Powers, fishing access is reduced during the waterfowl season, and it all kind of depends what pool you're fishing, if I remember correctly. So for any anglers out there, it's always best just to contact the site there at William Powers, and they'll be able to give you the details on which areas you can fish and when. Fish surveys have been going on for quite a bit since the mid-1980s, and fish stockings have involved historically a lot of different species, but anymore, the main fish species that are stocked are largemouth bass, channel catfish, northern pike, rainbow trout, hybrid bluegill sunfish for urban fishing program activities, and then walleye. So in 2025, there was 12,000 advanced largemouth bass fingerling stocked, and these fish were about 4.5 inches average size. There's 12,000 non-vulnerable channel catfish. So these are catfish that are good enough size to where they're not going to be preyed upon by largemouth bass or bigger predators, and they're also desirable to anglers or close to it. I think this batch of fish averaged about 6 to 8 inches. We had 974 subadult northern pike, so those fish are 8 inches in size. And then we had 17,000 walleye fingerlings and 14,000 fry stocked. So the first survey that took place this past year was the Northern Pike Survey, and it was between March 4th and March 6th. And I was just targeting the main pool. We used 4-foot by 6-foot trap nets with 1.5-inch mesh and 50-foot leads. So these are the same trap nets that I use on muskie at Heideke Lake. We set 5 nets over 3 days, so a total of 15 net nights of effort. Water temperatures were actually pretty spot on. I had checked the Friday before. I had drove up there to look and see if ice out was going to happen the following week to get everything scheduled, and there was still quite a bit of ice. So I wasn't quite sure, but we had a warm weekend. And when I went back there Monday morning to check things out, ice was pretty much gone. So we hit it around 40 degrees, which is right around the spawning time. And all fish that we collected were marked with an anal fin clip so that I could see the number of recaptures I had that occurred over the length of the survey. Here are just some pictures. If the screen's small, you may not be able to see them, but we did really well, had a ton of fun. It's always nice when you do a fish survey and it actually works the way you hope it should. So a lot of times with these experimental surveys, you don't quite know what to expect because you don't know where to set nets. And so it was actually kind of fun that it worked out the way that we all hoped it would. So we had 232 fish collected over the course of the survey, which is phenomenal. And only 10 of those fish were recaptured. 8 of those were males, 2 of those were females. We had really good catch per unit effort at 15.5 fish per net night. And it's kind of tough to compare this data across the state because there's actually not a lot of inland water bodies that are stocked with pike. A lot of the pike that are stocked do go into river systems and streams. There's, I don't want to say a handful, but less than 10, in my recollection, of inland lakes that are stocked with pike. So it's kind of tough to do a comparison there, but the catch per unit effort was amazing. With muskies, it's a little bit different animal. We're usually looking at, 2 fish per net night is really good. 5 fish per net night is awesome. So with these pike, 15.5 per net night is really, really good. Lengths range from 16 to 38 inches. The average length was 22 inches. And the big takeaway on the bottom there table is the body condition, or WR. So generally speaking, we're looking for fish to have a body condition of over 90. That's indicative of them being plump, eating well, enough food to go around. So generally speaking, all, at least the bigger size groups, had really good body condition. The quality size fish kind of weren't up to snuff. And on this graph, on this table, the big thing is I wanted to show was that we did have quite a few fish that were over legal size. So that's something that we always look for, how many fish are over legal size. Are anglers actually going to be able to successfully bring fish home if they so choose to go out and fish and keep them? So that was really good to see too. And I did break things down between male and female pike. So on the left-hand side, all those graphs are for the males, and on the right-hand side, those are for the females. And the takeaway here is that female fish look like they're growing a little bit better, they're getting a little bit bigger, and that's pretty typical to what we see in a lot of these species of fish. So overall, the survey was really successful with a good number of fish collected, and the body size between males and females was expected. As far as future management actions go, I'm going to continue these surveys. Next year, probably going to be looking to do a survey at both the north and state line pools just to see how those fisheries are doing. Northern pike stocking is divided between the north and main pools, and it's currently at 3.7 fish per acre. So I may actually look to reduce those stockings starting in 2026 to something like maybe 3 fish per acre. So about 200 fish less. So moving on from there, on April 3rd, we did a nighttime DC electrofishing walleye survey just in the main pool again. Water temperature was really good for this survey. It was 51 degrees. We did 3 15-minute runs, and all the walleye were measured, weighed, and we sexed them. And then I did sacrifice 5 fish per centimeter group to remove otoliths and do a little bit of aging on them, just because it hadn't been done on this water body. So overall, we collected 72 walleye, 60 males, 11 females, and 1 unknown fish, probably immature. Lengths range from 8.9 inches to 23.9 inches. And females overall look like they're growing a little bit better than males. Again, this is pretty typical. Our catch rate was 1.6 fish per minute, which was decent, not necessarily the highest, not the lowest. I've had surveys where it's been lower at other lakes. But decent, at least anyways. And on this graph again, the bottom, basically just wanted to highlight that almost all these fish were legal size. Again, because the regulation is a 14-inch minimum length limit, that's pretty low bar to get under or over. But it is still nice to see that we are getting some decent fish there for people to take home. And this scatter plot is just walleye age at length. And the big thing, let's see if my pointer works. There we go. The big thing to note here is that, so the green dots are all the male fish, and the red dots are female fish. And you can just kind of see the growth curve here. And you can see that female fish just tend to grow a little bit bigger, a little bit better than males. And again, that just seems to be pretty typical. So like the northern pike, the walleye survey was successful with a good number of fish present. And I think I could actually probably get increased numbers of walleye if I tweaked where I did the sites. It was the first time a nighttime electrofishing survey for walleye was done at Wolf Lake. So I just really wasn't quite sure where to sample. And we tried to hit as much of kind of the rocky levee habitat as we possibly could in that last run, even though it was kind of along the center dike. It was a lot more mucky and silty than I had expected it to be. So the fish just weren't staged there. So I think if I kind of tweak that site a little bit further south, I'll pick up a bunch more fish. And in the future, I would like to sample the north and state line pools just to see how they compare to the main pool and then manage stockings accordingly, especially in the state line pool because Indiana, I believe, has a bunch of walleye stocked over there. So it'd be just kind of neat to see how many fish are in the state line pool. As far as the fall sport fish survey goes, I conducted a survey the 24th and the 25th at all three of our pools. I had attempted to find a way to get into that northeast pool, but access seems pretty limited, even though on Google Maps, if you zoom in, you'll actually see a boat out there. And I drove around and could not find where someone legally accessed that lake because I believe there's a railroad easement to it. And then some other company owns a portion of it. So it is kind of bizarre. So we only were able to sample the main north and state line pools. We did 4 15-minute runs in the main, 2 15-minute runs in the north, and then 3 15-minute runs on the state line. And unfortunately, I just haven't had a chance to work up the data. I've been trying to get a bunch of work done and help other people out with field work. But I can tell you anecdotally that the collection wasn't great. We did pretty poor in the north pool, especially. The main pool, we got some really interesting fish that you don't always see in these surveys, which was kind of neat to see. So I'm going to probably try to incorporate some spring surveys just to see if we can get some of the mature bass and smallies and stuff in those. So for upcoming fish work, like I said, I'll continue to do some northern pike work in the spring, and especially this spring and the north and state line pools. Again, want to sample walleye in the spring in the north and state line pools in 2026. In 2027, probably won't be able to do both of those in 1 year just because it's a lot of driving at nighttime. So probably we'll do one next year and the other one in 2027. And then, like I said, I want to do some spring largemouth bass and sunfish surveys on one pool each year, maybe pull some odorless if we get enough fish and just see how those are growing. And then I forgot to mention it earlier, but I do vegetation spot treatments to help anglers access lake on the main pool. So I especially will treat the where the new boat ramp is off of I think that's K Street or O Street or whatever street it is. I do a treatment there from the boat ramp up to the main lake so people can get in there. And then I do treat the office lagoon before the urban fishing events. That way people can actually fish because it gets really thick. So I'll be doing that as well. And that's all that I have, but I am obviously very happy to take any and all questions if people have any.
I have one. Given the new connection with Powderhorn, Lake and Marsh, I don't know if you're looking at or surveying a pool where the connection comes into, is that?
Yeah.
Oh, you are, okay. So was that one that was covered? No, not yet. Thank you.
Seth, you mentioned that Indiana releases walleye. I think it's really Perch America that does that.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I don't think the DNR has much to do with the lake. It's more of non-governmental bodies, conservation groups performing what they do.
Okay.
Question for you, Seth. You said you do these wonderful surveys quite frequently and you sacrifice a few fish to do the dating and things like that. Is there any follow-up on the chemical analysis of the fish, since these are sports fish. I'm a chemist, I'm looking at bioaccumulation and biomagnification of certain chemicals. Anybody study these fish out of this lake or any sort of chemical builder?
Yeah, so it is part of the Joint Fisheries, Illinois Department of Public Health and IEPA Fish Contaminant Advisory Program. So the last time I took fish was in 2023, I think, and I was slated to get them fish this year, but just the scheduling wise, it didn't work out. But yes, it is on the list to have fish sent in. Usually, I'm trying to remember off the top of my head, I think this water body, they want a full sample. So that basically means 2 sizes of a predator. So usually that's a largemouth bass, 2 sizes of a bottom feeder. Generally, we're going to send in common carp, and then 2 sizes of a panfish, typically a bluegill or maybe a red ear. And then if we get crappie, we'll send in crappie. So I was not able to send those samples in this year. I wasn't able to get samples this year, but the next time I go out, I will get them samples. And so those get analyzed for heavy metals, and that's where the fishing advisories come from. Yep.
They do anything?
If you go to, sorry?
They do anything besides mercury?
I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. If you give me a second, I could actually pull up what the current advisory is, if I can get stuff off my screen. Come on. What if we do this?
I'm getting invited to many fish, but that's just one place.
Let's see. There's actually a really nice map that you can go to. Let's see if I can find it pretty easily. Yep, fish advisory map, and this is a statewide map. So so you can click on different counties, and they'll pull up what water bodies. It could be streams or rivers or lakes have advisories. So we'll go down to Wolf Lake and Indian Creek, and it looks like there's for common carp all sizes, there's a 1 meal per month advisory. For channel catfish, 1 meal per week, and largemouth bass is 1 meal per month. So it is, relatively speaking, these are quite high, higher than a lot of other water bodies that I manage.
Yeah. And 2 of them,
we have been.
yeah, all of them are organic, and the pink bass are showing up on the bass and the cat and the carp. Yeah, that's the
Correct.
anymore. It's actually going to be the organics. Thank you. That's very helpful.
Can you share that link to where you just were to find that in the chat or?
Yeah, I sure can.
And there's 2 questions in the chat. Are you able to see them or do I need to?
Oh, let's see if I can pop this out in chat. Okay, yeah, so we actually saw so many different types of plants. It was kind of crazy. I mean, a lot of water bodies that I manage, I'll see a coontail, maybe curly leaf pondweed, but there was a lot of different native plants. I don't have the list in front of me. I should have wrote it down. But there were a bunch of different species, which was really kind of fun to see. Trolling of the ramp. Yeah, so I'll basically just apply an aquatic herbicide around the south ramp area, and then in the urban fishing area, right by the office. I don't think I have. Yeah, so I'll basically apply an herbicide at this little lagoon here, and then up through the channel here.
Can everyone see the questions in the chat? Because you answered them, but I don't know if people can read the question.
We can't see it.
You can't see it. So, let me, wait, so the first, wait. So it's Holly Hudson from CMAP is the one asking the questions. And the first question was, what aquatic macrophyte species are you seeing? So I think you answered that, correct, Seth?
I'm sorry. Yeah, I should have read it. I'm sorry. I assumed everyone could see it.
Her question was, and controlling in the ramp and urban fishing areas. So I think he answered that. as well. And her last comment was good to hear that diversity of species is present. So again, that's Holly Hudson with CMAP.
Thanks, Seth.
Anytime. Any more questions?
Well, thank you very much, Seth, and
Good luck.
yeah, and good luck.
Thank you, thank you.
So next we'll have Abigail. And
I was gonna say together. Should I practice the skills that I accomplished? Oh, no.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. My name's Abby. I'm a master's student at the University of Illinois, and I work with the Illinois Natural History Survey to monitor the connection between Wolf Lake and Powderhorn Lake. And today I'm going to tell you a little bit about it. All right. As said, the two lakes we're talking about today is Wolf Lake and Powderhorn Lake. It's in the more south side of Chicago in the Calumet region. And Wolf Lake, it's pretty big. The whole thing together is about 950 acres, has about 23 species, and is very heavily fragmented. Powderhorn Lake, much smaller, it's 50 acres with a 55-acre shallow pool. Let's see if I can. So this is the shallow pool, and this is Powderhorn proper. It has about 16 species, and historically it was hydrologically isolated. This system faced a lot of challenges. One of the big ones was it had high water levels that often flooded, and that flood would go into the marshy areas and it would just be a mess, which reduced and disturbed the nesting habitat for like the native wetland birds. And it also limited nursery habitat for fish like northern pike and yellow perch. And again, it was isolated, so there was limited fish movement and limited wetland flow in the system. So the city went out and was like, we are going to try to tackle this problem. And they went out, it's kind of hard to see on this screen, but they dug out a big city block, which is the stream here. And they connected Powderhorn Lake to Wolf Lake through a series of culverts and that stream channel. So it starts here, there's this little artificial pool that the fish can swim to. Then they have to go through this marsh area, then another culvert, and this open stream channel, another culvert, a little tiny pool area, and then finally into Wolf Lake. And the concept was, the Powderhorn was the one that was flooding. We have to kind of drain out the water. So the concept was to drain the water safely to Wolf Lake. And in October of 2023, they finished the construction and water was finally able to flow from Powderhorn Lake to the stream, and it's finally into Wolf Lake. And right here, this video is that pool just north of Powderhorn. So today I'm going to be focusing on the fish movement, which addresses the last challenge of the system. So my main question is, now that it's connected, will fish move between the systems? And if so, which fish species will use the connection and how will dispersal vary between the systems? Before we can do anything, we gotta catch the fish. We did this in two main ways. One was electrofishing, which sends an electrical current into the water that temporarily stuns the fish so we can scoop it up. And then we record a bunch of things. And once we have all the data, we safely release it and we can watch it quickly swim away. But not all fish shock nicely, so we set up these spike nets that we set up for a day. And that caught things like black crappie and whatnot, just so we could have a more abundant sample size. And once we caught the fish, we identified them to species. We measured the total length and weight. And if it was a good sized fish and it looked healthy, we implanted them with a passive integrated transponder tag or a PIT tag. It's much like if you bring your dog or your cat to the vet and they microchip it, just so it's a unique code on the tag. It tells you exactly what fish it is, so we can monitor each and every fish. And with these fish PIT tags, we set out antennas, Biomox RFID lit scored antennas. It has this big, long ladder-like structure that's actually an antenna that if a fish swims over it, it pings the system, tells us when the fish swam over it. And if we compare that to our notes, we know where the fish is from and what fish it is, and we can monitor movement. It's powered by solar panels that keep it on, and this is what records it. And luckily for me, I'm able to monitor this online because I'm based in Champaign and it's a bit of a drive. So I get to go every morning, pop up on BioLogic and log in, and I get to see that, oh, the antenna close to the powder horn, still on. The ones in the stream, they're still on. It's pretty nice, saves me a lot of time. And we have 4 antennas throughout the system. 1 in Wolf Lake, right near that new boat ramp. 2 in the stream. 1 just north of Powderhorn in the pool. The area was a little unstable, so we had to do it just outside Powderhorn. But we're able to detect any type of movement between the systems. And we've been quite active. In the 3 years that this project's been going, we've sampled a total of, we've PIT tagged a total of 1,150 fish across the entire system. Most of the fish, or the largest quantity, was in Powderhorn, because again, the water's flow was directional. And then followed by Wolf Lake with 340 fish, and then the stream, we have 26 different species tagged, and the tagging was reflective of the population, because again, we were trying to get as much as we could. So it's just more reflective of what was in each system. So to talk about movement, we have to kind of define what we're wanting to see. So we came up with 3 terms. Residents, these are fish that are not documented leaving their tagged habitat, which is the majority of our population, about 91%. Then dispersers, these are fish that leave their original tagged habitat and do not return. And then commuters, which are fish that transition in and out of their original tagged habitat. So if a fish in Wolf Lake goes to the stream, goes back to Wolf Lake, goes to the stream, that's a commuter. And I said that because this walleye was a commuter. So this is 2024, for the movement, this is the percentage of tagged population, and these are the total numbers. So we had 10 total walleye tagged, and we had 10% of the documented movement. So that's actually 1 walleye moving. But hey, that walleye went back and forth. So in 2024, we had 21 species tagged in Wolf Lake. 3 species made it to the stream, but they all decided that they didn't want to mess with that marsh, and they didn't go into the marsh or the pool. So we have no documented hits at that pool. But for the 2024 stream tagged fish, we had 16 species tagged in there. 11 went to Wolf Lake, and 6 did make it through that marsh into that pool. For Powderhorn, we had 1 bluegill who was tagged in 2022, so before I even joined the project, which is pretty cool. It went through the connection to the pool, through the marsh, to the stream, and it stayed in the stream for about a month because it entered in April and it left in May. And since then, we haven't had any documented or confirmed he's still out there, but hopefully he's still out there, so
Someone could have caught him.
yes.
Okay.
But-
Could have been my Cub Scout that
Yeah.
caught that one.
They did make it all the way.
No, we ruined that chance.
So
Study.
drawing your attention back to the questions. Will fish move between the connected systems? Yes, 107 fish total moved between the habitats, which is just under 10% of all lake population. And which fish species would use the connection? A lot, 12 of them. 12 species transition between the habitats. With like bluegill, raw numbers had the highest, even though it's 15.4%. That's 441, so there was a lot of bluegills going boo 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 boo, including the powder white one. So how will dispersal vary between the lakes? The majority of movement occurred from the stream to Wolf Lake, which is a minimum distance of 100 meters that they have to swim. Few fish moved from the stream to the pool, which is a minimum distance of 385 meters. And the largest dispersal distance was by that bluegill, a total of 805 meters. And in 2024, the highest dispersal month was May, with 54 fish moving. And there's this kind of seasonal pattern where you can see in the spring, it went whoosh, got really high, and then kind of dropped down as the temperatures increased and it got hotter. And then around the fall, it kind of picked back up for a minute, and then we stopped monitoring in December, early December. And there was at least one dispersal event from each habitat. Now this year it's been a little dry. So this is the connection, just north of Powderhorn in April. There's this tiny trail of water to the connection point there. There's still water, but very difficult. And in June, that whole connection kind of dried up and all this grass and vegetation started growing over. And this is Powderhorn in June. This is Powderhorn proper, so down here. And up here is Powderhorn, the shallow area. And it started getting cut off again, because there's this tiny little connection of water connecting the main bodies. And this is, again, the pool in August. It is almost gone. You can't even see the culvert, it's over there. It's completely covered in vegetation. And this is the stream, lower side in August. There's no water at all. And that went like a good fourth to a third of the stream was just dried up. But it got better. Water levels were higher in September, and the stream was almost overflowing its edges again. So it came back. This is still water, it's just a lot of algae. The pool didn't fully recover. It looks a lot better, and there is a connection point right there, but it's not fully connected to Powderhorn. So to compare to what we've seen so far this year, the highest dispersal was in, again, April, but there was only 15 fish moving, and a much steeper drop off where it didn't recover as well. And, we have 2 more months, we might have more, but there was no dispersal records from Powderhorn, which makes sense because there was no water to connect them. So that was just with water. We're also going to be adding variables like water quality and like oxygen and temperature, because these are all things that fish pay attention to, because they're like, ooh, if it's suitable or not suitable. So that's what I'm going to be looking at moving forward. Oh, my box moved. So again, I was focused on wetland flow. We've seen reduced flooding. There's been a lot less water, so that makes sense. There's increased wetland habitat, and the Wolf Lake fish are using the newly available habitats, so it is being beneficial in that manner. And almost 10% of the tagged fish are dispersing between the habitats, which is a high number because Wolf Lake is pretty big. They don't have to go that way, but they chose to. Implications: water level is a key for movement because fish need water to move. The drought conditions will impede connectivity because you can't move if you don't have enough water to move. And the we need more time and like more observations in wet and dry years to see and fully understand the long-term implications of this restoration. With that, I thank the IDNR and the Forest Preserves of Cook County, and Steve Silic, he's helped quite a lot, and David Ive, he helps quite a lot. And questions?
Was the species diversity like in Paderborn Lake prior to the connection?
It's very similar to Wolf Lake. I'm getting there. But it's so Wolf Lake has about 23 species, Powderhorn has about 16 species. The main differences come like, let's see, Powderhorn doesn't have any like Catastomidae, no bowfin. We didn't see any walleye or like rock bass. It's just Wolf Lake has a higher diversity. Is there any fish you have a question about specifically? Okay. You have.
Yeah, I do, because I always have questions. So, I do some of the water testing around Wolf Lake, and I've noticed that the water seems very high at Wolf Lake. That's just visual for me. It seems very high. The creek going into Indian Creek and things like that. So I'm curious as to how their water level seems so high, but the rest doesn't.
Different portions of Wolf Lake have like different levels of water.
Levels, yeah.
There's points in the summer where we were sampling that Wolf Lake, the areas were lower. But it's just such a big system that it's gonna have varying depths and whatnot and water levels.
Because it seemed like the Avenue K channel there, that water level was really high.
Yeah. Varies.
Was there some kind of size of fish that like to move, bigger, smaller, hard to say?
I have to dive into that in the future, but most of them I would say they're not very, very large. I think that bluegill was probably they're not huge fish moving through the system. I think the largest we had was a bass that likes to nest at the top point of the stream. And I'm bad at like that's probably like the largest we've seen. I'm gonna check the chat and then, because I don't want to miss them. Oh. Yeah, I have to unmute my phone. Okay.
Are you noticing any filling in of the channel? The vegetation's moving in, but is it filling the sediment?
Yeah, Abby could talk more about, she's backpacked electrofish that channel probably 3 or 4 times. Yeah. And yeah, Abby, is there sediment?
At the Powderhorn side, it's the one that which makes sense because that's where it filters in. The side near Wolf, it's a lot more stable substrate, but with the side near Powderhorn, you step in and you sink and just muck. So like your calf, it's mucky on that side.
Yeah, she is right. The sort of, I guess, northern half of that stream channel is bedded with I don't know what the number of the rock is, but they put it in, it's like a staple bed. And it kind of wraps around, there's like a pit that they put in, you know what I'm talking about? Like a concrete pit. But I think north or south of that, that rock kind of goes away and it's more just, silky. Yeah.
Think you might need to dredge it in the future, or is this channel high enough that the water will still overflow or?
I think we gotta see how water moves through there, more often. And I think the biggest threat is like the phragmites. There's a lot of cattails. I mean, a lot of stuff creeping up when there's water. So.
And that's a forest reserve that is maintaining it?
I believe so. They own that property.
I don't speak for that, but I was.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying, is somebody, right, that's what you're saying.
It's forest preserve property. so
Right,
they will
so-
be there.
It was a lot of money that went into that, so I would think they would be. maintaining. There is a comment from Holly that says, thanks Abigail, great to see the fish. Oh, and I lost it. Move it. You want it? Sure, cursive.
No, you
Yeah.
have to do this, no.
Okay, oh. Great to see the fish movement. Looking forward to seeing the continued research results, including the WQ parameters. Good point about the fish movement impediment issues with invasive plants like Fred bitings. I have to call.
Just been.
I can help you. Thank you. I think yours is still on.
Yeah, I got it.
Thanks.
And we'll just.
Feels invited for next year.
Yeah. We won't let her go, even though she plans on graduating.
Yeah, she can't do that.
So I'm just gonna talk quick, yeah, it looks great, thank you. I'm just gonna talk briefly about the book project that's coming out, a little overview of it, and then really what I'm gonna do with the second half is talk about references where we actually mentioned Wolf Lake in the book. For various reasons. So yes, once again, myself and two others, we published this book, Fishes of the Chicago Region, came out earlier this year. Let's see what goes that way. In case you don't know what the Chicago region is, this is it. Kind of the same as Chicago Wilderness Alliance boundaries and a lot of other boundaries. It includes several counties in southeastern Wisconsin, northeastern Illinois, northwestern Indiana, one county in southwestern Michigan, and then the southern basin of Lake Michigan. That's our area of coverage. So on one side, we have Lake Michigan, big lake. Among freshwater lakes on the planet, it is fourth largest by size, fifth by volume. Over here, this is Mississippi. On the planet, it is fourth largest on the planet by area, 10th by discharge. That's the amount of water flowing out of it. So the point I'm trying to make here is we got a really big water body over here and a really big water body over here. There's been connections between the two. The interactions between those two, and we end up with 164 species of fish in this area, which is a fair number of fish in a relatively small area, particularly in a tropical climate or a temperate climate. Not going to talk about all 164 species today, so relax. But I will give out, a little bit about how that works. If you do happen to have a fish and you don't know what it is, we do have a family key in here, so you can go through and figure out which family your particular fish goes on. The book is organized in chapters, with each chapter being a family, and there's like 1 or 2 pages of text per chapter. And then within that would be the species organized alphabetically. Each species has 2 pages devoted to it. So you have and these pages are facing each other, so you're not flipping back all the time. We have the common name up here, scientific name, where the scientific name came from, a picture of the fish, a text description of it to help you identify the particular species, some natural history, so looking at the habitats of it, distribution and status, where you can find it, some references, and then we include a dot map right here. And our dots, I should mention, we have over 10,000 dots on here, the records. A lot of these are dots on top of dots, so they won't really look like that because they're separated by time. So it's a lot of data with these records going back to the late 1800s up to the present. And right here, that's Wolf Lake. So there are bowfin and Wolf Lake. Abigail had that in her talk. Apparently some of them even have pit tags in them now. I did not realize that. So you can flip through, look at the map and just know where the Wolf Lake is and you get an idea of what species of Wolf Lake if you so wish. We cover all kinds of different taxa. We have a chapter on lamprey. Most people are familiar with the invasive sea lamprey that's parasitic, latches onto the side, sucks out the innards of the fish and stuff like that. We actually have several species of native lamprey in there, and so they all have their accounts. Some are parasitic, similar to the sea lamprey that feeds on other fish, but some actually, as adults, don't feed at all. They simply transform into an adult spawn and then die. Largest fish in the Chicago region is the lake sturgeon. We have good data that they can reach up to 8 feet in length and 300 plus pounds. There are anecdotal stories of them being 10 plus feet, but we don't know if those are just stories or not. What we know is that we have actual scientific, reliable data that they get at least up to 8 feet. These days, I see them up to 6 feet fairly routinely, so we know that get up to about as large as myself. So they're the largest fish in the region. And there's always a lot of debate as to whether are there lake sturgeon in Wolf Lake now? Were they in Wolf Lake in the past? If they were in the past, what were they doing? Were they spawning, feeding? And we argue about that all the time. Another interesting fish in the region is the American eel. This is interesting because all American eel on the planet actually are spawned or born in the Sargasso Sea out here in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. Most of these then swim to the Atlantic coast, live in rivers over here for several years, maybe a decade or two, and then swim back out here to spawn. However, some of these will actually cut through the Caribbean, Gulf of Mexico, up the Mississippi, all the way up to the Chicago region, a distance of 3,000 miles. And then these fish will live up here for a number of years, possibly once again a decade or two, and then have to swim all the way back out here to spawn. All right, so that's pretty crazy. And yes, there is a Wolf Lake record for American eel. So they have made it all the way to Wolf Lake. So that fish was born in the Atlantic Ocean and swam all the way to Wolf Lake. Minnows, we have 43 species of minnows in here. Most people think minnows are just tiny, brown, drab, uninteresting fish. They are tiny, they are brown, they do tend to be drab. They can be extremely interesting. So myself and a lot of others, we will go out and do fish surveys in lakes and streams. And if you understand the ecology of minnows, it is highly informative about the health of the environment based on which minnows you find there. They may all look the same, they're not. They have very specific pollution tolerances, habitat tolerances, and this thing. And if you understand those, oftentimes these are the most informative fish we catch in a particular area. So they can be very important for that respect. And not all of them are brown and drab. This is a southern red-bellied dace. This can be, a tropical aquarium fish. Here we go, common shiner. Now, this is a breeding male. They get this color. The non-breeding males and females are brownish and far paler in color, but they can look like this. Another group of fish. Abigail mentioned these briefly in that they weren't in Powderhorn, but they are in Wolf Lake, and there are a lot of other areas. The suckers, red horses and things. This is something called a river red horse. It's a threatened species in Illinois. It's sort of famous in that it eats clams and mussels, which is sort of unusual for fish. It actually specializes on those, has malariform teeth and crushes them. Hogsucker, this is one feeds on aquatic insects and things. One of their claims to fame is in the spring and certain streams, they will undergo spawning migrations. It's kind of hard to see, but there's 24 fish in this picture, 2 species, quillback and a shorthead red horse. This water's only about knee deep right here. And there are hundreds of these fish swimming up the stream to spawn in the headwaters and then would swim back, in this case, into a river. But they'll do the same thing from Lake Michigan into tributary streams and stuff like that. Catfish, yes, several species of catfish. Some adult catfish are this big, other adult catfish are this big. So we have quite a wide range of catfish in the region. Darters, these are typically small fish, typically colorful, require clean water usually and clean bottom. So when we see these are a good sign of the health of the ecosystem, more often than not. I forget how many, a dozen or so species of darters in the area. Yes, we do have game fish in there. So up here, northern pike. Seth was mentioning this with the stockings. This is a brook trout. Here's a lake trout. If you want to know what kind of lure or fly to use or what type of bait, this is not the book for you. We don't talk about that at all. There's a whole kinds of other books out there that can tell you how to go fishing for these types of things. But if you want to learn a little bit more about when they spawn, where they spawn, some of their habitats and stuff like that, yes. And how to identify some of these things, that we do have that sort of information in here. Another popular one is largemouth bass. I threw this in here because Seth Love, who's out there in Zoom land, kindly provided this picture. So Seth helped us out with this project, and so thank you, Seth. In the bass family are also sunfish, bluegill. Bluegill and bass are in the same family. There's a bluegill right here. This is actually a nest. And so what happens here is the male bluegill will use its tail and fins, clears out an area about the size of a dinner plate or so, a big, large plate. The female will come along, and if she likes the male and likes the spot, she'll lay her eggs. He'll do his thing, and then he'll stay there and protect the eggs and chase away other fish that come along. So go walk along the shorelines of Wolf Lake in late spring, early summer, and you will see these cleared areas. If you look closely, you'll see sunfish in the middle of those areas, or maybe even a bass. And this can be in a foot or two of water. They're very easy to see. So, you know, next time you're taking a walk along Wolf Lake, look for these, and you should be able to see them in certain areas. You may wonder, why did we include this type of picture in the book? All right, so this is a species called a deepwater cisco. It is only known from Lake Michigan and Huron, no place else on the planet. The species is only known from those two lakes. And the last one seen in the wild was in 1952. All right, has not been seen since. So this species is probably extinct. It is no longer present on the planet. If you want to see this fish, you have to look into museum collections, like the Field Museum that has these as preserved specimens. As we were putting the book together, we debated, we can get old photographs, we could get old line drawings and use those in the book, but we kind of thought this is sort of artistic and just sort of represents the status of this extinct species. So we ended up using these for a few of the extinct species, of which there are, unfortunately, a handful of them, mostly in Lake Michigan. Yes, invasive species are in there, all kinds of these things, so you can look up information on those as well. We were not the first people to write that fishes the Chicago region. Meek and Hildebrand wrote a syntopic list of fishes known to occur within 50 miles of Chicago. However, they published this in 1910. Okay, so what's that, 110 plus whatever years ago? Time for an update. And what's interesting is Meek, one of the places that he went to, and this is Meek, he was at the Field Museum and grabbed a net, hopped on the train, and actually came down to Wolf Lake and made fish collections, including this brook silverside, which he collected in 1898 in Wolf Lake, Indiana. And this specimen is still in the collections at the Field Museum. You can go there and look at this thing. And there's a bunch of other theirs as well. And this has been a part of another project. So Wolf Lake has been part of the ecological history of the region, you know, basically from the beginning. And we threw in some references as well. For instance, here we say wetlands were once common along Lake Michigan and class and inland connected areas such as Wolf Lake and Lake Calumet. So we make a call out to the Calumet Marsh area, the lowlands and stuff. This is Kankakee River, but whatever, it's in the wetland section, but we make a mention of Wolf Lake and Lake Calumet, because even within the Chicago region, it is a unique ecosystem. Another species where we call out are smallmouth buffalo. And there's a big debate among biologists as to whether smallmouth buffalo in the Great Lakes are actually invasive in the Great Lakes or native in the Great Lakes. And we mentioned that there's some very old records, including Wolf Lake, for smallmouth buffalo prior to the creation of the Cal-Sag Channel. All right. So based on this, maybe it is likely that they could have dispersed through seasonally connected wetlands between the Des Plaines and Calumet rivers. Okay. A lot of people talk about the connection between the Chicago River and the Des Plaines River, Mud Lake, and the South Branch, if you're familiar with that particular area. But then if you dig deeper, there's also a possibility of flooded connections between the Calumet and the Des Plaines through the lowland areas that they then dug the Cal-Sag Channel. All right. The point here is that Chicago's very flat in general, and when it rains a lot, water's everywhere, and fish swim through this water, and I could go on and on about that. We also, another one. We also make a brief call out that we are now finding smallmouth buffalo in the Des Plaines River in places that we did not see them recently, and that they are recolonizing the Des Plaines River through the Brandon Lock, and there is also a lot of contention around this particular project for a lot of other reasons. So we sort of mentioned that in there as well. Another one's a little covered up here. This is a pug-nosed minnow. These are more common to the south. Some of the maps actually have different colored dots based on when the records were. And so you can see Wolf Lake is right here, and these were collected around 1900 or 1910. Okay, so this is a fish that we saw in Wolf Lake a long time ago, but not anywhere. And presumably this population was extirpated due to dredging Wolf Lake from a marsh into a lake. All right. And so, yes, at this particular time, a lot of sensitive minnows disappeared when development around Wolf Lake really started to get started, which was in the late 1800s, early 1900s. Another story, but we have a call out to that in the book. Muskie, we briefly mentioned muskellunge in there. A lot of species are broken down into subspecies or population or stocks or genotypes, however you want to frame it. There, muskie are along the same way. There was something called the Great Lakes muskellunge right here. And there is a very old record in that book I told you about, the Meek and Hildebrand from 1910, where the location was Edgemoor, Lake County, but the dot's very close to the old Wolf Lake confluence. So many, many years ago, Wolf Lake had a direct connection to Lake Michigan that has since filled in and back and forth. That's more of a complicated history there. And there was a muskie record from there, and this may be our only reliable Great Lakes muskie record. Now, there are, and then we go on to say that it was still connected and retained its natural community form of a hemi-marsh, and it's quite possible that Wolf Lake could have been a spawning ground for Great Lakes muskellunge. So tying in with powderhorn and a lot of other things, there's a lot of talk about doing hemi-marshes in the region. The focus is usually on birds, but there are certain fishes that would benefit from hemi-marsh projects as well. Seth mentioned this briefly with their spawning with the northern pike. Well, muskie and northern pike would benefit from that. Rainbow darter. So this is interesting. There's a rainbow darter record. Rainbow darters are usually in headwater streams over riffles with like cobble and gravel bottoms like that. We rarely find them in lakes. And yet there is a Wolf Lake record, and there's another one in Lake Maxicookie, which is over here in Indiana. This is very weird to find this fish in a lake. And when I first saw this record, I thought, okay, this is a mistake. However, the specimen's at the Field Museum, part of one of the Meeks collections. And so I went and looked at it, and it is actually indeed a rainbow darter. So that's just, it's a little odd, but apparently sometimes in the past, we did have this, which is normally a stream species, then living in a lake. If you look at the front of the book, you'll see the Association for the Wolf Lake Initiative symbol in there. And if you go through and look at the acknowledgements, you'll see that we'd like to thank the Association for Wolf Lake Initiative board member, Marianne Kozlowski, for funding support. So they helped us publish this book. We call out to Michael Booz. Owlie's been a supporter of this project for years and helped bring it to its completion. So thank you once again. And the book was published by University of Chicago Press. You can go to their website and order it if you want. It's also available on Amazon, Barnes and Noble, other booksellers. I've seen it in the stores too. And I did bring a few copies in the back in case you want to buy a copy. So with that, if there's any questions, I'd be happy to address them. You always have questions.
The eel Wolf Lake, so Wolf Lake is not hydrologically connected to the Mississippi, the Kankakee, except you actually said it possibly at high waters. Because I wonder how you think the eel got to Wolf Lake, or if it came through through Lake Michigan.
So it could have come, yeah, it could have come either way. I will say that the American eel populations in the Chicago region are far less than what they were 100 years ago because of all the locks and dams on the Mississippi River, as well as that. Now, another possibility is you're saying it could have come up the St. Lawrence all the way. Maybe that's also a long one, but it could have come up the Mississippi, either through the Cal-Sag or Chicago River, and then up Indian Creek into Wolf Lake. Another thing about American eels, which is interesting, is if a dam is somewhat sloped and damp, they can actually climb over dams. People sometimes find them in their backyards after rainstorms, even if the backyard's not flooded. And I say this because I was doing a fish survey in the Kankakee and someone found one in his backyard after a rainstorm. in the yard, which is kind of crazy. So they can actually move over land short distances, so they're excellent dispersers. So as to how it got here, I don't know. There's also another recent record in downtown Chicago from like 5 years ago, an American eel was found, so they get around. Another trick is they're primarily nocturnal, they're very sneaky. So there's a lot more of them out there than we realize, but they're very hard to catch. So they get around, we don't always know how they get around, but they're good at getting.
Guess my other comment on taxonomic records from early the 1800s stuff. People would often just say they've got this plant in Gary. So there's very little specificity on location. I wonder if you, in terms of the rainbow darter, whether that is a potential problem.
Could be, I am pretty sure the record is Wolf Lake. Was it a stream flowing into Wolf Lake? And it could be, but the streams around here were primarily, I mean, wetland streams anyways, which isn't quite their habitat either. So yeah, no, that's a possibility. But, you know, the best data that we have is that it's Wolf Lake right here, tied in with the fact that we saw one right there, but it could be a tributary of Wolf Lake. And that I can't, you know, that you don't know for certain. Well, if you do have more questions, let me know later.
Okay.
The Chicago traffic was very bad this morning, so
Nice to have
I was a little late. I could, or I could join this laptop. That's right, share.
Yeah, I do have a question. We talked about invasive species.
I know. It didn't work.
So what did recognize something as invasive, like say the American eel is native to the East Coast, and all of a sudden you find one in Lake Michigan or Flint. Consider that invasive.
So everybody throws around the term invasive, and when you dive into it, there's a lot of different definitions as to what you consider as a species as invasive.
You have we have a question about a Zoom.
The technical definition that a lot of people like to use is that an invasive species is one that is not from a particular area but causes economic harm. So they always throw in the economic aspect into it.
Yeah.
And then another one is the term is like non-native. Okay, so it wasn't there originally, but is there now. But then the other question is it there now naturally? Or was it transported there by people? So there's a lot of gray areas surrounding a lot of the definitions of that, which helps, you know, make it all much more convoluted on a topic like that when you're really getting diving. I mean, my personal definition for invasive is a species in a particular area due to human involvement. And in the case of the American eel, I would say, no, I think naturally it was here. And that it could actually be here, and that if people never evolved, would American eel be in Lake Michigan, and everything else is the same, I would say, yeah, they would be. We actually have good information that American eel were fairly common on the Des Plaines River in the 1860s. Because Kennicott wrote about them way back then. And I mean, he mentioned it, says, well, this is interesting, but then it didn't seem like, oh, this is crazy, no, they're here, but no, yeah, they're here. So apparently there were a fair number of American eels here, you know, 100 years ago.
I just wondered if like Great Lake, and the opening of canals and things that weren't here that predated the Europeans. So once the Europeans arrived, because that's when non-natives were introduced.
Yeah, and a lot of people do that, but the problem is with the I&M Canal opened in the 1840s, 1850s, and we didn't have great fish surveys prior to that. So it's very hard to know, unlike some other canal projects that have opened up. So we don't have the data to know for certain. is part of the problem, and that's the same thing with the smallmouth buffalo. It's like, oh, there's only records around Chicago. Clearly, it was the Chicago canals that did this. But the problem is, we know that they've been in Wolf Lake and Lake Calumet for 150 years, and haven't moved much. So they could have been there prior to the canals and not moved much. So what does that mean? I mean, so that's.
You have to go.
It's difficult. Now, some other things like round goby that are originally from Black Sea in Europe, all of a sudden pop up in, outside Detroit. Like, okay, yeah, we think we know that. We'll call that one invasive. That was built. Like, they ain't quagga mussels, zebra mussels. So some are simple, some are not, and then throw in climate since we're doing this. Talk a little bit. Throw in climate change.
Yeah.
Our species invasive because of climate changes in the north, because we know we're coming out of a glacial period, and all species have been moving north for around here for 15,000 years. Right, but they're moving north faster, possibly due to anthropocenic climate change. All right, got it. Is that then an invasive species? Yeah, so that, I mean, that gets into a weird area that starting into psychology problems that levels. That's all.
Thank you. Yeah, I got it. This is kind of various things of fish and biology, but are there any buffalo? Or is it just smallmouth buffalo? In Great Lakes? Because there's a lot of buffalo, northern buffalo populations. I'm just wondering why they're big mouth buffalo and black buffalo.
Big mouth buffalo are considered native to the Great Lakes in our presence, not in human records. There are records for black buffalo and smallmouth buffalo, which a lot of people think are introduced. But they're in this area, are they actually introduced? And it is weird because they are mostly around Chicago. The black buffalo and smallmouth buffalo around Chicago, but there's also some populations like Erie. For some of these too. So then again, Lake Erie has natural connections as well. So there's land there. And in many respects, they would find like Erie more to their light also. But these black buffalo and smallmouth buffalo records go back to Fords of Richardson. So we know that they've been there since the 1800s. And they haven't moved. There are some new records for black buffalo up in Wisconsin, near Portage, Wisconsin. It's a Portage area, and it's a water connection between the Great Lakes.
Yeah, I hadn't heard that. Then they were.
Yeah.
The way we encountered.
Yeah, so if you, around here, so the upper Mississippi, okay, I do all time. Yeah. And then in Lake Calumet.
Got it. You gotta double
You can get all
the
three.
box. Open that.
We'll have to invite you every year.
I know, right? Job secure.
All right, I know this,
Okay.
please, over.
There was a great discussion going on and I missed it.
You'll have to watch the video.
Yes, I will.
If it's still recording. It's still recording.
Well, thank you for the delay. Sorry to interrupt on the discussion. So I feel like an imposter a little bit because I'm gonna actually talk about every single lake in the region except Wolf Lake. But it's all connected to each other. So I'm gonna talk a little bit about a historical ecology project that I've been working on for the past 2 years about the Lake Calumet region and Watershed that focuses on understanding the past water pollution and quality conditions prior to the Clean Water Act of 1972. I might have to control from back here.
I can, maybe you could do that.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. So as you all know by now, this is the Calumet region. Oh, does that work?
That's.
I really know what I'm doing.
We'll try.
That one. Oh, it's
Got the ad.
It's not a PowerPoint, right?
It is a PowerPoint. PowerPoint, but, or PDF.
Yeah, it's just a click right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I'll scroll.
All right, one
Go ahead.
problem after another. But so the region I was interested in studying was the Lake Calumet watershed, and it all started at Wolf Lake. When I was there 2 years ago on a field cohort with one of the classes I was in at the University of Chicago, and was kind of baffled at the diversity of fish species in Wolf Lake and wondered how did they get here since it was so disconnected from everything else, which jump-started this project. Let's scroll a slide. I think it might have to be the scroll on the top of the mouse. Scroll. Oh, yeah, there we go. Yeah, I think that's it. Okay, perfect. So the overall question I had is, how can we understand the quality of water prior to the Clean Water Act, prior to monitoring of the region, given its industrial history in the Calumet? And next slide, please. So I decided to do this in two methods. One was using historic maps and geography to look at how the watershed has changed over time due to dredging, slag fill, industrialization, and then also look at water quality using retroactive biomonitoring. So if everyone's familiar with Rachel Carson, she kind of started this movement back in the 60s using eggshells and feathers and using parts of museum specimens and animals, and then processing it to find out the concentration of different chemicals and heavy metals. Recently, there's been more work using museum specimens, specifically fish, which were behind the other sciences in terms of birds and shells, because they sit in liquid preservatives over time, and this can affect the quality of doing these type of tests. But recent papers have been done working with coal ash in certain rivers and streams in West Virginia and Oklahoma, taking tissue samples from these museum specimens, and then finding out the concentration of contaminants over time. So my goal was to do that within the Calumet region, and using that as a proxy for what the water quality might have been like, given the historical maps, including waste and industry along rivers and streams. So a lot of the work was going through old USGS maps, looking at land transects. It might be a little bit hard to see from back there, but the earliest one we have is from 1893. It's a little bit zoomed out, but this is the quote unquote complete watershed prior to a lot of the landfill, but already we can see some slots built out into the Calumet River that were used for various industries and shipping. But at the point, we can still see Hyde Lake, which was what was in between Wolf Lake and Lake Calumet, and Wolf Lake and George Lake were still largely connected. As we move forward in time, in 1929, we see a lot more industrialization, more population. We see Hyde Lake turn completely into a marsh. And again, moving forward in time, we just continue to see the straightening of these waterways, the reduction of water size, and the removal of certain marshes between these water systems up until 1991, which is what it essentially looks like today in terms of the fishbone structure of Lake Calumet with all of the inlets, and then the complete removal of Hyde Lake, reduction of George Lake and Wolf Lake as well. So I digitized all of the USGS maps to look at the change in water connectivity and area size. So overall, we can see that there is a large decrease in area of water, but an increase in perimeterization. This is mainly due to the fragmentation of these water bodies and marshes. So that's like with Powderhorn Lake and Wolf Lake, although they were never technically connected, but a lot of these systems that were once connected through marshes have now been separated. And then edge density was another thing that I looked at, which is a fancy way to say the relationship between the edges of these water bodies. And what we would assume is that this would actually go up because of how they're more fragmented and increase in size. But I predict that because of the straightening of a lot of these waterways, this actually decreased over time as well. So if we overlay them, we can see from darkest to what it originally was up to the lightest color blue of modern day, this watershed has changed drastically. And this is just part of the picture and looking at what the water quality could have been like and what these habitats that the fish were living in. So this was a 42% overall reduction in area in the watershed. And again, a majority of this is landfill. Slide, please. So this was the other part of the historic mapping. There's a lot going on here. But basically all these different colors is just a representation of the different waste and dumping areas in the region. Over 50% of it is due to steel mill activity. So that's slag. I'm sure a lot of you know, but it's the byproduct of the steel making process, and it's in liquid molten form, or it can be hardened and dumped. But all around Wolf Lake, a lot of this was dumped and is made for more land, again, out in Whiting. We can see all of that. It used to be Lake Michigan, but then was turned into more land for more steel making. But what I enjoy most about mapping the waste is you can see the previous outline of Lake Calumet and where they dumped it in. And there were railroad tracks that went along this as well, purely to cart out the molten slag and then dump it into these marshlands and these lakes to create more land.
This looks like it should be framed, like Wright or something. I don't know.
It was very challenging
Yeah.
picking the different colors for it, because
Right.
no matter what colors you pick, it's very alarming.
I need that. I need
Yeah.
a copy of it.
So the second half of the project was doing retroactive biomonitoring. This was a majority of the work, mainly because I had to go out and catch fish, which I didn't know how to do prior to this project. So the time was me out on the lake. I went to Wolf Lake 16 times trying to catch a fish. I did not catch a largemouth bass, which is why it's not included in the project. But I'll get it one day. So the overall methods and goal for this was to take museum specimens from the Field Museum and then the Illinois Natural History Survey, combined with the modern fish that I caught in these watersheds as well, to take tissue samples, test those tissue samples for the concentration of heavy metals. Oh, there's a duplicate. This is one of my favorite pictures of me fishing. This is actually inside the Metropolitan Water District building along the Calumet River. They have these huge grates that are the water intake. I think it's above or beneath the St. Lawrence Bridge. And a lot of fish actually like to go and hide in there for shelter. And when I was out fishing, a couple of the workers there invited me inside to go and fish through the grates in these big tanks to try to catch some fish. I didn't catch any, but it was still very fun. But the fish I decided to go with was largemouth bass, mainly just because that's what the museum reserves had and what I was able to catch. I tested a variety of different heavy metals in these fish, but the ones I was able to quantify with my methods were cadmium, copper, and zinc. And I'm currently trying to see if I can get lead as well. So these were the locations in which I caught the fish along with the historic specimens. One of the fish actually from the Field Museum, I think was caught by Meek, who you mentioned, that I was able to take a sample from, which was very exciting. But again, most of it, I did have some historic specimens from Wolf Lake, was not able to catch any. But I categorized these different bodies of water as Lake Calumet, the Calumet River, and then Little Calumet River, of which I analyzed the specimens. And I was able to catch 24, which is a very sad number, and then use 97 museum specimens. And again, this is an overview of what I did. This is me out on the Calumet River. After catching the fish, I then wanted to recreate what a fish sitting in preservatives was like, to compare the modern specimens to the historic specimens. So each of them sat for 40 days in formaldehyde. And then after that, I would dissect a portion of muscle tissue just below the dorsal fin from all the specimens, both the modern ones and the museum ones. And I developed my own digestion protocol, which is taking nitric acid and parts of the fish tissue and turning it into liquid form, so that I can measure the heavy metals using intercoupled mass spectrometry. I know there's a chemist in the room, so I can talk more about the methods later if that's of interest to people. But essentially, it's taking the liquid form of the fish tissue and then getting an isotopic reading of what elements are in that liquid. So the overall results, so far, I'm able to test the fish from 1976 and then modern day. I picked 1976 because this is the oldest point in time in which we have both water quality data and the fish I caught. Overall, we found that the Little Calumet River had significantly higher levels of cadmium, zinc, and copper, both in 1976 and in the modern day specimens. Specifically with zinc, it was higher. But like I said, I'm still processing the rest of the 97 specimens so that I could get a broader reach over time beyond 1976 to modern day. But as it suggests, it's not great. As Seth showed earlier, a lot of these fish have pollutants and contaminants in them that we don't want to eat, although most people do. Kind of looking at future steps, as I mentioned, processing the rest of the fish I have. I also want to dig more into the historic water quality data to see if I can couple this with what I'm finding in the fish. All of this is very correlative. It's historic ecology, so I'm only able to work with what specimens I have and the tools I have. So there'll never be a definite answer as to why these certain fish had higher levels of these elements in parts of the river at certain periods in time. But the overall goal is to continue to map where specific industries were along these waterways and find out what elements or heavy metals that these industries were associated with to see if there is an overall trend over time. And so the main way so this is one of the only Illinois water reports I've looked at thus far, but it's hard to work with. I'd love to hear from the water quality data people later today. But there's the grading system for the quality of water is not very conducive to the type of measurements that I'm taking. So we know that back in 1976, the water quality was bad. But being able to correlate that between the certain levels and concentrations of cadmium, zinc, and copper that I found, it's very correlative. But the next part, moving on in the future, is with identifying individual industries. So I'm going back through Sanborn maps in the region, as we see here. So those were fire insurance maps that were used up until about the 1950s in the Chicago region. That'll tell you the type of industry, all the way down to the details of how many furnaces there were, what type of building material was used. So I'm going through these records. And then if you want to press the next slide, and overlaying them onto modern maps onto the river to see what industries were actually in these regions, and hopefully quantifying how many were along the river. Another part of this is using other resources I have available. So the Sanborn maps aren't all inclusive. I'm looking through tax records to find out who owned what, but I'm also going through old photographs, other data I can find, and finding out which industries were along the river. So this post right here is actually this large black dot on this side. So that's kind of how I'm trying to piece together what was here way back when those fish from the museum were swimming. But that's the overall project. It's very, I'm trying to combine geography and science, but it's all very big and very washy, but all on the goal to understand what the Lake Calumet watershed looked like. A lot of people helped me out with this, the Illinois Natural History Survey, the Field Museum for access to specimens. I did this with 2 labs at the University of Chicago, and I also recruited a lot of friends to help me come and catch the fish, although we were not super successful. But if anyone has any questions.
You need to come fishing with the Cub Scouts.
I do, yeah. I've gotten marginally better at fishing, but marginally, so.
Well, copper and zinc are both the essential nutrients. So as well as being potentially toxic.
Yeah.
Do you know anything about the tolerance limits of fish for these metals study?
I don't know the tolerance of each fish off the top of my head. I do know that I was sampling muscle tissue right below the dorsal fin, and a lot of times those nutrients are concentrated in the liver of the fish. But that was a bit more invasive in terms of dissecting them from the museum specimens. So I opted just to go with the muscle. But from the concentrations that I did find, they're well below the limit of human. Like if you were to eat these fish, they're below the concerning limit for humans to eat, but I don't know about the fish specifically.
And I guess at least on your modern fish, you ought to study the tissues that you're expecting to have the highest concentration. See if it correlates with the muscle.
Yeah, the only issue with that is that when we're comparing the historic to the modern ones, we want to make sure that I'm not comparing the liver to the muscles to try and keep it muscle. But yeah, for the modern ones, since I caught them, I can kind of dissect them as much as I. So
there is a comment from Seth. I'll add, I have collected them, and I'm not sure, this is 1017. I wonder if this came from your. I might have been not. seeing
Yeah, I think
this.
that was the past.
Is that the past one? Okay. Okay, here's one for you, from Holly Hudson.
Yeah.
Can you see? Oh, Adara, CMAP has some historic documents associated with development of the area-wide WQ management plan, late 1970s, 1980s, may include WQ data. That's helpful to you?
Yeah, I think there's a second half. to the
Have you
other-
gotten historic WQ data from Metropolitan Water Reclamation District?
I have not, mainly because, or at least for the Wolf Lake, I didn't focus too much on Wolf Lake just because I wasn't able to study the fish from Wolf Lake specifically. But no, that is a very good point. I'll look at it.
That's Holly Hudson, I'm seeing it. Okay.
So Adara, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You go,
Great.
Holly.
Great. So yeah, with the area-wide water quality management plan, there were lots of studies done because it was right after the Clean Water Act was passed. They're in our archives somewhere. I will put in an order to get them back. But it might have had like the Calumet River Basin. Like we did, I wasn't there then, quite way back then, but there were all the different basin studies. So Calumet River, Kankakee River, et cetera. So, and then I know MWRD was, I know they have historic, at least fish. I know I've seen fish data, so I would imagine they'd have some water quality data in some of these river systems that may overlap as well with your study area. So, need your contact information.
Yes, I can try.
Or I can also put mine here in the chat, so you can give me a holler.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you so much.
Can I ask, you're studying, is it through a college or for something or for a master's or what?
Yeah, so this was,
I missed that piece.
yeah, this was my undergraduate thesis at the University of Chicago, but I'm trying to publish it. So that's why I'm going through the specimens still and trying to get catch some more fish as well, so I can increase the data set.
So you're still in school?
No, I graduated.
You graduated?
Yeah.
And what do you do now?
I actually worked at INHS this past summer as a fisheries technician. So out catching fish on Lake Michigan and doing the creel survey. But now I'm a substitute teacher.
Okay.
So, yeah. Any other questions?
Just one comment. I mean, I think the historical survey of what it is incredibly valuable. If you ever get that published, people use it forever. The only issue is the fish are measuring smallmouth bass, smallmouth bass or
Largemouth bass.
largemouth. There, as far as I know, you are what you eat. And the question is, how does copper or zinc, the environment, get into the fish? And if they're eating smaller fish, does either copper or zinc accumulate, or is it the invertebrates that they eat, or is it the plants that those eat? And you have a trail somewhere along that way. I don't think copper or zinc are really very, I may be wrong. I'm not a fish biologist, but well, okay, right now. But there are things you can look up as to the way the liver gets more than the metals. But there are also some really good studies. You may just switch fish species to get a better, even though there are fewer of them in the museum, you might get a much better record of some of these things. And of course, mercury does well, but that may not be the primary one.
Yeah, most of the studies that have done this type of work focus on mercury because you can assume that goes up biologically, not from what's in the preservatives as well. That's another question with a lot of these jars have metal lids, and could that be leaking into the fish tissue as well? But I went with largemouth bass just because it was the most robust. The only secondary one was the pumpkin seed perch, but even then it was not as broad of a time frame, and then the geographic spread as well. But to answer your first question, operating again there are a lot of assumptions that go into this, and it's not at all a clean cut. The ideal world would be if I could do a study where I have 30 years and I put a fish in a jar of preservatives and each year take out a little bit and test it. But just given what we have, I was assuming that since they're all the same species and they're living in the same area, that these metals, if they were in the environment, whether that's observe like through the fish or through what they eat, that it would still be reflective of that environment. But then, of course, there's also the issue of migration of these fish. And, you know, sure, a fish that I catch in the Little Calumet might actually have lived most of its life in Lake Michigan or the Calumet River. And so that's always something to consider. But it was interesting in the data that from where these fish were caught, there was a correlation with the heavy metals we found. So
Might be able to do sediment in those areas.
yes, yeah.
That'll still.
Was there a question over there?
I think we're over time.
Oh, sorry.
No. Oh, is there time for one more question?
Yes, definitely, go ahead.
Okay, I was just curious, your work with the Sanborn maps and tax records of particular industries and particular locations. Do you happen to correlating the particular toxic substances you find in the fish with actual industries there, like for example, along the Calumet industrial corridor? Is that, yeah?
Yeah, that's the goal is to,
Along those things.
yeah, yes.
Is that, are you gonna be able to do that, the available resources? That's a very exciting goal.
Yeah, so with the Sanborn maps is like, it'll tell me the footprints of the building, and then with the tax records, I can then find out who owned that and then what industries were there. And then it's again, it's very a basic correlation between what industry was this and then what type of pollutants did they most likely be into the environment. So it's broad level, but that's the path association.
Yeah. I hope there's people in the audience that can help you with your project too.
Great. Well, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
There's a lot of things going on at University of Chicago and represented today. I think it's time for a little break, so 5 minutes. And then we'll resume.
Michael is there. There's a comment for those in the chat. David Swords isn't presenting, I didn't see him, okay, so we should just let people know, because he's at them. Okay, I know. Let me, here, you want to see the?
No,
Oh, can you see it? Oh, you can see it.
No, well, we're all.
So scroll up.
Yeah, when I reached out to
That one, I think is yours.
But there's like a, when I used to work on patients, there's a pattern that's like. You so many.
He can carry you where Leslie took a break.
You know Gary Lumber? Yeah. No.
It's very temperamental.
Yes, it, yours or the whole system?
Oh, yeah.
That whole cabin.
Yeah, right.
That usually works, but that thing is.
Yeah, we're doing pretty good, and we've got a lot of techies in the room.
Yeah, sure.
So it sounds like.
Now, do you need anything else?
Yeah.
No, just call up my.
Oh, thank you, yeah, thank you.
I don't want, I'll come back.
It took 20 years. But we like raised families in the meantime and all, it was not our day job, so. You know, like-
You didn't say like it was.
A big part of this.
Unless you need to go first.
Oh, no, I'm good. I'm good.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Then everything's.
Right.
So it's like, panels there.
Oh, yeah, sure.
And I called him a new contaminant. I think that's.
Working on that.
Remarkable, but I know it's-
Oh, really?
We did a survey of Great Lakes and got all of.
Absolutely, so there have been studies on effects
We
of
found-
preservatives,
Southeast Texas,
but most of them are septic.
It was.
Which is why I wish someone
That has the highest rate of percent.
And
So
so-
where the hell are those? We
But
couldn't
there's,
figure
the
it
data
out,
shows.
because they're such a small
Unless
species.
there was a net.
They're not in the top, they're not, they don't know where they are. They're-
Yeah,
they're-
the 20th century, there wasn't a significant.
So that's a
Like,
position.
there was a plateau after certain days.
So do they mainly get that through diet or environment?
We believe it's mostly diet.
So it's aquatic insects, they eat little insects, and that's what the scope needs, so yeah.
Oh, it's a, let's go, okay.
Yeah, little tiny insects, just like that, you know, aquatic insect, worms, yeah.
Yep, that's interesting, we weren't as clear on that area. Because we know that tree fallers are filled with these pests because they go into the egg. We actually did a study of live rodent study, PFAS and the Brigham Heights and they went.
They used to.
But they were preferentially, they transferred feeders more rapidly.
And then it just flowed that way.
I mean, this is body. So of course, that's why if you look at female fiber, especially male fibers, lower levels. Fishing. So if you live on a area, you're probably. None of us do, but they do.
Interesting.
That's it. So, you know, that's why you look.
Oh, yeah, sure.
I've been staying in this house and it's flat.
Sure, I mean, if you, it's $30. Yeah, yeah, sure, you can grab one, grab a cup. Yeah, no, happy to, it's interesting about the.
Yeah, it was cool. It was cool.
Yeah, because when we did those for the birds and the script. I wonder if there's. It feels like we're gonna start with these,
Yeah, we want to.
Just, yeah, multifaceted.
But yeah, no,
This is great. What is it?
I don't know, talk about it.
What would be cool is, you know,
Yeah.
let's see, like, I can take. Grabbing like those kind of spot here.
First year, the stream will get high enough that it will flood the beds, but the get rid of like. But it was water.
You know,
Oh.
It's just.
We moved the flooding.
Yeah.
Still got it done.
Yeah.
So that's an idea for another thing, like.
Yeah.
Yeah, he thought last year.
Yeah.
Hopefully I can work.
I think the bedroom that
You see.
It's a lot.
And you get those things like what I've seen around. And.
Yeah. This is the best thing. Usually.
Yeah, I was wondering.
Yeah, the powder horn market, and also that interior. I right, man, my expression there, that's pretty hard. There's a lot of, yeah, I've been from. I was talking to the guys.
Like, worry more about that.
Right, it's all shut down. Yeah. Like, he said, no. We just walked on the. We don't have to tag station there.
Yeah.
That's not fun getting into your too. Floating backpack, you know. Yeah.
It was one of those things where it's like I couldn't get people in. I had to get a geologist to advise me because I wanted to do this. They thought it was too competitive. But it ended up wrong. But I was very, like, I was kind of. But I found it, I was like, oh, yeah. But it's so interesting to how you can access. It's just.
Get a lot of sense.
It's okay. I'm not sure. I gotta look my camera.
Okay, will you, please, sit down?
All right.
No, I think.
Great. Great, perfect. I don't know why I didn't, sometimes when you're.
That's what I did.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. I'm Graham Peasley. I'm going to change the topic from the wonderful world of fish into the world of pollution, which is why I'm never I hate following fish because it's so interesting. And I used to, at age 12, I was going to be a marine biologist because I like the fish so much. And that got washed out of me when I started doing chemistry and then physics. And but it comes full circle because now I know a lot more about Great Lakes fish than before because we've been studying them recently. I work with all this work I'm going to show is due to Esme, my graduate student who did most of the work here. But the collaboration between Valpo and Hope College as undergraduate institutions and Purdue University got the additional grant on this. We got an NIH grant. It didn't get pulled back for some reason, so we're still funded. We're doing 5 years of work in the Northern Lake County region. And the Northern Lake County region, again, just to show a map, is very close to where you live. I cut off most of Wolf Lake, I apologize. But we're thinking about that in terms of the Gary, Hammond, Whiting, and East Chicago, and trying to concentrate on the set of industries here and the particular problems that the region, the communities face. The communities know there's pollution there, they tell us about it. Nobody has done the work except they come in and study it, then they leave and they publish papers. And we are trying to do something a little different, which is why we got funded. We've created a community advisory board. Susan is on it. A few other people around the neighborhood have communicated to us, and we've tried to reach out to local participants. Develop this relationship. Took us 3 years to get funded. Kept on getting turned down, but we managed to develop 3 to 5 years of relationships with the community. We go out sampling and we take students in the area, but this is so we invest in $2 white yellow vests. And nobody talks to you, you've got a yellow vest on. It's amazing what you can go sample. So we collected road sampling dust. What's road dust? It's the thing that's on the side of the road that street sweepers come up if you have street sweepers that get rid of it. And we think that would be a representation of where some of the pollution comes, especially if it's aerosolized, falls back down. They generally don't fall far away. They have big smokestacks that take it into Indiana. But if East Chicago's got pollution, it's going to go a few miles that way. Sometimes hundreds of miles, big smokestacks. But a lot of it will come back to where this area is. And so the industries, their thought process was nobody lives there. Well, that's not true. All the workers they employ live there. Used to be a lot more. There's still several places. But you know that this is a socioeconomically challenged area. And there's a lot of historic pollution there. It's still actually some ongoing.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
Could you, Dr. Peasley's screen is not being seen on Zoom.
Oh, I know why. We have to switch to the, yeah.
Oh, good.
We need to go to Zoom and share the right screen. Can I do that? Share screen. And I want to pick, I have to do that here. Yeah, probably since I have to go here. Start the presentation, then stay after.
Oh, we got it.
Oh, no, that's here, not there.
Oh.
Alt tab.
Thank you.
Now you got it?
I think she can see that one now. Can you see that one now?
Yes, thank you.
Full screen. All right. The tricks you learn. So we sampled about 402 different samples at 332 different sites in literally a day at a time over 5 different sampling seasons over 2 years. We went out with little vials. We don't like plastic because Julie's a microplastic person. We use glass vials. We sample a little bit of scoop, the stainless steel scoop, whatever dirt we can get on the corner. And we teach our students how not to get run over. And we basically go out in teams of 2 and we collect a bunch of data points and we have geotag locations on their cell phones. And they tag what sample it is. We take an ID, we bring them all back. We sieve the samples to get rid of the large, you know, the Cheerios that we got left in there or the rocks, and you get the dust. And that dust will be, especially the fine dust, is representative of what has fallen out. If prior to a lot of people being here, that should just be windborne dust off the Great Plains or glacial till that sort of comes to the surface. We know what that looks like. That's exactly what the area looks like. And then there have been people who have done this method before, or similar methods to it, and have studied this area, but not a lot. There was one good sample where they'd taken some soil samples here and compared the historic glacial till. We have latitude and longitudinal data. We were looking for a bunch of elements, and the technique we use to make it fast is an X-ray element technique. We look at the X-rays and we can get all these metals at once from a single 3-minute run or couple-minute run. We have added a few other elements you can't do with X-rays. The fluorine and the sodium and aluminum silicon, we have to use a different technique. But this is the typical X-ray fluorescence. It's a handheld unit. You can take it out in the field. It's not convenient to do that. It's better to bring the 400 samples back and just run them through in the lab in a couple of days. You can get lots of data, spreadsheets filled with data very quickly. Some of the elements are very interesting. Some of them are just representative natural things. We go a little fancier. We have, I'm a nuclear chemist, so I have techniques that I can look at things that the ordinary chemist can't. And we, for example, my entire life is now transformed into study of fluorine. Why? Anybody like fluorine? It's PFAS. It is per polyfluorinated alkyl substances that's organofluorine, and it is absolutely everywhere. It's the most expensive cleanup the US has ever gonna face. To get all the heavy metals, to get all the asbestos, to get all the PCBs. PFAS is going to be here for the next 500 years, and it's going to be really, really expensive, and it's really, really toxic. But that's a sideline. Okay, well, I'll answer questions about later. We can measure that with something called PIGGY, particle-induced gamma ray emission, and so we did. But we also measure it at the same time. We use an accelerator, which not everybody has. We put the samples in air, and we just run the samples through 3 minutes apiece, and we can get all those metals and all the other elements, chlorine, bromine, and even fluorine now with this technique. So we have them all listed here, just as it's what chemists dream of. You get lots of metals at once. The ICT will do that for you, but there's a lot of chemistry. This has the sample prep of I collected it, I sieved it, and I put it in a bag. I put the bag in front of me. That's the practical physicist's approach. I don't want to do a lot of chemistry. I just want to look at it. And it's a surface technique, but if you have fine powder, it works pretty well. We noticed a couple things right away. When you go a year after year, does the road dust stay exactly the same? Nope. There are such things as street sweepers. Even Gary, Indiana sweeps its streets. Okay, so you don't get great year to year absolute reproducibility. Concentrations change. But the ratio of the concentrations are pretty constant. And in fact, in the same year, we got very reproducible events. As we go between year to year, it's a little less so. And it gets less than 50% reproducibility in terms of absolute aggregate amounts on some of that sort of thing. So there's seasonal variability, but there's also availability to see, you know, is there any change over the couple of years we study it? And that's also interesting. The first thing we did is we studied all the elements that we could get to, and our measurements are the gold stars, and the gold stars are compared to historical measurements of this particular element, which I can't even find: zinc, lead, nickel, manganese. You know, mercury we didn't study, but there hasn't been many studies of it. But copper's been studied, and zinc, where is that? That was out here. A lot of elevated zinc in the area, a lot of elevated copper in the area, which is why you do have them in fish, I suspect. But we also look for correlations between these metals once you found them. Once you identify what's there and how much is there, these are compared to historical averages. And the paper before us did a pre-1990 and post-1990 separation. And if you look at something like lead, this is post-1990, this is pre-1990. Guess what? The lead emissions when we banned lead in 1980 have gone down, okay? And that's reflected in what's seen in the dirt, okay? We got measurements about here, which is, a little high for that, but this is over a whole area, which does include Northern Lake County, but a whole larger area. And that says that Northern Lake County hasn't come down as much as the rest of the country. That's because there's still an active source of lead. And that big the Archipel chimney out there is producing permitted levels of lead, which is greater than the 49 other states. Okay, that one smokestack has more permitted lead out the stack than any of the 49 states in the United States.
Where is that at?
It's the one that sticks out in Lake Michigan there. The Archipel is the original name. It's now owned by different steel mill making industries. But that's lead coming out that smokestack. And there's a lot of other things, but lead is the trace element people worry about. So we have more permitted lead in Indiana than anywhere else, but also Indiana now leads the nation in steel production. Don't know if you knew that, Pittsburgh went away. So we are actually doing a lot of 25% of the country's steel. That means we still have a lot of that, and it's permitted, and they've also exceeded the permit every day they've done it. They pay a $5,000 fine every year and keep going. So there's a lot of lead coming out there. Do we see lead in the soil? Yep, we do. We see fairly highly elevated levels of lead, but it's not as high as it historically was. Okay, so that means there are a few industries that are polluting. It does get buried with time. We did some simple tests. We're chemists. We like looking at things like rubidium versus potassium, rubidium versus sodium, sodium versus potassium, all these things. And that's because these elements should all look alike, and they're not really pollutants. The salt, rubidium and potassium salt, they're all salts. They should be from the rock. They should be going back to rock, and they should all correlate with each other. And they correlate pretty nicely for environmental samples, which means that I'm measuring some earth, and the earth gives me the right result. That's good news. Manganese and iron are correlated. Those are two separate metals. And what you'll notice is that they're very tightly correlated. That's because chemically they are very similar when they're out in the environment. They behave very differently in the body, but they both are nutrients in the body. But at the levels we see, they're not nutrients anymore. They're toxins. We've got so much out there. But it's hard to get poisoned by iron, right? It just sits on the ground. And unless you're eating the dirt, you're probably not, you're okay. But you have plenty of iron without it. You don't need extra. So we went through, and this is the data, not just compared to old data. These are our data now, just our data. We have data for all these elements that we can then plot, and we can make it for other people to study and see this. The reason we're doing this is it's part of a larger project to look at the impact on people's lives and their health. And so our collaborators at Purdue are actually going into homes, they're talking to people, and they're going to measure some properties that we think will, health effects that we would do surveys and actually some tests that show the health effects that the population is exposed to. We're going to try and tie it to this pollution that they're exposed to. And metals are easy to do, so we did that first. We're also studying a bunch of organics, PAHs and other such things. And unintentionally, we'd study some PFAS, by the way. And so the first round is to measure what's there. That was my job. So I went out, and I don't like having to measure people. They don't hold still. But if you grab dirt from anywhere and you've got a baseline, then what you do is you go into people's houses and you take vacuum cleaner dust and you compare what the concentrations are in vacuum cleaner dust to what they see on the roads. So first order, they should be the same. If there's a pollutant inside the house, you'll see that it's higher in the house than outside, like bromine. We get brominated flame retardants in the house. We bought them there ourselves. We bought that couch, that's why it's there. We don't see bromine out in the environment because we don't have a bromine mine around here. Nearest one is Grand Rapids. Okay, so we can see elements that come from the house out, and then we're looking for elements. If there's a high lead concentration in the neighborhood, does it get into your house? Well, the answer is yes. You track dirt in, it blows in through the cracks in the windows and things like that. But you also paint your house with lead. And we found a tremendous example of that in Whiting when that EPA Superfund site expanded. It's the one at Federated Metals one right outside the door here. It expanded suddenly 4 blocks north. How did that happen? Well, they did their testing. And, oh my gosh, the soil's contaminated all the way into Whiting. So they expanded the region. Well, what we found is when we tested there is that the soil was not along the street or not from a concentric circles. It was lining where all the garages used to be. Because that part of Whiting was built in 1915, all the lead paint was put on the old garages, they've all been knocked down. And the alleyways are coated with old lead paint all over the place. Just all of the Midwest has that, but South Bend's got a study there first. But knowing to look for that geographically, you can say that lead didn't come from the Federated Metal site. But this big circle of concentrated metals coming from that, going northeast actually. But Whiting is off the edge of it, and that's a separate area. And in fact, there'll be people with houses with lead everywhere. So it's a subtlety, but it helps to explain to people, yeah, they've still got lead poisoning, you gotta worry about that lead paint. But it's a different source, and there are things you can do about it. We're very much into what's a solution you can do. You can wait for the federal government to do something. Okay, so that's the sport joint today. You could mulch it. You can actually get just be aware it's there and make sure that you do cleanliness coming in and out of the house, keep the gardens covered and all that sort of stuff. So we're very much into practical solutions. Cool. Does that mean I'm over time? So we also then started looking at pictures. This is a picture of lead in the area where and the size of the circle is where we found more lead. There's lead down here. I mean, and what's amazing is some of these things are 14% lead. This wasn't hard to measure. We measure part per million. This is 143,000 parts per million. Natural soils in this area should be about 3% lead. No, I'm sorry. This is iron. Sorry, not iron. Iron. 14% iron. No, lead's the previous slide. This one is iron. 14% iron is a lot. We see iron in glacial soils about 3%. So it's 5 times elevated in iron. Iron's a nutrient. It's not that bad. It's not very toxic. But when you see things like this is evidence of slag and decay of slag. And you guys just saw the previous slide where a lot of slag is being dumped into. There's a lot of iron here, and it's not. It's a pollutant as well as, but one we don't worry about. There's no real limits on it except the government. But typically 3 to 4% in soils. We're seeing up to 14% in downtown Gary. I mean, you could take that and mine it. That might be a useful thing, but it's likely to do the steel production. We also looked at manganese, and guess what? The manganese and the iron look very similar, right? That's because they're correlated chemically, and they both come from iron mining. And if I go to chrome, yeah, you'll see the chrome is these light blue things. They're also correlated very nicely. Iron, manganese, and chrome turn out to be byproducts of steel making, and they're co-located in this region. And that was the first thing we discovered with these things when we started just making plots. And then we got sophisticated. We want to do a better geospatial analysis, and we looked at what other people had done about this inverse distance weighting and making maps. And you had some beautiful ArcGIS maps. Here we do the same sort of thing. This was a paper from 2024 that had looked up at Michigan City. Where did these things come from? And they made maps that looked like this. They make contour maps. So we tried doing the same thing. This is all my graduate student because it's beyond my knowledge. But we actually looked at the area and began making contour maps. This is more useful to communicate with the community. Okay, you don't have to be a scientist to know red means elevated, blue means not elevated, and they're correlated with where downtown Gary is and where these Hammond and East Chicago plants have a lot of steel working. And you can see where it's been. You can see that it's still there, and that's the dust. So obviously it didn't blow all the way. There's plenty of it locally. And we looked from 23 to 24. We don't see large differences, except for the fact that we didn't cover the same measurement. It took us several years to get all these points. When you smooth over it, and this is called empirical Bayesian kriging. God knows what that means, but they've smoothed it over very carefully. We can then start to look at things that are beyond what I'm going to talk about. Geoaccumulation index and contamination factor. This is how long it's there and how likely it is to cause concern. This is potassium, I think, something that was not dangerous. Potassium, that's salt. It comes along with sodium chloride, but sometimes it's called rock salt, maybe. And there's more of it in the slag areas here, but it's not terribly toxic. It doesn't last long. It doesn't have any a real danger to it. So you can generate these maps, and then you can compare it to something that you don't like. And this is a complex one, chrome, copper, and zinc. Go back to those things that are steel production. And again, even in different years, we saw the same pattern of a large pattern like this for, this was a different element. This is the copper and zinc, and you see these, this double lobe pattern. This is chrome, I think is which one? Zinc and standing from it, chrome. So the chrome does look a little bit different when you do this mapping. So I said it looked the same from just looking at the points. The chrome actually has a slightly different distribution. There is another source of chrome coming out in that. So these data already exist for all the elements we've looked at. This has just gone into something that we think people will read. You can look at elemental hotspots. This is where Superfund sites are done here. And I'm trying to find out lead. Lead, of course, is very toxic. So that's the one that people regulate. We look for EPA limits in soil. They've reduced what's allowable. It should be close to 0. There's some background lead. There'll always be a few ppm in glacial till, but it shouldn't be anywhere near what we're getting of. We got a sample at 842 ppm. That's a lot. 400 is the old rule. 200 is the new rule. We got an average, 147. We got several that are very close to that 200 ppm average in the soils, but that's not nearly as high as it was 30 years ago. That is down in the soil. Soils keep on blowing dust in from the Great Lakes in the region. You're going to pile that up. The soils on the topsoil are less leaded than they used to be. And that's good news, because we're not going to be able to move all the soil. So burying it without more soil lead coming in is good. But there are still active sources of it, and we still get hotspots, which are presumably leftovers from the steelmaking process or wind blowing. We found one fun one. We measured fluorine because we could, and this is where you get incidental information. There's a hotspot of fluorine right there. Anybody know what's that part of Gary? If you look very carefully, you'll see the runways right there. And as a PFAS scientist, PFAS are used in firefighting foams. And so we said, oh, Gary Airport has firefighting foams. Sure, they got 3 trucks. One of them is a foam truck. In case there's an airplane accident, put foam down. I said they must be practicing with it. Then we did the full analysis, and it's not the right type of PFAS. It's the wrong type of PFAS. So it can't be the airport. So it's right next to it. What's right next to it? Then I went to the EPA, just Googled it, and there's a whole bunch of Superfund sites right there. And if you go through those parking lots, they're not even gated. There are big 55-gallon drums of all sorts of technical word, crap, I can say that, that are sitting sort of housed there. One of them listed in the EPA website saying, "Oh, it has some PFAS." We think, yeah, it has, because that's where you see an enormous amount of PFOA, and PFOA is not used. It's not the predominant ingredient in AFFF, the firefighting foam, so it is an industrial use of that. There are plenty of industrial uses of AFFF, and that's why I worry about your fish studies, because fish bioaccumulate PFOS, particularly in firefighting foam, but they also accumulate some of the ones you showed in the list of the fish were not edible or shouldn't be eaten. They were C10 and C11s, the long chain carboxylic acids. This site has those things in it, and those will get into lakes and streams as well. And so it's a equal opportunity contaminant. It'll get everywhere, and it gets into humans wonderfully. So we want to worry about that. But this is a lesson learned, because in my vanity, I said, "Oh, I know what that is. That's the airport." And we're about to go invade the airport and try to get the examples. But then we found out what type of PFAS it was. I gave you a clue, not from my analysis, but my graduate student would do that. We went and found out it was a different type of source. So all these things lead to wonderful information for the community. They want those Superfund sites to continue to be active. They're all sort of dormant because there's not a lot of funding going into them. And they're literally still spilling contamination out from the Superfund sites onto the street dust. And that street dust doesn't care where it goes, right? They sweep it up, they put it, so the fact that they still sweep is good. But as the wind blows, that's going across everybody's yard, and it's loaded with these contaminants as well. So knowing these sort of things would be useful for the community. The community does have some environmental lawyers out of Northwestern that are working with them. There are resources you can bring to bear. If you call it to people's attention, the companies tend to try to clean it up. Lots of stories about that. We're tracking, what academics do. We measure everything versus everything and make heat maps. And this is where iron, manganese, and chrome are well correlated with each other. This is the one-to-one correlation. This is where they correlate with each other. And those three seem to be coming in from a source, which we will call iron production, steel production. But there's also chrome that isn't there and is associated with other things. And you find weird correlations that you didn't expect. And I don't know why they're all correlated, some I can't guess, but we can learn from most of that. Sorry, I'll end up with just a page of conclusions. The results are consistent with previous studies. People have done this before. This is just a new one in 2024, which are 23, 24, which you think is going to be useful. We've made it publishable. We've submitted this for publication already. We're trying to get it reviewed and out by the end of the year. The heavy metal contamination is definitely present in this area, above non-urban areas, relatively high compared to the rest of the US. There are signs that pollutants are less abundant 30 years ago, lead, for example, but geospatial analysis can confirm that we're continuing to get deposition of these metals above and beyond what Valparaiso gets, or Hobart. Those are also industrialized, but they don't have this level. The road sweeping technique is cheap and easy. These are all students that can collect it with a spoon and a vial jar. And then the analysis can be automated, and it's a relatively low cost analysis compared to the data we get out of it. They can be used out, and the real reason we did it is that it estimates the outdoor exposure that's existing in the area, and then you're going to measure against the indoor dust. You can see it's being tracked in. Most of them will be tracked in and will correlate. There are also some internal, like lead paint or permanent plate retardants that work their way out of the house. That's what I leave you with, and I don't get invited back because all of it is about pollution and where it is and how lots of it comes back. But I really appreciate anybody in the community who says, you know, what does this mean for community members? And a lot of you work in the services that actually have to service this community as well. And there are people that want to know, is their drinking water okay? As far as we can tell, the drinking water looks pretty good. Okay, but that's you are what you eat and drink. That's a very important thing. So you have to watch that carefully. We've measured lead in the drinking water around here, and it's not bad. There are end users that have leaded pipes at the end, and if you don't leave a tap on for a bit, it will get lead. But if you don't have, there are lead joiners being replaced all the time. So things. But the city of all those cities we've measured the tap water from, on normal days they are running low limits of lead. So the residents want to know, I'm sure it's full of, it tastes awful. I'm worried about taste. I don't know why that is, but I know that the lead of measured so far has been safe. Hasn't been zero, but it's been safe. And that's the same thing. But there are bigger things. There's piles of lead with dust. And so having community gardens suddenly becomes, oh, that's a good idea. But did you check the soil? We both asked that. So we should check that sort of thing. And the lead does go through plants. We buy it, things like that. So those are the ones we're worried about. So this type of information we hope to pass back to the community. This is community engagement event. You guys live in it, we're working on it. And spreading the news that, you know, there's something out there. The residents we've spoken to are very happy that somebody's measuring it and that they will tell them what the results are. We're going to try and individualize it as best we can. But this is the baseline of what's in the area. But then we're also going to look at individual houses and participants and volunteers. They get paid but they're going to volunteer the contents of the back. The neurological tests and the survey tests, all those other things are part of Purdue. I know they exist. I just don't know enough about them. But those are ongoing. Thank you. Questions?
You talked about variability from year to year. I wonder if what is the variability of different teams select from the same block?
We did that too. We actually did have separate teams every time we went out. They're all did that, and we always collected at least 30 from the same location. Then we did a different 100 for others. We did about 120 at a time, and 30 of them were the same locations, which was fine. Separate, done by separate teams. So the variability on those 30 locations, the same day, on the same year, on different years, we measured the variability. And on the same year, by different teams, it was pretty reasonable, in 20% variation. Whereas if we went year to year, it was significantly different. A year later, it was down. The correlation wasn't very strong. So we think that was independent of sampling. We were very careful to fill the entire vial with whatever sediment was available off the road, and that took 3 or 4 shovels to get the glass vial filled. We took replicas, so we always did a second replica sometimes across the street. But we did not see huge variations typically, there was one sample up in Gary again, that was off scale and everything. Somebody put points there, I said, oh, let's put it in. It looked different from all the other samples, and it measured different, it was just something to go off the back of the front. But most of them were identifiable. And the ones that didn't reproduce, we had a good reason, we were out there in Whiting. And the Whiting guy came by and said, what are you guys doing? So he talked to us and spoke to him. He said, you know, that's all new construction, we just put that in last winter. We're like, well, dang, that was very nice, because we sampled and looked really quite different, but they just did a whole cement block on the pots there. So we found things like that didn't correlate well. But I was pretty pleased that the students were just given a metal spoon and or a plastic spoon actually, and a glass container. They just had to fill it all again. There was very little variation if whoever did it and did the same spot at the same time or split samples like that. Well, so that part was encouraging. We hoped it would last 2 or 3 years. As first wrote us is we should do that, but the ratios didn't change much.
Seasonality?
Seasonality is we went fall and spring as well as summer. We did most of the work in the summer, and we did see a difference in some seasonality. I don't know when street sweeping ends or when maybe it rains more than winter here, for example, that will get slightly topsoils. So that's being studied by other people more. They look at the latest seasonality. It's always not taking spring, but it's out. It's supposed to be indoor outdoor season, so people think those are such a house. But I don't know what we'll see for the sort of why it's a whole. Sure.
You mentioned the big smokestack.
Yeah.
I'm curious if it's possible to estimate the proportion, just focusing on the lead that you detected in soils. What proportion of that comes after from below areas?
In a big smokestack like that, I know that one from class assignment we give the students in engineering. How far away does it fall? That depends on 15 parameters, but they'll have engineers look at parameters. So they put 15 parameters in, and proportions don't matter, but the speed is big one, height is not big one. Then distance from it makes a cone. We make a simple model. Almost none of it falls in the immediate area. That's the purpose of smokestack. It got it 60 miles out of it. And so when BP had that little oopsie recently, that really foul smelling cloud in summer, I smelled that south end. Sunday morning I got up and said, who is burning fires? That was BP 60 miles away. And people locally actually got that because the volatile actually put it back down much quicker. But it also didn't go to smokestack. I think it was a short bit that something. It went 60 miles with a high wind. They went straight through south and we smelled it. People east did, but people in Alberta didn't know what happened. Anybody who looked south of Windberg. So I think smokestack is kind of a red herring because that actually displaces it east of Gary, but not far. And it's also now evenly divided over 60 square miles as opposed to street. So I think a lot of this is trucked out slag. The trucks don't have covers that they drive along, they don't, especially in the old days. So, and there are pipes that aren't on smokestack. There are emissions from the plant that aren't on smokestack, not all of it. So I suspect that's where the water is coming from. The real heavy particles could come back down quickly, but I don't think they quite not hurt those just on fish. So that smokestack, I think, isn't where most of it is coming from here. I think it's from the industrial process inside the plant, inflowing, dust, trucks driving it out. That's where most of this. Sure.
So, I guess I'm wondering, I go to all these permit hearings and hear about efforts to clean up what gets pumped into the air.
Yeah.
Not just the one big smokestack, but all the smokestacks that are. So if you were to succeed in cleaning up all that stuff, that noticeably reduce the overall level of lead pollution, soils and waters all around, like, is that a good thing to focus on and tackle?
Yeah, exactly. You've also pointed out the core of my argument. The fact that smokestack didn't put the lid down. There's one in Chicago, 13 miles that way, that's coming directly in here. So we are downwind of Chicago, and so Chicago is Chicago. So everything there is coming over, so anything industrial there is, well, it all falls out. And yes, we have noticed, the air monitoring, a lot of the residents complain of odors. And they're pretty convinced in the evening that the lights are out, everybody opens up the traps and it smells worse, things like that. Which would be a behavioral observation that the companies may be doing, just so you don't see the black smoke from that light. They find it up again. That's the rumor. We haven't been able to prove that, but we have looked for when the EPA monitors, the air is being viewed from advanced air monitors, but they turn them off, and they only do them twice a week, 3 times a week. And so we have purple air monitors, a network of 42,000 in the state of whatever, Illinois, Indiana, and we can measure what they see. It's not exactly the same thing, but we've made a correlation, and we estimated all the days it was off versus all the days they were on. And it's like they're missing a lot of things. Do that. They see one or two peaks. We see it too, and they correlate purple air monitors. But the purple air monitors are there all the time. That's a very interesting study. That was about to be submitted for publication. Purdue folks have done a very nice, and Chris Iceman has done a very nice job.
Is there a discernible difference in the amount, let's say at the ground level, as opposed to second floor or sixth floor or whatever?
Haven't gone up. People have always asked about going down. But what happens if you take it a little deeper? We haven't done that. We have done that. We also haven't gone up. We have been invited to the Gary offices up to the city offices up to the top floors, but we haven't actually collected dust from there. It's outside of what we thought about when we collected it. So it's possible to do, but I'd probably say that for another day. Good idea. You could get from. I do like the idea of measuring the air monitor there, because that's what they love. We are severely underserved by air monitor. I'm going really long, so we should ask it.
One quick question, was the isotope ratio, the percentages that measured like relative to the natural abundance, was it about the same, or was it just because of the industrial process?
It was relatively the same as the previous study. The previous study was showing an industrial area. Now, all of our metals are quite elevated compared to that. So it's definitely an industrial area. It's related, correlated with industrial industry. We can see historical changes in lead levels. The copper is the asphalt.
But what about like the specific isotopes? Was there more like lead 208 versus 207 with steel process?
So we did not try that, but we only looked at elemental concentrations, but technically graded by elemental. I can do isotopes with different methods, but it's more expensive to take time, so we didn't do that. But if you were concerned about that, if we had a reason, we could say the sample. Purdue, for example, is trying to get a Senate for PFAS. They take all my samples down with PFAS. So they're trying to be able to say. So there'll be also other alternatives like that. Lead ratios can tell you stark lead was. Cool. And my email is somewhere on the bottom. If you have questions after that, oops. There's my email, sorry. I'd like to thank all the people, some of them in the room, but that's an email. This has been funded by NIH, and there are a few other people that need lots of acknowledgement, but it's a team effort. And some of these are community members that have actually donated time and effort to sample like that. And they always tell us where we think we should sample. They have great insight. They don't get a lot of dirt there, we should get it. But thank you for your time. Didn't look at the chat. Didn't Zoom functions go on?
Yeah. It'll be, if you stand in front of there, it'll be you.
Okay.
Or you have something to put on or not?
I used to bring my car. If you can keep those.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. My name is David Harnish, and I am several things here. I'm the library director of the college, but I also work in the science department. I'm the lab coordinator, and I teach chemistry and a few other miscellaneous classes. I'm the one who takes care of coordinating the sampling of the chemistry of the water samples that our volunteer collectors get. And so I'm just going to very briefly just go over our program. Dr. Choi from Purdue Northwest is the one that correlates all the information that I send him. So I don't have any specifics on the data to really share with you other than just very general comments. But if you would like to receive the data that I send out every month, when we run the sampling, we do it from April through October. I have a display over there by the food, which I see where people are looking over at food. I'll be very brief, I promise. I'm not gonna do the quiz. I was gonna do a 5-question essay test, but we're not gonna do that. So I put my business card over there. So if you would like the data, just send me an email and I'll just add you to the distribution list of the data. All right, so here we go. So the water testing or water sampling and testing program is a 10-year effort.
Sorry to interrupt again. Are you able to share the screen via Zoom?
I guess it's off again. Stand by.
Again.
Thank you.
All right, probably need someone to help out.
Who is our Zoom expert?
Where did it go? Oh, you got it. You did it last time for that one. Thanks. This wasn't in my.
I'll check it out.
That's
It's a fun one.
what the note. Got it? I never figured.
Okay, maybe more than once.
We don't have a time.
That's the presentation. Share that.
That's looking
Now you
good.
got it. Holly?
Are we transmitting?
Holly, does it work?
Yes, thank you very much.
All right,
Goodness, for
back to the
Holly.
show.
Holly's keeping us on our toes.
Okay, so as I was mentioning, this is a 10-year sampling and testing effort. And the testing is done in 5 different general areas, as you can see on the screen there. The Wolf Lake area, Lake George, Powderhorn Lake, Indian Creek, and Eggers Grove. And we have different numbers of collecting points at some of those locations. Joey Hines, who's a local resident who is one of our samplers, put together a drone presentation to kind of give you an overview of where these areas actually are. So I'm going to go ahead and pop that on. We'll cross our fingers it's working again. Okay, well, because of time, we'll skip that because I'm not sure if I want to play with the controls on that. If you would like the copy of the PowerPoint so you can get to the video clip again, just take my card and I'd be happy to send that to you. But basically what Joey did, he took a drone and just overflew the various areas. You can actually see the waterways that they're collecting at. But we also have some still pictures here as well. Okay, so our team is Dave Mature, who's back there, Joey Hines, who I just mentioned, Joe Krusek, and then Lisa, who's right over there trying to keep our technology working over there. So during any breaks or lunch, if you have any specific questions about the areas themselves, because I'm really only handling testing the some of the chemistry of the water samples, but they're the ones that actually are very familiar with the areas. They can certainly probably answer any question you have on that. As I mentioned, we do this starting in April. We do it during the third week of the month. And so we just finished up this last year in October. All right, and so Lisa sent some photos last year for my presentation. I've got some new ones in here as well. So this is showing her collecting the samples. What happens is that each sampler is given a water collecting jar and a pH meter and a dissolved oxygen meter. And it's in a little box kit. They just take it with them. And so they collect the water from the areas they have. Some of them are rather simple to get. Some of them are a little more involved to get. Again, they can probably kind of give you some insight onto that. Some of them have also come up with some very interesting devices to be able to get down into the water to get the sample. So this is being done at Wolf Lake, and is that Indian Creek? Yeah, Indian Creek there. All right, and then here we have the checking of the oxygen at Powderhorn. So each tester comes out with a portable dissolved oxygen meter and registers that right there. They have to do that right there because it's temperature dependent. At the same time, they'll also get the water temperature as well. Okay, and then here's just a shot of Indian Creek from this year, and also Wolf Lake, where that's being done at. So some of these are done right at the shore, some of them are done off piers. It just depends on the area there. Okay, again, more dissolved oxygen testing. And then I like this from Lisa. Her particular location is a bit challenging trying to get the container into the water. And so she connects it to a golf club each time and picks up the water that way. So after they have done their dissolved oxygen test and also the pH test, they do that right there on site. Then they just bring the containers back to me, and then I take care of the rest of it there. The probes are calibrated every time that the volunteer goes out, so that we try to make sure that the information is coming out as accurate as possible. All right, so at Calumet College, then what my role is that I take a look at the phosphate and the nitrate levels using a test kit for that. And then I just report that on a spreadsheet along with their data. And then I send that out to roughly right now about 12 individuals that want the results. I've added a couple others in the past year. So again, if you want to be part of that, just grab my card over there for that. And as I said, we share the results monthly. Since Dr. Choi's here, we can't comment on a lot of the chemistry, but I can just say very general terms. There's a couple of times a year where the nitrate and phosphate levels are elevated. And Dr. Choi has mentioned before when he's here that it seems to be often due to fertilizer usage during those times of the year. Last year, I decided to try to do some heavy metal testing just to see if it did anything. The only metal that occasionally even was barely detectable was copper. I was just simply using test strips, not terribly sophisticated. And so because we didn't seem to really get much out of that, we didn't continue that this year. And that's pretty much it, okay? It's just to give you a quick overview of what our process is. Over there, we do have a map. If you want to know more precisely where some of the sites are, you can take a look at that. Any brief questions? Because I know people are hungry. Yes.
It seems to me that collecting the water sample into a jar and then measuring dissolved oxygen in the jar, it's gonna change when you process of collecting the water, you're gonna get oxygen moving into the sample.
As opposed to just putting it directly into the body of water, is what you're saying. This is the protocol that Dr. Choi set up. I'm assuming that it was probably done because in some cases it would be very difficult to get the probe down into the water, because some of these testers actually have to lay on a pier and use a device to get the container down to even get to the water. I don't even know if they could reach the water. Maybe Dave, you could comment on that, but I think some of them would have trouble even getting to it.
Take the jar and submerge it. I submerge it, dump it out a couple times to
Yeah.
make sure there's no residue in the jar from whomever, whatever. And then on my last, I submerge it. I mean, I don't dunk it in, I just, because there's vegetation, I don't want it all sucked in, so I do it real slow, so it just fills up slowly. Set it down, put the probe in it, and I watch it till it stabilizes.
Yeah, it's almost instantaneous. It's, there's not a big time delay between getting in the water in the jar and the test of it.
Say, for 10 minutes, 2-3 minutes.
But that's something I can check with Dr. Choi to see if that would make enough of a difference that we could change how we do it, but that's currently how we have it set up for us.
How many low readings?
What's that?
How many low readings out of your?
It varies a lot, due to the temperature of the water and the time of the year. Again, I don't have the exact numbers in my head. I don't, Dave, do you happen to have a printout with you?
No, I don't.
Oh, okay. If you grab one of my cards, I can send you the data and then you can see. Cause I don't have that information with me. Anything else? Yes.
I think he's on to a good point there. I think if you wanna measure oxygen at depth, you should use a probe on a port.
This is just at the surface at shore.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, there's times we have to put boots on because the lake recedes so far that you have to walk in to get to the water. We're not, like, my one sample point is literally 8 inches deep.
Even so, you don't wanna go probe camp.
Yeah, again, I can ask him and see if he wants to change how that particular test is done. Yeah. Anything else, Mary?
So Dave, this is Holly. I was wondering, in what year of the 10-year program was this last season?
We just finished the third year.
Third year. Thank you.
Anything else? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. So I think this is a good time, the food is there, and I think it's probably that, the break for lunch. And, then be back in an hour or so. So,
Yeah, I was gonna say that seems like a long time and we're kind of behind. Do we wanna work?
I was thinking of that too.
Need an hour. Need an hour.
No, 30. We'll resume at 12:30.
Okay. With Marianne, right? Yeah. Just working too much. Yeah, everybody gets over and then just go. Do you want? People are so eating, I don't know how that works. Just sitting here, horrendous.
Yeah, yeah. Extremely.
It's been, I found it a little bit.
The battery point.
We're already.
Oops. Okay. Clean up your language.
All right.
So
Don't remember that time. Yes, we have, yes, yeah. Where
Abigail.
Oh,
We lost our skirting. Oh, you taught me how to do it.
Yes. Sometimes.
yes, well, we'll have to think of a reason to invite her back next year.
I lost my screen.
Many years.
So is this what she?
She should be able to do it, because it's
I can do
Yeah. I write that screen and then I did. Should be good.
Yeah. The next time.
Okay, we got it.
I think so. Let's see if I. Yeah, I'm sure we're gonna know. Okay, is it working?
Doesn't seem to be.
Let me, I only just processed my. Let me just try.
Oh.
Oh, wait, now it is.
It's me.
Oh, that's you.
Go ahead, you try. It's not, no, it's me, so I'll do
Oh,
it.
wait. You got another one? What's that one?
Maybe it wasn't on.
All right, I'm gonna try this. No, I don't. Am I supposed to be using this?
Yeah.
It's on.
I don't see it. Yeah, I see the red. So
So, how come you gotta use this one? You gotta hit this one?
Yes, yeah, let's not serve.
Well, if it's on, you know it's on.
I can just,
I'm afraid I'm gonna have to ask you.
yeah, that's fine. I'll just say, I'll just watch it.
All right.
Give me the sig.
Okay, hello, everybody. I guess lunch is over, and I'm Mary Ann Kozlowski. I'm the volunteer steward at the Cook County Forest Preserve's Eggers Grove site. Eggers Grove is just for the pictures, that is a picture of Eggers Grove where you can actually see Wolf Lake from our southern border. Next slide, please. The Forest Preserve normally does an acknowledgement of the native peoples that had been here before and took care of the land. What I add to this is that from last year's presentation, for those of you who remember all of the maps and charts from last year, we know that descendants of the Indians, Togan and Abenaki lived in the area here, so I can give specific credit to descendants. Next slide. All right, so we're going to talk about Eggers Grove in general, and also then break it apart into the work at North Eggers and the work we're doing in the south of Eggers. I like this sign. I've always considered this sign a distraction, but it doesn't really describe what happened. Because it says here, the National Park Service, United States Department of Interior conveyed 44 acres to the Forest Preserve District of Cook County. Well, they didn't convey it. We paid for it. So I've just always considered this sign, just a misinformation. Okay, next slide. All right, so for Eggers Grove in general, I'd like to talk first about the fact that we do have volunteer work days. Just about every Monday throughout the entire year is a work day at Eggers. We also meet monthly on the second Saturdays of the month. We have had 67 work days to date. We get anywhere from 3 volunteers to 70, which is quite a work day. And so far this year, there have been over 2,200 hours put in. So by the end of so that's how much time, any volunteers, give yourselves a hand. Those large work days, 70 volunteer work days, that was one that we held for Martin Luther King Day of Service. And the president of the Cook County Board showed up. So we had to have people. And I started sending out emails and we ended up with 70 people for that work day.
It was cold.
It was cold. Oh, cold with I think a 30-mile-an-hour wind out of the northwest. And we still had 70 people. And Tony Preckwinkle worked, as did the interim superintendent of the Cook County Forest Preserves that day. Okay, so that's volunteer work days, cooperating organizations and activities. The Forest Preserve District cooperates with just about any organization that has anything to do with the environment, but I've listed a few of them here. This one, of course, is the quirky one, Trash Contest with Philadelphia. It seems that Friends of the Chicago River got involved, and I don't know how it started, but we got an email late in October saying there was this trash collection contest. They were measuring bags of trash, and Chicago was behind, and they really wanted us to collect trash. Well, if you're an environmentalist, collecting the trash is really kind of low on your priorities of what you want to do on your site. But we had a volunteer who we really liked, and so we humored her. We actually won the contest with Philadelphia.
Oh, we did.
Yeah, we did.
I did it for Indian Ridge.
Oh, well, there you
I
go.
was
There
on
you
the
go. We
jury.
won by 3 bags of trash,
Three
like
bags.
948 to 945. I'm sure there were, well,
It was a great contest.
yeah.
I had a lot of fun doing it.
Okay. Yeah. And then, of course, the Forest Preserve District itself, their forestry, we have contact with the forestry crews. Those are the chainsaw fellers and landscape maintenance and, of course, resource management. Next slide. Okay, so we have core volunteers. There were pictures here. We have Matthew, who is our birdhouse maker. If you were a new volunteer at Eggers and Daniel was there, Daniel would give you a birdhouse. So in fact, when Tony Preckwinkle came on Martin Luther King Day, Daniel gave her a birdhouse. I wish I had the picture for that. What I do have is Daniel, the birdhouse. We do have volunteer chainsaw fellers. So that is not Forest Preserve District crew. That is a volunteer who's been certified as a chainsaw feller 1, and that's his chainsaw safety assistant. That's down in South Eggers. When we have a fire, we have to bring water in, and we bring it in kitty litter jugs. Now, clearly, those jugs are not filled with water right now. Okay, let's see. The school groups, there used to be many more high schools that came out when there was a really strong program between the Chicago Public Schools and the Field Museums. It was called KIMBY, Calumet is My Backyard. It has since been abandoned after COVID. It never started again with the Chicago Public Schools. So, but we do have independent high schools that come out anyway. They find us and we work out work days with them. I have to give a particular shout out to Lansing, Illinois Scout Troop 276. They were very helpful this year. We also get the University Applied Math and Statistics Department. In fact, they're coming out tomorrow for our workday. We're holding the workday, second Saturday of the month tomorrow. All right, so here are some of our volunteers. This was our certified chainsaw feller, Andrew. He brings his sons out. This is Henry. In May, we normally have a work day, which is actually sponsored by the Friends of the Chicago River. And that is our big garlic mustard collecting day. So you have volunteers. And actually, the woman in the cap there is actually works for the Forest Preserve District herself. She came to help out because she knew that was going to be a big work day. Down there, we have the crew that had been pulling the weeds for that work day from the University of Chicago. I made the guy who's hugging the tree there show his hand. They work that hard that they go through the nitrile gloves. And what he is hugging is a chinkapin oak. We're clearing around a chinkapin oak on the north side. And then that is one of the shots I have of core volunteers. So that's my Monday crew. And as you can see from the goggles, thank you very much. Owly paid for those goggles. And Owly also gave the grant for the gloves that they're using, special fire gloves. So just judging from the goggles, you know that we had a brush pile fire going that day. Next slide. Other organizations, the USDA comes and monitors various species at Eggers. I happened to catch them the week they were monitoring turtles in our East Marsh. And that, I was kind of amazed. That is a snapping turtle that probably weighs 18 pounds. And they capture them. They actually monitor the traps they set out in East Marsh daily. They capture them, they weigh them. I don't know if they take blood samples as well, but there are various, Dan can tell me what they actually do. But she was willing to have her picture taken with the largest turtle. I had to find out if they were close to shore because I'd certainly hate to encounter that guy if I were along the shoreline. Down here, this is Terry Radke. The Forest Preserve District actually teaches classes at the various sites. And so on this particular day in June, Terry was teaching a class on sedges at Eggers Grove. And so we had walked the site the day before to know where the sedges were so that we could come out and actually look at them in their habitat. And that's a retired Forest Preserve District staff member. Friends of the Forest Preserve holds various events in the preserves. And that day, as you can see, it was a yoga day. It was also raining. So it was a really, really wonderful day for meditation in the forest preserves that day. And then that was some of the trash that we collected with that contest, Philadelphia. We were in a portion of Eggers which probably has not had trash collected in it for 100 years. We'll get into that later. Okay, so I have to give a shout out to landscape maintenance. When you think of landscape maintenance, you think of people who mow lawns and just pretty much take care of basics like that. Make sure the washrooms are working properly and everything. But the landscape maintenance crews in our South region are sensitive to our requests. So this particular picture, and you can see flags stationed in various places. We asked them not to mow here because Dan, our regional ecologist, had identified spike brush in here. And it would be nice if we could, watch that plant mature so that we could collect its seeds. So landscape maintenance was very happy to work with us. I just put out the flags and they left us the patch. But this one is even cooler. So you see the other picture. You can see the milkweed there. They now know what milkweed is. So even if they see it in the middle of the field, they leave it for us. It's really good. Okay, next slide. All right, work in North Eggers. So North Eggers, what are we talking about? The northern boundary of North Eggers is 112th Street. Eggers' boundary is the state of Indiana, the eastern boundary. And North Eggers, just we're arbitrarily setting it up so that 118th Street divides North Eggers from South Eggers. And then here you have the bike path, which is our western border. And well, we'll leave it at that for now. So when we are talking about removal of woody invasives, we've been doing work on removing woody invasives here in the northern area of what we call our middle marsh. You okay? Okay. We're also removing herbaceous species almost across the entire site. Or rather, removing the herbaceous invasives. We're going to be talking about a little bit about seed collecting. We reclassified an area and why that's important. We are looking at possibly doing a prescribed burn in 2026. And there's a little bit of news about the right-of-way habitat restoration working group, which is being coordinated by the University of Illinois Chicago for the Chicago Wilderness Alliance. And there are 2 groups and hopefully 3 in the future that are going to be involved with that. So the plants you're looking at here, this is found in an area just north of the brick caretakers building here. This is tufted loosestrife. And then this is my miracle shot. We cleared an area here roughly, which had a lot of pole trees. So we had trees growing 1 foot, 2 foot apart. And after opening it up to a little more sunlight, 60 plants of Michigan lily showed up. Of those 60 plants, the deer got most of them, but I did have 12 flowers. And those 12 flowers actually produced 6 seed pods. It's almost a miracle when you consider the populations of deer down here. Next slide, please. Okay. So from last year's presentation, those of you who saw it last year, remember my talking about the concrete dance platforms? So back in the 1940s, Eggers actually had installed 6 concrete dance platforms. And I had a map of where they were, found 4 of them, and asked the Boy Scouts earlier this year to find the other 2, which they did. So the arrows point to the concrete dance platforms. And on a Google map, you can see some of them very distinctly. There's one way up there. This is our largest concrete dance platform. And the 2 black circles are the remains of our brush pile fires. We have another concrete dance platform here. There's one there that you can't see very well. And the yellow area is pointing, or the yellow arrow is pointing to an area with our 5th concrete dance platform. That's what it looks like today. Tomorrow, it will look very different because that's where we're going to hold our work day. So there's an awful lot of down wood that we're going to burn tomorrow. Next slide, please. Okay, so removal of herbaceous invasives. What you're looking at is a picture in our middle marsh, and you're looking at what is really considered a very desirable shrub normally. This is buttonbush, and more buttonbush over there. And growing among the buttonbush, where the black arrows are pointing, that is purple loosestrife. Those purple loosestrife plants are 8 feet tall. And if you just look up purple loosestrife, they tell you that a mature plant has 1 to 2 million seeds, and that the germination rate can be as high as 100%. So to get to those plants, to take them down, I have to go in with a saw, because that's the only way to get through all of that buttonbush. Contractors aren't going to do that. Contractors aren't going to take a saw with them when they've got whatever, it's 20, 30 pounds of herbicide on their back. But volunteers will go in and do that if it's necessary, especially, well, given what it's going to prevent. So we remove, those are the most dramatic examples of what herbaceous species remove. We also work on garlic mustard. We have dead-headed cattails in 2 of our 3 marshes. Next slide, please. Okay, seed collecting. This is the happier side of doing volunteer work. So usually we collect from 50 or 60 different species every year. Some years like this year, it's a drought year, the seeds don't look real good, but at least they look decent enough. We have 10 collecting workdays, seed collecting workdays, and they're done in conjunction with the Field Museum that popularizes or spreads the word, communicates out our seed collecting workdays. And we hold processing parties. Some of you have maybe been to Sand Ridge, where there is a processing party, and that's going to be this year in November. And then in December, there's one at the Dan Ryan Forest Preserve site. And so South region seeds are processed in those places. So why do we do that? Well, at some point, all of that buttonbush is going to be cleared, or a lot of it will be. And there is nothing growing under the buttonbush except for Phragmites, cattails, and purple loosestrife. So we are going to need seed. And Andrew there has a bag of unprocessed bristly sedge, Carex comosa. And Dan, I don't know if you can see the picture. This is the processed Carex comosa we have. That's quite a big bag of seed. It weighs several pounds. I don't think I want to share it with anybody though. I think we're going to have enough places where we need to put it. All right, and these are some of the sedges, or rather some of the species that we collect. And they're just about, well, let's see, the Joe Pye, we have both kinds of Joe Pye, the maculatum and the purpureum. We also have the mulline foxglove, but most of these species are designed for marshes, which is what we're going to need once we remove all that buttonbush. Next slide, please. Okay, this is another happy news slide. So several years ago, so we're at 112th Street. Here's the boundary, which is the western boundary, which is our bike path. And again, here's the brick building down here. This area and this area, about 5 or 6 years ago, were cleared of a lot of the invasive woodies. So in fact, one contractor just almost with respect said he had just taken out the largest tree of ebony he had ever found. So that's what we had in here. So there was non-native mulberry, tree of heaven, all the standard, villains. So once that area was cleared, what opened up was a marsh down here. And that marsh has got enough good species in it now to where it can go from being called a UW, which I think means unassociated woody, something like that, to MA, marsh. So this is going to become marsh number 6 at Eggers. And the photo is a photo of swamp milkweed, Asclepias incarnata, and there's some Joe Pye in the corner there. Next slide, please. Okay, so here are the plants that we have found in the marsh. And some of these have very high C values. So for instance, I think the swamp candles and the tufted loosestrife have C values of either 8 or 9. So we're looking at really, really fine plants. The Michigan lily, I think, is 6. Anyway, and then a lot of the others are 5 or better. So this is a really, really, and all of these plants were there. All they needed was a chance. And by the district's removing the woody invasives, they actually came back. The pictures here, this is swamp candle. That's the Joe Pye with a fritillary. I don't know what kind of fritillary, but one of the fritillaries. And I included this it's almost like a sad picture of a blue iris, but that picture was taken in November of last year. The blue iris blooming season is, I think, May through July. So, the fact that that plant decided to bloom, all I can think of was it approved of the fact that all of the invasive woodies had gone. It anthropomorphize that particular blue iris. Next slide, please. Okay, it is possible that we will have a controlled burn at Eggers next year. Maybe this year, I don't know, Dan, maybe. But most of our area, we have the marsh, but it is the woodlands that have been burned before. So these pictures were taken I believe in 2024. And as you can see, a woodland burn, characteristic woodland burn here. You can step over those flames. It's really not, very big. They do bring in some equipment. I think this one was done by contractors. The sign says prescribed burn ahead, do not report, which of course, the fire department gets all kinds of calls anyway. I'm glad people are paying attention, but I think they missed the sign. And then here you see the result of the controlled burn at Eggers. I would imagine that this was a drip torch line right here and the wind was blowing in that direction, given the way that's come out. But of course, what this does is it exposes the soil, which means, and it puts nutrients back from the matter that was burned back into the soil, and then warms the soil up sooner in the spring for maybe a slightly longer growing season. Next slide, please. Okay, this is Eggers Beyond the Borders. So we're looking at the map of all of Eggers. So there's North Eggers, and then here is South Eggers. And this is the 118th Street dividing line. What we've got here is indications of which utilities are working where near Eggers. So the yellow lines here indicate the line or the area between the yellow lines is controlled mainly by NIPSCO, the Northern Indiana Power Company. You've got ComEd, and most of us know about the power lines across Eggers at 118th Street, which is really ComEd right of way. Excuse me, and then ComEd continues south of 118th Street, right along the bicycle path, I think all the way down to Avenue O, where the lines meet Avenue O and cross. This is People's Gas. So up from 112th Street, a skinny territory with a few polygons there. This would be an interesting way. So Eggers is hemmed in by that. No, by the way, and this is the Hammond Port Authority, I've been told, down here. But Eggers is hemmed in, and we're always looking for ways to increase, a natural environment, a natural area. And ComEd has already here been working to put in what amounts to native plants. So there's a kind of a head start there at 118th Street. I had asked ComEd this year to come and walk this area with me to see if there was anything in there that could be saved. What I've learned is that ComEd works on a 5-year cycle. The first year they will come in and take out all of the woodies. They just can't afford to have trees growing under the power lines. So they will come in and take them all out and herbicide them. The second and third years are years where they come back and they check for regrowth. And if there is any, they will herbicide, what they find. Years 4 and 5 are fallow years. They just leave everything alone. And for year 6, it starts year 1 again, and they come in and cut down whatever they need to cut down. So we walked this area, which this particular ComEd area actually borders not only, can't quite see it really well here on the map, but it not only borders Eggers here, but also William Powers to the south. And we had Lindsay Vasek, who works for ComEd, and she had brought in 2 of the contractors who do the work. And they tried diplomatically to tell me, okay, you're asking us to do work here when all we're seeing is buckthorn and honeysuckle all along the edge on your side. So I had to admit that unless we start doing something down there, it's really, really kind of hard to ask ComEd to do anything else. There are some nice species growing at the north end of this site. I'm not sure that I've really found anything to the south. And there is a lot of Phragmites there. But the red, this is the one that is really interesting, because going back, Adara, that map that you had showing where the slag was, if you map it onto Eggers, what you find is that the slag comes right up to the border. And then there's this, whatever this is, this shape, that is also filled in with slag. This is totally empty. And that is because this land was bought in 1919 and it was saved from all of that dumping. this area right here, many pockets in this area with the red, that was not covered with slag. So that means that this area may have remnant species that you're just not going to find in the other areas. And in fact, just walking through there and doing a survey, it's the only place here on this entire map that I have found bottled gentian. So there are some species in there. There's grove sandwort in there, which I think has a C value of 9. So there's some really, really good species. And in fact, there's probably at least 3 species which plants of concern at the Botanic Garden would monitor. One is state endangered and 2 are state threatened. I mean, it's really an amazing piece of property. So we want to find someone at People's Gas. We're really looking for someone to talk to at People's Gas. The other advantage here would be that there's a whole bunch of beautiful woodies right here. You have bur oak, red oak, and I believe some American hazelnut, and you wouldn't have to worry about power lines overhead. And you could let those oaks grow right there. It could be a really lovely area. People's Gas, or rather not People's Gas, NIPSCO, this is really promising. Now, if you take a look at this particular piece of property, you'll see that it is really open. It looks like a lot of slag fields. There's a lot of little blue stem and Sorghastrum nutans, now called yellow prairie grass, I think, growing there. And in with those 2 species of grass, there are 4. So I have found bee balm, Monarda, stuosa, a few other things, some nicer goldenrods, some of the more conservative goldenrods. So People's Gas has actually contacted that right-of-way habitat restoration working group to work with somebody at Eggers to actually restore the area under the power lines there. This is really exciting because when you look at that map, that's a lot of acreage. So that would be a lot of land to return to to just improve the health of, and it would really help Eggers as well. Because along this border right now, there's an awful lot of the invasive woodies. So if we could take those out, that would be great. Okay, let's see, anything else? Oh, that's what it looks like. This is a shot under the Indiana power lines, NIPSCO power lines. So you can see, this is one of my favorite grasses. This is the little blue stem in the fall, and you can just see it just sweeping all the way out. Just a lot of it. Next slide. Okay, work in South Eggers. So we're going to talk about the slag mostly. South Eggers is what we have between 118th Street and the state park, Howard State Park around Wolf Lake. We're going to look at some abandoned construction. We've been expanding the woodland around the Nike missile site. And for those of you who did see my presentation last year, I was fixated on maps. So Adira, I actually found the public land survey maps for this area and traced them in about roughly 20-year segments through the present, just to see how the land had changed. So, you know, what you were saying about Hyde Lake turning into Hyde Marsh, that was really evident, yeah, through all those maps as well. We can compare maps. Do you know Reese 1851? That was a good map. That was a good map. Okay. The other thing that is turned almost into an obsession was figuring out why a condemnation case to gain some of this land before it turned into slag or totally turned into slag, why that case failed. With Forest Preserve brought it against the private landholders and it didn't work. Okay, next slide, please. All right. So, I'm sorry, could you go back to the other one? All right, so this is the path. I'm up here at 118th Street and I'm about to walk around this particular grove of cottonwood. And right in here, that is the buckthorn honeysuckle belt right through there. So this could use a bit of restoration. But when you walk around the other side of it, this is what I find. This slag field was once held a mountain of debris, mostly slag, that had been dumped there by the steel companies that was so big and so long they estimate, old time residents of the east side estimate it was 10 to 12 feet high. It actually had a permanent security guard there to keep the kids from playing on it. So they leveled that. All of that was taken off once the Forest Preserve bought the land. But just this year, after being steward down here for whatever, 7 or 8 years, just this year, I discovered this right behind those cottonwoods. I have no idea what this was. I don't know if these are axles put in there just to keep someone from stepping into the holes. I mean, I don't know what those are. And you can see a rung there, so I don't know how far down that hole originally went.
And it's not part of the Nike site?
No, this is just a few hundred feet off of 118th Street. We'll show you on a map coming up. And this looks like a column from something. And there's another one back there as well. So it looks, it's obviously there was something built on what looked like, well, it looks like a totally empty field. Next slide, please. Okay, 30 feet off of that mess, we find a chinkapin oak. Now that chinkapin oak is only, like that big. It's really not a very big oak, but the chinkapin, to find a chinkapin oak on that slag field is nothing short of a miracle. And growing right next to it is a young bur oak. In fact, I think over here is that concrete whatever from the previous pictures. So those two oak have given us a reason to clear buckthorn and honeysuckle out of there, as well as maybe take down a cottonwood, maybe. Dan is shaking his head. Thank you. Thank you. It really helps to do this in public where I get, a whole witnesses too. I'm going to hold you to that. Okay. Next slide, please. All right. So this was the yellow up there is where the chinkapin, the young chinkapin and the young oak were found, and where that concrete, whatever it is. But when you look at a map of, this is Google, you can see here is South Wolf Lake Boulevard. This is a road. I mean, we still use that. You've got the Burnham Bikeway over here, and almost everything else is kind of a ghost road. They're not really, nothing else is used anymore. It's all abandoned. But I would like you to pay attention to this. And now this is not even our property. But there's that road up there, or whatever that is, that path. And when you stand on the slag field here at Eggers, you notice that there is a band of much lusher vegetation up there. And it kind of curves in. There's a little bit of something down here as well. The soil is even different. I mean, the soil is different just because the vegetation is, well, maybe not just because the vegetation is different, but it's a little different. And so the areas that look like there's slag and they're just all burned out, they really don't look that bad once you're there. But the picture looks like this now, whenever Google took that picture. But it was just odd that you would have, why do we have this line of trees and vegetation up there going through what is otherwise an area which only can support things like the little blue stem and a few other species, Solidago nemoralis, laurel milkweed, some other stuff. Okay, the next slide takes that map and superimposes a USGS, United States Geological Survey map from 1965 for the area on top of the current land formations. And what you can see is that that is exactly where we had railroads. So last year I was wondering how the slag got dumped and where, how it was brought in. It's quite possible that some of it at one point was brought in by rail into the middle of the site. Next slide, please. Okay, we're jumping out of that now to the extreme south of Eggers's property. And so at this point, we are nearly on the border with William Powers, way to the south. Now, in 2023, we started clearing a lot of the non-native woodies. So that area really had an awful lot of buckthorn, some honeysuckle, and some autumn olive. So that was May 5th of this year. It had been cleared the winter before. And in July, this is what it looked like. And that was all nodding wild onion. That's one of the main species in there, along with the little blue stem. So it's starting to recover. Next slide. I have to give a shout out to Lansing Scout Troop 276. They were out for multiple work days earlier this year. And you can kind of see the results of their work. So we're talking before and after shots here. In March, before they started working, particularly notice this clump here. And that's what it looks like in the winter when you're looking at the invasive species. So this is what it looked like after several work days when the scouts had cleared the area. You can distinctly see now the tree trunks here. And over here, you can see that vegetation is growing in. Next slide, please. Those were all the Boy Scouts, in case. And I have Lisa to thank for hooking me up with that scout troop. Thank you, Lisa. Okay, so in that area where the Boy Scouts cleared, we find certain, really hardy species growing on the ground. That is wild strawberry over there. What we had in there was an oak. There is one skinny oak, and the leaves look very, very similar to chinkapin here. Dan, I don't know if you still think this is chinkapin or if it's a hybrid. Oaks hybridize easily, so I'm not sure anymore, anymore what that might be. But it was really amazing. The Boy Scouts saved this tree, which to me always is a cool thing. Also, notice we do have oak seedlings in this area, so more oak could possibly come in. Next slide. The explosion also happened with a plant called false purple foxglove. So, or purple false foxglove. And this was the plant 2 years ago in this area. So there was practically none of it, but once we had cleared, this is what happened. And it's just representative of some of the growth of the ground layer that is possible now, having cleared out the woody species. This one is old field, yeah. This one is old field balsam. I didn't even know what this plant was. I'd never encountered this in the north portion of Eggers. But this plant is showing up on its own down there in the areas we're clearing. All right, this does look like death and destruction, doesn't it?
Right, it does.
Yeah, it does. I tried, this is representative of the work that has been going on in South Eggers, east of the Nike missile site. So that light band over here is the concrete from the missile silos, the concrete pads at the Nike missile site. And we have been working from here someplace and just working our way west to the Nike missile site. We're almost there. We're almost there. This green patch represents hope for the future for the ground layer. That was a patch of, I believe it was bottle brush and silky rye that was sown there last winter, and it's doing quite well. So we have gathered in North Eggers a whole bunch of silky rye and bottle brush, among other species, which we will end up sowing in this area once we clear it out a little more this winter. Next slide, please. So these are just a few more of the ground layer species coming back. Humble plants. It's a panic grass up there. That's probably Carex blanda over there. This is Virginia whitegrass, I believe. So these are part of the matrix that you need, just to start, restoring your ground layer. Next slide. And this is a shot of the Nike missile site. Mount Carmel High School has been coming out now for several years. They come out multiple times. And this is just an example of some of the students and the kind of work they're doing. that is really a gorgeous stand too of Little Blue Stem. So Little Blue Stem is overtaking the Nike missile site. It's growing in the cracks, it's growing in all the open areas. Okay, last portion of the presentation. So here we have, that is a chinkapin. That chinkapin is not in the south. We're back in the north of Eggers. I could not, as a tree hugger, I could not fit my arms around that tree. There's probably about that much. So that is a very, very large tree growing in the South Woodland, or W001, as it is known on management maps. And we have volunteers here. We had another chain sawyer. This gentleman lives in Lake County, Illinois. He commutes down to Eggers because there are so many chain sawyers in northern Cook County that to get his hours in, to keep his boots and keep his equipment, he's got to come south. I suppose I owe something to all those Northern County chain sawyers. And that he's holding a honeysuckle. So honeysuckles here on our grove are not mere bushes. You can see he's 6 feet. That's what, a 15-foot honeysuckle. So they do get to be small trees. That is Emmett, the other son of Henry, who had been shown in a previous slide. So families come out to do this work. Next slide. All right, I apologize for this one. This slide, the big question was, how could Eggers be so untouched up north, and just what happened south between 118th Street and the border with Wolf Lake? Why did it get filled in? Who owned that land? Why would the Forest Preserve even buy land that looked like, what that land looks like? So you can go to the Cook County property tax records to find out who owned the land. But better than that, there is a separate little database for the Cook County Forest Preserves that shows who they bought their parcels from. So in summary here, everything north of 118th Street was purchased really early in 3 large holdings. So by 1919, 1920, this was already reserved. South, nothing happened until 1965, about 1964, 1965, when the Nike missile site, which was a few of the holdings here, and so USA is actually federal government Nike missile site, these holdings came up for purchase. Nike missile sites were obsolete by 1964. The feds were selling the land. So the Forest Preserve District bought this land back in 64, 65, and then spent the next 20 years actually fighting to get the land in between North Eggers and the Nike missile site. And some of the companies that owned the land were Cinders, which it turns out was a dumping company for the steel companies. They were dumping here. And then the railroads owned land, Penn Central. Let's see, there was another one. Anyway, there were the Pendel, the Conrail. Those were all parcels which the district, the Forest Preserve District, bought from the railroads. Some of those were only acquired through condemnation proceedings. Next slide. This one, okay, was there one just before it? Yeah, this one, thank you. Okay. Once upon a time, a family named Shed owned, as the map shows there, 102 acres of land. This little map here shows Forest Preserve District up here. So the land went from 118th Street down to what is really kind of right now the northern border of Powers Park. So there were 102 acres, which the district wanted to buy. And as part of that, they employed a real estate agent to describe the parcel. And this was the part that really, really was interesting. The northern end of Wolf Lake, known as the Shed Holdings, has been filled in by the steel mills in the areas dumping slag at no cost to the owner. Really? I mean, if I owned that land, would I say, wow, this is a real advantage, dumping slag here and it doesn't cost me anything? That made no sense. And then black dirt would have to be placed over the, for use. And then the eastern side of Lake in Indiana has also been filled with slag. But I realized, and I think it took me days to really figure that out. And that is that in 1946, when this real estate appraisal was written, this was still considered a wasteland. And so to make it useful, they had to do stuff like dump the slag. That was actually considered an advantage in 1946. Now, in 1945, however, it says real estate agent here. You can see on the letterhead, this was Forest Preserve District of Cook County. This was a letter that went to the Shed Trust. Sorry, that part's covered up. But notice it says here, Forest Preserve would like to buy the land. And then unless I hear from you within the next 5 days to the date of this letter, I shall be compelled to turn the matter over to the law department of the district for condemnation. So back in 1945, the district was trying to buy this huge parcel of land. Next slide. Okay, the information that I had on the previous slide was found at the University of Illinois at Chicago Library in their archive. Many of the Forest Preserve District, much of the Forest Preserve District historical materials have been given over to the UIC archives. But all I had was what you saw there. So what I've learned since is that I, as a private citizen of Cook County, can go to the Cook County Law Library in the Daly Center, request archived court cases, and you have to give them 2 weeks, but they'll bring them out for you. And I wanted to see the Shed Holdings, that particular case, 48S12528. So what I learned was it gave me some information, but not a lot. It shows a Chicago Daily Law Bulletin notice published 4 times starting in July of 1948. The case wound through the courts until 1951, but here it is. The case was dismissed by, I don't know, Abner, somebody Ward or Wood, with no other information, just no other information. I would love to know why, how they did that, how they got away with it, and why the Forest Preserve could not buy the land, or what was really planned for it. This is still a mystery. Okay, next one. Okay, so going from that bad news to what I think is good news now. Some of you may remember this slide from, again, last year. This was the Witness Tree Project map. So this is a map courtesy of the Morton Arboretum's Witness Tree Project. And it has that project mapped where the witness trees were from the public land surveys from the 1830s and 40s in the area. So the grayish dots are the dots of the land surveyor. And it shows you where the chinkapin oak were. We focused on chinkapin oak because it is considered a locally rare tree. And in theory, there was an oak grove in Eggers based on Wilhelm and Mareika's latest edition. And we thought when we found 2 trees down here, this was where the oak grove was. And the red dots show where the chinkapin oak are across all of Eggers Grove. Since last year, we have found the tree that was uncovered by the work of the Lansing Boy Scouts. And we have found 4 chinkapin oak in what amounts to Eggers's South Woodland here, W01. So it's becoming pretty clear that the remnant oak chinkapin grove, which was on the northwest margin of Wolf Lake, this is maybe now the northwest margin of Wolf Lake. But Wolf Lake, I mean, if you figure the contours really kind of like that, given that this is all fill down here, this may be actually the location of the other Chinkapin oak, or rather of the Chinkapin grove. And so that's where we should be looking for more Chinkapin and possibly looking, you know, at the associated species for restoration. There is a Chinkapin oak grove. Okay, next slide. That's all. Thank you very much. This one, by the way, this is a picture of something called stout blue-eyed grass, Cicerincum angustifolium. It is not a rare species, but I only know of 3 plants in all of Eggers. I'm hoping to find more. So, questions? Yes.
Well, the archival worksheet was amazing. Is that available to the public?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I have to caution you, they kind of warn you, we've got a lot of material here at the UIC. And they have some lists that you can go through so that you can decide which box you want to see. And they highly advise you do that before you go there.
I meant more for like the work that you've done. Have you taken this product about Eggers Grove and like, I mean, this presentation, is it one example of that, or is it available online? Look up about the history of Eggers Grove specifically.
Well, you mean that presentation?
Yeah, like, or like, do you have like a website that talks about this, or have you?
Oh, I would be glad to share with you the presentations. Yeah, if you think, or anything else. In fact, actually, some of this material, and especially last year's, came from one Erin Schneider. She was a biologist who actually was working with plants that grow on slag fields. And she had the amazing, in fact, you may have looked at the same maps, the same map of where the slag was. So there were 3 maps. One showed when the dumping started. The second one showed what was being dumped. And then the third one was where it was being dumped. Those have turned out to be invaluable, among other things. Yeah, sure. We can exchange email addresses. Anything else? Thank you. All right.
Folks, this is Holly. I was wondering if you could turn on the camera on the camera on the laptop or the PC, whatever you're using that points to the podium. And even if, yeah, that'd be great if you could do that.
Fixed. Does that work?
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Olivia. I'm the Natural Resource Coordinator at William Powers State Park. That's your state park located in Southeast Chicago. So we're right to the south of Eggers. As you saw a little bit about us in Mary Ann's presentation. So today I'm going to talk a little bit more about some of the efforts we've been doing to manage invasive species of the park and then some initiatives that we've got coming up in the future. Still might need your result.
I'm secure.
Try the other clicker there.
There's 2 clickers.
So,
Yeah, neither one had worked.
Here we go. I think that was me.
So William Powers, like I said, is your state park in Southeast Chicago. We do share Wolf Lake with Indiana, but even in sharing it, we still have a great amount of lake body that we oversee. So Wolf Lake, in terms of William Powers, the park itself is around 490 acres. 411 acres of that is roughly water body. And then that leaves about 79 acres, which are terrestrial areas left for conservation and recreational purposes. But even in those terrestrial areas, we do see a lot of native species that are still thriving and circulating. Some of those to include your white-tailed deer, which you see across the state, but also some of your common garter snakes. And then this is an example of just some other species that we'll see. So lots of different examples of flora and fauna native to the area. So pale jewelweed, aromatic asters, bunch of common milkweed. We also have swamp milkweed, you name it. And then we also have a lot of different turtles. So you have your state turtle, your painted Midland turtle. We also see some common snappers out there. And then we are loaded with American toads. And so Fowler's toads aren't seen this far up north, but we do have a visitor center. So if you're ever interested in seeing those species side by side and learning how to tell them apart, we have some live animals to interact with. So this is a wetlands index map of William Powers. And so unfortunately, not all of this was up to date. So I did add in one of my own habitats here. But for the most part, you can see that we do have that lake body, so roughly 411 acres. And then for the most part, the rest of it is going to be a type of freshwater emergent wetland. I did add in a forested wetland up here in the northwest end, just because we do have a lot of that habitat that is visible on that northwest end of the park. And one of the species that uses that quite readily is your wood duck. So your Ike's sponsa, which is one of the only waterfowl birds which will actually nest in forested wetland treeline areas. So it's kind of a little unique mini ecosystem that we've got up there that we can actually see our waterfowl utilizing quite regularly. And unfortunately, though, like with many of your Cook County preserves, your city preserves, we are battling a lot of invasive species as well. So it's just an example of some of your most common offenders being cutleaf teasel, purple loosestrife, which Marianne showed some of those, the big monsters that you can see growing up there. European reedgrass, Russian olive, common buckthorn, and our honeysuckle. And so these plants, even though some of them do have their own natural beauty associated with them, they do choke out our native vegetation and force them to compete for resources. And so managing for these and trying to get these away from our park is just one of the next steps that we're going to be taking to try and maximize how many of our native species can actually thrive and continue to grow there. And so one of the invasives we've been readily working against is Phragmites australis, or that European common reedgrass. And so to do that, our IDNR, or the Illinois Department of Natural Resources Coastal Management Program, has been pairing with Green Corps Chicago. And so they've actually been taking drones out there and doing a lot of manual herbicidal application to actually remove this Phragmites grass. And so far, a lot of it does seem to be dying out, which is a very positive sign to see. But this has been an ongoing project that people wanted to do in the park for years, but it was part of our plan of work for 2025. So this year we have had boots on the ground to actually make that become a reality and try to get some of these monocultures that you see throughout the park and that you can see throughout greater Illinois as well, trying to get those actually removed. And then the question is, okay, well, now that we've sprayed it, or Green Corps has come out and sprayed it, how are we going to continue to monitor for that and to see how successful it was? And so through IDNR's Coastal Management Program, we have been enrolled in PAMP. So that's the Phragmites Adaptive Management Framework. And so they operate throughout the greater Great Lakes region. And so what we'll do is we'll have members from IDNR Coastal Management come out and assess different areas that have been treated for Phragmites already. And so there are 4 areas currently enrolled in PAMP. And so as Seth mentioned in the beginning of the presentation, we do have a bunch of different pools in Wolf Lake. So this is one of those pools that's in the southeast zone of the park. So it's pool 5, which is near the industry, towards the Indiana side. We have Indian Creek North, which is near our visitor center. So that's where Indian Creek goes right into the Wolf Lake area. And then we have a southern area that is currently being monitored, as well as a northern wetland area, which is right at the top of our park, borderline bordering Eggers Grove. And so the idea here is that Travis Wood, who's actually contributing to this monitoring project, will continue to go out there every few months just to make general assessments and see how that treatment is being effective, and then to see how he can monitor it for the future. So the idea of using PAMP is that multiple people across the Great Lakes region are contributing data to it. So it gives a real world technique for monitoring and new practices and things available for how to measure for if your treatment of Phragmites is actually being successful. And then the next one that we're going to try to tackle is Armor honeysuckle, which is absolutely everywhere. And so as Marianne mentioned, they can get quite large. So one of the easiest ways to try to prevent that from growing further or from overtaking areas is actually to target those juvenile sproutlings. So for the first time, we're actually going to have volunteer work days at William Powers State Park. So this is going to be in early spring of 2026. So the idea is that you will get out there and you will actually pluck some of these juvenile Leucera from the ground before they're actually able to fully overtake that understory. And so we are piloting a new way of recruiting for these events. So typically for our public events, we run through Eventbrite, so we're going to be doing that as well. If this is something that you're interested in and you have struggled with the Eventbrite, please come and find me. I can give you my card and contact information, and I can get you signed up. But very excited to have this. This is the first time we're actually going to have group work days at the park, at least in the history that I've been there. So excited to see that move forward.
I think a lot of you in my history.
And then also, so this year we are trying a bio blitz. So the idea is we're just going to get a bunch of people out there with their phones and technology, or it could even just be manually recording a species with cameras. But we really want to get a broad idea of what kind of biodiversity is actually at the park in real time. And so this is going to be in August. The tentative date is the 3rd week of August, but stay tuned on that. But you'll be able to find that on Eventbrite as well. And so this QR isn't going to take you directly to an event link, but if you follow this account, anytime we post an event, whether it's a wildflower walk, a nature program, or a community public event, it will go to that page. But there's going to be guest presenters there, and we're hoping to lead out actual just different groups for recording different taxonomies. So if you're interested in turtles, we're going to have a group for that. If you're interested in more of your arachnids, we're going to have a group for that. If you're a birder, we're going to have a group for that. So it should be a fun day to kind of explore your passion on a local scale and then contribute to community data. And then we're also on social media now. So if you are interested in giving us a follow, we're on Instagram and Facebook. So that's where you can find any of our updates as they come available. Like I said, I will be posting programs and events on Eventbrite, but this will also give you some updates as to when they're available outside of our website. So definitely give us a follow. And then if we do any giveaways, that'll also be on it. And then this is my contact info. My email is kind of cut off, but it's just first name dot last name @illinois.gov. So if you have any questions about what we're doing out there, if you want to get involved, or particularly if you would like to be a speaker in our bio blitz, I'd be more than willing to talk to you and to make that happen. So definitely let me know, and thank you for your time. Question? Yes.
What's your Instagram handle? What was the name up there? I didn't see the name.
It was not, yeah. So it's William Powers State Park. Yes.
I do just want to mention that currently the state is recruiting applications for the state superintendent position in Bow. If anybody knows of anybody who qualifies, wants the position, contact me about it. The application.
Can you talk a minute just about the updates that you've done at William Powers?
Yeah.
I thought maybe you'd have a slide for the new things that have been put in.
Yeah, so most recently we did just have a walkway installed by the visitor center, so it just increases accessibility from our visitor center parking lot to our Douglas Tomb. No, it's actually Governor William Powers Monument. I'm out there, and then the visitor center as well. So that's an accessibility change. Since I've been there, I have implemented a pretty large pollinator garden. So that's still ongoing. So trying to showcase as many native species as possible and also provide education on some of those more obscure pollinators that people may not be familiar with, particularly all of your beetles native to Illinois. Let's see. We do, yeah, we do have a new, thank you, Lisa. We do have a new accessible kayak bunch. Actually at the park, and then we also are having a new fishing pier installed. So it's actually labor that was donated generously for the Union Sportsman Alliance. So they've been really working hard to put that together, but it just provides more fishing access to an underserved community already. So very excited for that exchange. And then I believe sometime last year we did have a self-launch kayak installed in our main boat ramp launch as well.
I think that's really cool. That boat launch for the accessible kayaking.
Any other question? Yes.
You want to talk about the time frame for Mighty's monitoring operation?
Yeah, so they've been sprayed right now. So it's my understanding that Green Corps is going to continue to monitor how that was going throughout the year. And then the idea is with PAMP that Travis or whoever is with IDNR's coastal management program is going to continue to monitor that for at least the next 3 to 4 years. And the goal is to continue to add different locations in the park to that PAMP framework just to provide as much data as possible. So right now it's only the 4 locations.
Is there a framework for the lack of success?
So that would be part of the data contribution, just to see if it was successful. So they go out
But
and
if
they
it's
actually.
not, what are you doing?
That would be for reassessment, at that time. So, part of it is working with their professionals to come up with new and invasive management strategies.
Know what herbicide they use?
That is a great question. I do not know at the top of my head.
So if it's successful, if you kill it, then what?
Well, that's a great question. So especially in the northern marsh region, if we kill it, then a lot of our native wildflowers can come back. So we're talking about cardinal flower, great lobelia. There's a lot of like sneezeweed out there. So it's just re-seeing a lot of those native species come back when they're not being choke held in the early spring.
And how about the ComEd right away across the street from Wolf Lake? Have they been contacted to handle their phragmite problem?
At this moment, I do not believe so.
That's, I mean, you're gonna do all your work on your side and it's just gonna blow right back because it's really bad on that side of it. Along Indian, the creek.
Lots of monocultures. It's true.
Have you, I'm gonna ask because I do the water testing. Have you seen, I mean, so Wolf Lake feeds into Indian Creek, which is very overgrown with phragmites, but I'm wondering, is the water flowing through there? And does anyone through IDNR check that or we stop that?
Stop it.
Yeah. It doesn't, to me, it doesn't feel like the water is flowing the way it should.
I will, just from like an ecological perspective, at least from the end of our park, which where it starts in Indian Creek moving forward, I do feel that there is a decent bit of flow. Typically when it starts to get stagnant, we start to see dying off of like certain creatures. We get like really heavy botulism situations sometimes with our waterfowl. And in that area that hasn't necessarily been an issue. We also have a really big left babies population, so your green frogs, and they're very sensitive to the poor water quality. So I feel like that there is a lot of
We were hoping for an update from that property from EPA, but we're shut down, obviously. No.
I was hoping for an update as well. I have been in contact with Metropolitan Water Reclamation because the part that I tested, Indian Creek, has a, well, I thought it was a beaver dam blocking it, Indian Creek. But now I've got, and they went out and somebody from Metropolitan Water Reclamation removed it, but then I went back just the other day and it looks like it's back, but it also looks like maybe they have started to learn how to move rocks, so I'm not sure that it's beavers. Cause it looks a little more man-made, so their Metropolitan Water Reclamation District said they would go back out and check it out. I really don't feel like water. Thank you very much.
Holly is next.
Let's hope Holly's next.
Yeah. Let's hope.
Amy,
Oh,
I'm
there-
here.
There's Holly. Thank you. Thank you for letting me get out of it. You're on.
Hi, Holly.
Look,
Oh, all right.
Okay.
All right. Is everybody seeing the screen presentation all right?
yes, yep.
Yes, it's okay.
Very good. Well, hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I wish I could be there with you today, but thanks to the technology, I can at least be here. So last year, I was able to be there in person and we went over a few things with the watershed planning. So today I just wanted to kind of give you an update of where we in the group have been going here on trying to develop this initiative to look to see how we can develop a watershed-based plan. So it kind of all started with the meeting back at the 7th annual meeting back in 2023. I think I attended that one virtually as well, and there was this discussion. So that was starting about planning, and so got this into my mind. And then there was a kind of an ad hoc working group that Michael or and anybody could show up. So there were a bunch of folks that would meet. We met virtually for several months. Every other month during 2024. We had again provided an update myself and IDEM at the 8th annual meeting. Had some more bi-monthly working group meetings through January, March, and May, and then we decided to submit a letter of intent to Indiana Department of Environmental Management for their 319 program for developing a watershed-based plan for the Wolf Lake and probably an extended area watershed-based plan. However, the full grant application was not pursued. It was NERPC who had applied. After looking at the requirements of the grant, it was not feasible for them to pursue that and be an administrator at that time. So now we're back at continuing to, figure out where do we go next from here. So I myself have been, investigating potential opportunities for various technical assistance, as well as, financial grants. CMAP may have an opportunity as we are the area-wide water quality planning management agency for Northeastern Illinois. I can continue to provide technical assistance. I know before we were wondering if we could work across from Illinois into Indiana on a watershed plan, and sounds like maybe we can. So that was positive news. I know NERPC is continuing to investigate various technical assistance opportunities, or again, if there might be another entity that could be the administrator of a 319 grant. I think we both NERPC and CMAP are in contact with the coastal management programs through the state DNRs in both Illinois and Indiana. And I did submit a letter of interest to the Illinois DNR coastal management program. They were just kind of soliciting, if people are looking for a grant to do a certain thing, they just wanted to be aware of that, because if a grant opportunity came up, they would let us know, and they again could even help on the technical side developing that grant application. My guess is it could potentially be a state grant. It could also be a federal grant, like through NOAA or something. So we're just on their radar, I think, in both states. IDEM's watershed specialist for Northwest Indiana, Lindsay Hilton Adams, continue to be in touch with her. And I know Indiana, IDEM does have a page of, she pointed me to a page of grant opportunities. Illinois has the same. So we will continue to keep abreast of that. So we continue on. One of the things, that we've always had this long discussion is, what is this watershed planning area that we want to need to focus on based on say, a grant opportunity. Now, since last year, the U.S. Geological Survey actually has updated these boundaries, these hydrologic unit code boundaries a bit. So here we have Wolf Lake here in the middle. Let me see if I can get a pointer here. So now this boundary, this Huck 12 boundary goes along Lake Michigan, and it does include Lake Calumet down around Powderhorn Lake, and then up between George Lake and Wolf Lake, and then a little bit across the Lake Michigan shore in Indiana, just about up to here. So that's smaller. Before, it kind of went way over here. So there was a much more of the Huck 12 that at that time, a year ago, where we think we might have had to work. But USGS has revisited this and broken this Huck 12 up into more little Huck 12s. So it's just a hydrologic unit code. Again, this area is very flat, and so so it's a challenge to figure that out. So here's my rough. So whether ideally you would maybe just kind of work more on what's impacting Wolf Lake itself directly, maybe from this where Indian Creek comes out over here to the Calumet River and something like that. Because again, along the coast of Lake Michigan is quite different than what's impacting Wolf Lake directly. But if one, if the granting agency said, no, we need to include the whole Huck 12 across both states, again, might include Lake Calumet, part of the Calumet River, it's like, okay, we can do that. So we'll cross that bridge as we continue to investigate opportunities. So what I really want to, get into today as we start to think about this process is a visioning exercise, getting some input from all of you, some thoughts. But first, I want to give a little refresher on what is a watershed-based plan. So, and what is planning? So what it focuses on. It does focus on non-point source pollution. So it addresses those water quality problems in a comprehensive manner, looking at those potential areas that contribute, again, this non-point source, this diffuse pollution across our landscapes, and prioritizing restoration activities, strategies, and management actions to address those problems. And it's an iterative process. It's collaborative. Again, building partnerships. I mean, we are, as Alwi, there you have many partnerships already. You've been over 20 years, right, having this organization, and you've done quite a bit of work, obviously. And we hear it's ongoing. It continues to this day. More studies have been ongoing, new information coming in. So one of the big part is kind of characterizing the watershed, which does include kind of doing an inventory of, what has been done to date. There's studies, there's projects, maybe kind of getting them all together so we can see where we're at, what's been accomplished, and then we can move forward identifying some new goals and potential solutions and designing kind of some of those next steps for implementation. And like at least having everything all together under one roof, see where we're at, and now what's been done, what's being done now, what will be done soon, and what else we'd like to see. Again, with that Wolf Lake at its core. What's special, you use the term watershed-based plan. There are certain elements that must be met. US EPA has set these elements. Illinois EPA, of course, has adopted them. Indiana Department of Environmental Management has adopted them. They also, and each state also has some other requirements they'd like to see in a watershed-based or watershed management plan. But these basic 9 elements you have to hit. So there'd be, you have to estimate the pollutant load coming in to Wolf Lake that in order to meet water quality standards. That's like generally it's the phosphorus, nitrogen, and solids coming in, and that can be both through surface runoff as well as atmospheric deposition. You identify those, and again, these aren't necessarily in order. Some of these you do like as part of that characterization. So you do this watershed characterization, you have a public education and outreach component to this. You have to develop kind of what you project as an implementation schedule over the next 10 years. Again, these usually look out on a 10-year horizon. With some interim measurable milestones, like we're going to have, an annual cleanup. That's one thing, that's a check. You're already doing many of these things. Water quality sampling, monitoring what BMPs are being built, right there at the college where you're sitting today. Some exciting projects coming up there with the green infrastructure and stormwater management. So just those little things you have to check off the box that help, and why do we do that? Well, I think that bottom one there, it's support funding, applications for grant funding and technical assistance to implement the recommendations of the plan. So on one hand, we need some grant funding perhaps or technical assistance to get the plan in place that meets these 9 elements. And then once you have that and you've identified the different kinds of policy and planning and on-the-ground projects and monitoring that might still be needed, all these things, then you can use this plan to then get more funding to implement those recommendations. So I also like to say what a watershed plan is not, because it's not a zoning map or a land use map or how to designate land uses, or it's not a municipal comprehensive plan or required part of a comprehensive plan. It is not legally binding. It is a voluntary thing. Though we would like to see it incorporated into local, incorporated and referenced in comprehensive plans and serve as a pathway and a guiding document, and maybe help guide the update of municipal development codes and be incorporated into capital improvement plans. But again, everything in a watershed-based plan is a voluntary thing. And again, many benefits. Again, we're focusing on water quality and aquatic integrity. You can include other things that are important to the group, whether that's like flooding, stormwater mitigation, habitat issues. You're trying to get the band together, everyone who has a stake in the watershed. You get a lot of public engagement. Hopefully it kind of resets and rethinks for these integrated management decisions. And again, as I mentioned, that eligibility for Section 319 non-point source pollution control funding through the Clean Water Act funding, as well as enhancement for other funding, whether that's public or private funding sources. So I think I have some helpers there to help facilitate a discussion. Again, because as we continue to think about this, again, we're going to do that inventory of existing conditions, accomplishments to date, and then think about recommendations for the future. So I'd like folks to start kind of thinking about again, this is kind of free for all, what comes to mind. Would love everybody to have at least a say, to share what you like about Wolf Lake and the area, perhaps what is most important to you. What are your top concerns or top issues? And, is there something that you'd really like us to be, folks to be sure to address in this plan?
Holly, do you want people to submit answers for those questions? Or do you want me to use the whiteboard to do it now?
I thought we were gonna utilize that whiteboard. So if somebody there could, I can't see the crowd. So if somebody could facilitate the discussion and take some notes. Again, this is not the only chance for any folks to, say anything, but just to get us, to spark our thinking a bit. This can be, cited as we develop maybe the next grant application that, this conversations have been happening. So I'll let you take it.
Yeah, we'll just do this for a few minutes. We were hoping to do it longer, but we're running behind schedule. Okay. But if anyone sees any comments up here, or if you have any particular comments, we love feedback on this about where to move forward. And this is something that we've been thinking about a while. We're still trying to pull together various ideas. And I will say in the back of my mind, a couple of the presentations like Adara and Graham have made me rethink a lot of things that could be incorporated into this, with the historical legacy pollutants and all kinds of other stuff that can certainly feed in with these non-point source solutions, so that you can get something of a historical trend there.
And we could leave the whiteboard, if people wanna afterwards jot something down on the whiteboard, that would, you can welcome to do that. We can get the information down.
So I guess we could start, what would be your top concerns or issues? What are the first things that leap out to you about Wolf Lake or the local area? What more would you like to see?
It's probably like the native mussels population. So we've got that huge Asian clam population, mussels and quagga everywhere. Just trying to find a way to get that.
Mussels. I think you're the first person to ever bring that one up. So
We might have to include that.
I work with a lot of malacologists. They would love to offer their input. I haven't done.
What native mussel? What's the word? Remediation. Remitigate. I don't know. I'm making up a word. I got 2 S's. Oh, okay.
Far away.
I know. I'm gonna put removal. Anyone else thinks?
Well, I guess people think of things, you know, you can jot them down at where you're sitting, jot them up on the whiteboard before you leave. Again, there will be further opportunities as we continue on, of course. But the more we can, you know, start thinking about it, the more informative it will be for, say, developing the next a grant application.
Is this something that we can type up the questions and can you forward them out to people that
Oh,
they could?
sure.
Yes. In fact, that's exactly right. And people can scribble on this, right before you leave. You come up with an idea or so.
Yep. I'll write them down and then I'll type them up and send them to you and then you can forward them out or,
Yes,
yeah, and then if anyone writes anything, we can add it to it too. So,
right.
And if we expand across the Calumet River to Lake Calumet, who do you think would be good partners over there? Some are certainly obvious and leap forward, but if you want to jot some names down there, particularly ones that may not be as obvious to us. So we're thinking Chicago Park District, the Port Authority. Okay, those are kind of obvious ones. Above and beyond, you know, Forest Preserve, DNR, states, there. Those are sort of the easy ones. But who else over there might be involved in this project that we might not be thinking about that could actually make a contribution?
Like certain neighborhoods, perhaps.
Is there anything forward?
That's a thought. We've reached out to them for funding and stuff, but we have contacts, so Ford is a good one.
Like the footprint?
Yeah.
It's large over there.
Yeah.
Did you say that this included George Lake or it's not?
So apparently now it's not including George Lake. Although we were including George Lake, that has been an issue with this from the beginning, is we don't know what the watershed is. And to tie it in for everyone, for people that weren't here, there was actually a hydrological survey about 30 years ago from state hydrologists came in, and their conclusion was, we don't know what the watershed is. They couldn't figure it out, they just sort of gave up, but that's because it's so flat and it's a lot of groundwater driven that the water can go anywhere. Like Michigan rises, that will influence it, and heavy rainfall influences. Which makes it cool, actually, and super interesting, but then when you're trying to draw a map of the watershed, there isn't really a watershed.
System.
Yes, yep, and we thought about using that to delineate watershed too, which is interesting.
Burn dumped a huge amount of water into the Calumet, Grand Calumet during big rains. You can see that from the bridge, Brainerd Avenue Bridge.
Yeah, yeah. So that's a big one, those are big ones, yeah.
I'd like to see George Lake. I think they're separated by about 100 yards or two.
So I think part of the issue with George Lake is technically it drains out to the south and to the east, right? Into, I'm blanking on the name of the drain there. So we would have to include that as well, all the way to wherever it runs into.
It follows Calumet Avenue to the Lake George Canal.
Right.
To the shipping canal to Lake Michigan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So then it would have to extend at least that far as well. But yeah, we thought that would be part of it as well, but this new map over the past year now is splitting that, which, as you say, seems kind of silly because they're so close. And once again, I drove over from that direction. There's a sign right there that says, you know, watch out for flooding. You're in the middle of a field here. You can't even see George Lake. You're in between the two, and yet it's talking about this could be flooded at any moment. So a lot of water flat. It's kind of weird. That's part of our watershed issues with this things too, but no, that's worth bringing up.
And hitting off of what was said right now about the sewers, I believe the Indiana Department of Transportation drains Calumet Avenue and Indianapolis Boulevard.
That I don't know, but okay.
So
Yeah,
there's a
sure.
pump house by Sarah Star, there's a pump house in Forsyth Park. There's a pump house at the South Boat Launch on Wolf Lake, and they Calumet Avenue put it into Wolf Lake.
3 pumps.
And I don't know if that's a point source or not.
Well, that's a good, Holly, do sewer runoffs count as point source? Non-point source?
Well, actually, yes. Storm sewers, they're kind of, at least in Illinois, considered at the end of your storm sewer, that's considered a point source. Like into a stormwater detention basin. Yeah, it's kind of odd. There may be a different definition in the Indiana side. But, talking just about storm sewers, even that USGS map, when I drilled down into they kind of there's another layer that shows water direction. And even there was water direction, I think, away from, toward Wolf. I would you'd want to look at the storm sewers as well. And you might do some fine tuning of the line, the drainage area for your own purposes, when we get right down to brass tacks. And so, yeah, looking at the George Lake situation, again, that's a discussion that can be had and a finer look at.
Is the Nike missile site up there on the overlook the only Nike missile site in the area? Because now we're talking about further remediation or pollution there. And I don't know if that fits in here or just, figuring out if there is some relationship between runoffs, continued runoff from the Nike site.
So to say, contamination from the Nike missile site would qualify as non-point source, I would think,
Yes.
which would fall under this, yes. So the answer is yes. That's a good idea, as well as flag fields in general.
I mean, again, these plans can go beyond just non-point source. You can cite other types of issues. And if certain sites are considered point sources, again, all our point sources typically have NPDES permits associated with them, like industrial discharges and our wastewater treatment plants. But again, something like the Nike missile site, again, I would probably likely consider, yes, like a non-point situation.
Okay. Is there one in Indiana that's part of the watershed? Munster's the next. Munster's the next. Over by community house. I think they built houses. Okay. And then the next one is. Well, because we've got them in North and we've got them in Jackson. Yes, I say that. The next one.
And by the Gary Airport.
Oh, Gary Airport has one too.
No, that's a good idea.
Anything more?
Well, if you do, please write them up here. This is an ongoing discussion, but we're also running late.
All right. Thanks, everybody. Keep those thinking caps on now.
Thank you, Holly.
What to do. They lost their people.
After this meeting.
Baby. I can do it for you.
Yeah, read the book. I tried. I will look at the picture.
Thinking.
Yeah, nobody's, but they haven't been working, so. You don't wanna just do it that way? Did it work? Oh, it worked. All right. I don't know how to make it bigger though. We don't know how to make it bigger. This isn't right. I take water samples. Michael's a good volunteer getter.
okay?
Good, you're ready, go ahead.
Okay,
Jump in.
okay. Thanks, everybody. I'm Dan Spencer with the Forest Preserves of Cook County. I'm
Hey,
just gonna
Dan,
give,
I'm sorry to interrupt again. I'm not seeing it on the Zoom screen.
Let's do that. No, that's not that.
I don't know how to
That's
fix that.
the, have to like hit control alt something. Control alt share. I think they lost their. They'll just. Control alt, or control something. Yeah. Now? Got it? Holly?
There we go. Thank you.
Thank you, Olivia.
all right. So I'm just gonna give a brief update on the water control structure, hydrological restoration projects at Powderhorn Prairie and Marsh Nature Preserve and Eggers Grove. Was working.
It probably was when it was, it might have happened when we shared it.
Okay, well, that's fine. We'll just, do it this way. So if you could just bring all the text up, that'd be great.
Oh, I see.
Okay, so these are just aerial photos of Powderhorn, the 1938 historical aerial, and a more recent aerial photo. So Powderhorn, just brief overview. 130 acres of the site is dedicated to Illinois Nature Preserve. The entire complex is about 225 acres. To the north, we have more recent purchase that we're calling Powderhorn North, where 135th Street Marsh is, and those two little Harbor Point properties further north of there. There's a fishing lake that was dug in 1958. Powderhorn supports high quality native vegetation. It's a mosaic of sand prairie and sand savanna, emergent marsh and sedge meadow. It's important bird habitat. I'll talk a little bit more about that later. Our partners at Audubon Great Lakes do the marsh bird monitoring for us at Powderhorn and at Eggers. So I'm just going to pass along a little of their information later. And of course, it's important fish habitat too. Many conservative non-game and game species are present. Okay. So if you could just.
Good.
All right, so I think I talked about this already, but this map here just shows, it's dune and swale topography, as you would imagine, remnant. The blue areas are swales. The orange areas on the map are sand ridges. Let's see. Over the last 15 years, we've been doing a lot of ecological restoration, invasive species control, purple loosestrife control across the site, reed canary grass, a lot of Phragmites control in particular. And we've gotten a pretty good handle on many of these species compared to the distribution and abundance that they were at 15 to 20 years ago. But we are seeing sort of a succession, as often happens in long-term restoration projects, from one suite of invasive plant species to a different suite of invasive plant species, and new flushes of the old invasive plant species, especially with changes in hydrological conditions. So anyways, going back about 5 or 6 years here, we started looking at underlying hydrological causes of some of the wetland invasive plant issues that we've been having and dealing with over the years. And we knew that water levels in the marsh swales that were on the previous map, those blue areas, these swales were holding water even during the summertime, sometimes 9 inches, 12 inches, July and August. And we also have a slough to the north that we thought historically probably was a heavy marsh, but in recent decades has basically just been a shallow ponded area with very little emergent vegetation from about 2 to 4 feet in depth. So anyways, we were able to get funding and partnerships, Audubon, NOAA, IDNR. And we were able to have designed for us by consultants and then constructed a water control structure. And this water control structure hydrologically connects Powderhorn with Wolf Lake. The map on, I think probably the clearest map is the map on the right here. So the water control structure that was completed at the end of 2023 is a series of buried pipelines, drainage ditches, and ponded areas that we created, artificial ponds. It serves multiple purposes, the water control structure. We're looking to be able to manage the water levels at Powderhorn. We knew that before the hydrological restoration, like the fishing lake, for instance, was at about 585.5 feet above sea level. Whereas like Wolf Lake historically has been at about 585, right? So just a little bit lower. And, but we also know that in the past, water levels were probably as low as 582.5 at the lake, because in the 90s, that's how we designed the boat ramp into the lake, so that if it got below 582.5, it would be able to launch a boat into the lake. So anyways, that is the range at which the water control structure is designed to be able to manipulate water levels, so within about 3 feet. And it also serves the purpose of acting as a fish passage or aquatic wildlife passage between Powderhorn and Wolf Lake. Historically, obviously, they have been separated, would have been part of a continuous wetland complex. Powderhorn, Wolf Lake, and Eggers Marsh all would have been part of the same, and other sites adjacent, large wetland complex years past. And of course, it also serves the human benefit of reducing flooding in adjacent areas, which had been an issue in residential and industrial areas and the railroad in recent years. Okay. So these pictures just show you what it looks like if you haven't seen it. This is the pond just south of Wolf Lake in the South Wolf Lake parking lot off of, I think it's 33rd. This is a buried pipeline. You can still see. This is same thing. This is where a buried pipeline actually connects Wolf Lake to the water control structure. This is one of the pipelines feeding Wolf Lake from the intention pond. Of course, these ponds and open drains were included in the design for the benefit of fish passage. Fish biologists, experts absolutely informed us that fish probably don't want to swim down a half a mile of pipe most of the time. Okay, so that's the benefit and air rate. Next slide. Okay, and then included with the drainage structure are 2 water control structures, one at 134th Street, south of Wolf Lake, and another just north of the railroad tracks at Powderhorn. This is what they look like. They're just larger versions of a large ag field water control structure. They have, removable boards. They're basically acting as dams for the drainage so that we can manipulate water levels. One thing I will say though, okay, I think I'll just jump into what we've done. So since it was installed. So we first started to play with the water control structure system, so to speak, manipulate it last year in April 2024. And one of the first things that we did is remove boards at the north water control structure. Actually, go back a few slides to that, man. This one, thank you. This is perfect. Yeah. So this is where the first water control structure is. This is where the second water control structure is. And the flow generally is from south to north, right, to Wolf Lake. Anyway, so we started by removing boards here, and this 135th Street Marsh in Powderhorn North, as we're calling the property now, is actually built into the system. So anyways, we started to drain there, and then in May, not long after, we had some heavy rainfall, and it turned out that we were flooding 134th Street. And we also had some issues with beaver activity at the water control structure. Turns out we had a family of beavers that really liked to build a dam right in front of the water control structure. So we had to remove their dam several times over the course of last year. Because of this, we did not do a full drawdown of the water control structure last year. We only did a very partial one. We actually wound up putting boards back in at the end of last year, about 14 inches of boards at the south water control structure is where we left it for the winter last year. We did have a drawdown last year at Powderhorn, but most of it was naturally occurring due to droughty conditions. This year, we actually did not remove any boards at all because we wanted the system to try and recharge at Powderhorn, and that never happened because of the weather conditions. It was so dry, so little rainfall that we actually, you know, can we go a few slides forward? Next. Okay. Maybe one more. Yeah. So I think this kind of illustrates the difference in hydrology. So these are both pictures of the North Slough at Powderhorn, the wetland at which the water control structure inlet starts. The picture on the left is the slough in 2018, long before any water control structure, before we started having a series of very droughty growing seasons. And this is it this year, same time of year. That's October, this is end of September. Beginning of October, end of September this year. So we had an almost complete drawdown, mainly naturally occurring. There was a little bit of trickle flow at some points in the drainage system, but for the most part, it was naturally occurring. Okay, if you could. But from a vegetation standpoint, this is fantastic.
Just gonna
You know what,
ask you, is that how it should look?
This is how we wanted it to.
You want
This
it
is
to look like
exactly how
that.
I wanted it to look, and I think the other ecologists of the forest preserve who are the field botanists wanted it to look. However, I think I'll jump into birds here real quick. Again, I'm not an ornithologist, but in 2024, so Audubon folks have been monitoring marsh birds for us at Powderhorn for 8 years now. And as an example, last year they detected 8 sort of wetland obligate species. I think they had marsh wren, swamp sparrow, sorrel, hide-billed grebe, least bittern, what am I forgetting? Blue-winged teal. Okay, and maybe gallinule and coot. I think I remembered them all. This year, 2025, they only detect same points, same effort, same folks. They only detected marsh wrens, sora, swamp sparrow. Okay, but difference is that we had basically a complete drawdown. All of the swales were dry, as well as the north. Okay, I think we could probably go to Eggers now. So we also have a water control structure in Eggers that's a little bit older. I won't go into too much detail. Mary Ann has already described Eggers more exquisitely and in more detail than I could anyways. She did all that as a volunteer, by the way. Clone Mary Ann Kozlowski, boy.
Yeah.
Anyway, so Eggers is about 150 acres. it's a mosaic of mesic woodland, sand flatwoods and marsh, emergent marsh. So at Eggers, we started doing, historic aerial photo 30s, more recent one. We started doing restoration at Eggers Marsh in 2012, partnering with the Field Museum, grant-funded projects. Basically, from about 2012 to 2015, we had contractors removing invasive wetland plants. It was mainly Phragmites. So this is actually a perfect picture because this is almost all 90% Phragmites, and then that's just standing water where it's too deep for Phragmites to be. So we succeeded in eliminating just about all of the Phragmites from this marsh, which, by the way, we know from historic aerial photos before that slag that Marianne told us about in great detail was dumped somewhere between 1940 and 51, was a continuous wetland down to Wolf Lake. You can actually see in some aerial photos, I wish I had one here, but you can see the overland hydrological connection and little rivulets. Okay, anyways, so we basically had this ponded marsh that's dammed, right? It's dammed by the steel slag here that was dumped in Wolf Lake Overlook, and it's dammed by the ComEd right of way, and all that on the other side. Let's see, what else was I going to say about this? Oh, so in 2018, well, there was a lot of planning before that, but by 2018, after a series of different grants for planning and permitting, and then implementation, we were able to construct a water control structure at Eggers Marsh. Okay, and that's what this looks like. It basically is a buried pipeline, 10-inch pipeline that runs from the northwest corner of Eggers Marsh through a mostly degraded, actually an old haul road and parking lot, and into a turf grass, the edge of a turf grass area. And then it empties kind of unusually into the storm sewer, the Chicago storm sewers, city storm sewers at 112th Street. There was an existing water control structure, which we didn't know existed until we started doing restoration at Eggers Marsh, or at least any existing staff didn't know about it. That was constructed sometime in the 40s, and that red line and that green line just to the right of the new water control structure is the alignment of that. And that was a ditch, buried pipeline in red, and then another drainage ditch. So we were able to get our new structure grandfathered in after a great deal of debate with the city of Chicago. Okay, so we have been, since 2019, we have been manipulating the water levels at Eggers. In 2020, 21, 22, and 23, we did basically complete drawdowns starting in spring, and then we would close it up for recharge in fall, right? And we found that, let's see, could we go to the next slide real quick? So this is how it's designed to operate, to manipulate the water levels in Eggers Marsh. The red outline would be, kind of the boundaries of the marsh itself, right? Potentially, this is how high the water might get and how low the water might get. But Eggers isn't a bowl with the deepest point in the center and the shallowest points in the periphery. It slants. And so it goes from shallow to the north and west to deep at the ComEd at the east and south boundaries, basically. So what we get in actuality is about 30% of the marsh is drawn down during the growing season, and about 2/3 of it, about another 60% or so has some degree of standing water. Now, as I mentioned in previous with previous efforts, we had pretty much eliminated Phragmites, at least from this marsh. But because we were making such a large structural change at that time, we didn't want to completely eliminate any habitat for wetland birds or other aquatic animals. We left the cattails that were non-native cattails in the southeast corner. And I kind of regret that now because as you would imagine, they have expanded considerably, not just in this marsh, but in wetlands that are connected to it and adjacent to it throughout the site. So that kind of brings us to, I think, the project that's coming up. Go to the next slide. Okay, so last year we were lucky enough to be awarded with several partners like the Nature Conservancy, the Wetland Initiative, the Chicago Park District, IDNR, a Sustain Our Great Lakes grant where we're going to do wetland invasive control, basically of two kinds, at both Eggers and Powderhorn. The one form of control, invasive species control that we're doing is the removal of aggressive native shrubs, mainly buttonbush, at both Eggers and Powderhorn, as well as sandbar willow, right? So these are low C-value natives. We're not eliminating them from the site, but we have areas where over the years they have become incredibly dense at the expense of pretty much all other species, right? They're dead zones, as Marianne already pointed out about Eggers. This is a picture from Powderhorn, the sedge meadow. This used to be all sedge meadow. You can see the cattail. So this project should go from 2025 to 2027. The other aspect, of course, is if you could go. The other aspect of the project is control of wetland invasives, mainly Phragmites and invasive cattails at both sites. So in this map of Powderhorn on the left, the purple areas are areas of either non-native or mostly aggressive native brush. It's buttonbush and it's sandbar willow. The green areas, some of which are actually excluded because I updated that map after we sent it into the grantors for the application, but it's mostly correct. The greenish areas are areas of monocultures of Phragmites and or cattail. And at Eggers, the red areas, these are areas of, again, Phragmites and cattail, and buttonbush. The central marsh that Marianne showed you earlier, where volunteers have done some nice work, has been invaded by buttonbush. It did not used to be filled with buttonbush 15 years ago. And also, same thing is true of this swale here. This is wooded, but still swale. And then we just have some various, all sorts of invasive brush down in that little corner where it's degraded. We could go to the next slide. So, thank you so much. So this is a picture from one of the wetlands at Eggers, just from a few weeks ago. You know, Phragmites, cattails that haven't been treated yet, that are recent infestations. But I don't know how clear that is. This is also the same wetland in an area that was dominated by Phragmites that we had contractors treat a couple of years ago. And what I hoped that this would illustrate is the flush from the seed bank of all native ground layer emergent wetland plants. Carex camosa, Scutularia, Lycopus, Elisma, you know, all sorts of things, Nercia, etc. Okay, next slide. So anyways, we have high hopes that the invasive species control, the cattail and the Phragmites control will be very successful from past projects at both sites where we've done this on a very small scale. Again, the same is true for the brush thinning at Powderhorn and Eggers. This is a picture of a swale. Well, okay, maybe I should show you this first. Back in 2019, we had a small grant and we thinned out 90% of the buttonbush in this first swale at Powderhorn. Which again, had gone from nothing but purple loosestrife, pretty much like 80% purple loosestrife, with native plants, forbs and graminoids persisting underneath it 15 years ago, eliminated that pretty much, certainly eliminated the 8-foot tall monocultures. And then, you know, of course, as buttonbush does, it filled in. And we were losing species again, but this time to a native woody plant. So anyways, we, you know, here's a picture. I wish it was summer, but you get the idea of the density of buttonbush. We could go to the next slide. And then, you know, here's the same swale the next year. No seeding, you know, no plugging, no revegetation. Just seed bank response, excellent seed bank response. Okay, so we have, again, very high hopes for the success of our projects here. Now, unfortunately, this is the area at Powderhorn where we are actually going to be beginning the buttonbush and sandbar willow removal pretty soon, you know, this winter. And actually before winter proper. If you remember, there were all sorts of polygons on that first map. That was the proposed area. Our contractor bids came in exceedingly high, all of the contractors. So we had to decide on, you know, it's a big budget, but it's not infinite. So we had to decide on our largest concentration area, and that's what we're going to focus on, this area here, 15 acres. And luckily for Eggers, we're going to be able to do everything. So we're happy about that. Next slide. And then one of the things we did to prepare for this project at Powderhorn, I just wanted to point out, I know we're getting late here, is these are areas of cattail and Phragmites monocultures again at Powderhorn. The purple, one of the methods that we would like to use, since we have such large areas, is drone spraying, right? But you know, not all of the monocultures are true monocultures, right? You know, it is what it is, right? It's reality. So what we did is we delineated areas in purple where we really do have something close to a true monoculture, and we're comfortable with using the drone spraying to treat the cattails and Phragmites. And the yellow areas are areas where we have enough other native plants or native plants intermixed that it will have to be done by hand. Another little, perhaps interesting side note, I don't know, it's not really visible on this map, but this particular polygon here happens to be right next to our osprey pole platform. We've had, you know, successfully nesting osprey for many, well, there've been a couple of years where they weren't successful, but for 15 years, mostly, you know, or since 2009 when it was installed. And anyways, there was another one there too. Okay. Anyways, this one's better. So anyways, you know, our grantors, you know, at Great Lakes Restoration Initiative, federal government, were not okay with us using drones that close to the osprey pole, even though the timing of it would be after the ospreys had fledged, because, you know, cattail Phragmite control, end of August, right, September, you know, is when we would be doing it. But anyways, we understand, and so it's going to be a little more tedious and expensive, but that will all have to be done by hand, that whole area. So anyways, and then this map is a map of the brush control area at Powderhorn. You know, our target species, as I mentioned, they're buttonbush and sandbar willow and any non-native shrubs, which there's a little bit of. But there are native shrubs there too. So again, in preparation for all this hand cutting, we mapped out all of the native shrubs that are not targets that we want to spare. Either points for small patches or polygons for larger patches, and we physically flagged them all. So that our contractor knows what to avoid. Most of the native shrubs there are blue leaf willows, but there's prairie willow, pussy willow, river birch, and the drier areas, hazelnut, all of which we want to keep. And that's it. That's all that I have. Does anyone have any questions?
Are there any muskrats in either side?
Both.
Both.
Both
But not
muskrats
enough.
and beavers at both steps. Well, you know,
Well,
but the beavers,
yeah.
I heard.
Well, it's 200 trees to the beavers there, but
Yeah, I know.
I don't see any evidence of muskrats and all the cattails. Are they really there?
They are, yeah, I would say where we've usually seen the muskrat at Eggers is that little island that is now gone to Cattail,
Oh.
that used to be
East
like
Marsh,
Purple Leaf
North.
Drive and the main marsh.
Main marsh.
And Mayoda area.
Yeah.
That's where I've seen them the most, closer to where the cattail patch was.
Okay.
Yeah. Cause they like it. Okay, well, thank you.
And I've got a question.
Oh, yes.
You said there's 16 species in Charlotte's Lake, and it was dug in 58. What do you think of, how many of those species do you think were in the swales before it was dug, and how many of those species moved in, and you have any speculations on that?
Oh, then you mean, plant species?
No, fish species.
Oh, fish species.
You'll need to
Oh,
log in.
that's a good question. I wish I don't really have a good answer. Yeah, ask our fish biologist.
Needs to log into this.
But, you know, I do know that, yeah, how many. Definitely fish. Some fish have been spawning in the swale, that they've been holding that high water. I mean, you know, Steve Silic, our fish biologist, have told me that. I've seen her, of course. You know, going out to swales in the spring, doing their destruction. Yeah, how many, I know that, you know, some of the species of concern, like the northern type, you know, I think it's only naturally occurring northern type population in Cooktown, but those can be by us at some point. And other species, you know, are spawning in those shallow waters. But I think they were using the North Slough more predominantly than the swales. May have been using the actual swales in between, you know, the dunes to some extent, but they were using that slough in the northeast corner by the railroad
Well,
tracks.
that was dug too,
Right.
at the same time. You see in your picture, that's also dug as part of our lake.
Well, the whole thing wasn't dug. Some of it's mostly naturally occurring, but I do think that the isthmus, or, you know, the little connection point, right, between the slough and, the lake itself may have been dug to connect it to some of the drainage ditches that occur on the railroad. There always was a slight, you know, hydrological connection between Wolf Lake and Powderhorn, but it was like just a little drip from that slough through a series of ditches parallel to the railroad tracks, then up Hall Road, and the other set of railroad tracks that went north-south, then, you know, next to a Hall Road, and then the far southeast corner of Wolf Lake, you know. So yeah, I wish I had a better answer, but I have to get back.
Do you have a fish species count for the Eggers?
No, yeah. Yeah, sorry.
I went into that pond at the last bio blitz years ago, was that what the
Yeah,
last Wildwood was?
It was.
How many old people are you?
Right here, yep, my son was little, so you're right, it was 20.
Yeah, so I went up there were no fish in there. My suspicion is it either dries out or it gets so low that there's no
Oh,
oxygen.
here,
And so there was actually no fish in there at all. It was full of aquatic mackerel, which once again is a sign that probably not many fish live. So I would, it's more of an amphibian aquatic mackerel, that one. Not quite ephemeral, kind of on the, permanent ephemeral spectrum as opposed to a pond.
I mean, we get,
And it was super soft too. I mean, I could barely walk.
oh, the mark is very deep there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we get a lot of egrets and herons and terns at Eggers Marsh. But I wonder if it's all into the guys that they're, or maybe there's like just very good spot for it.
We found no fish. I mean, we wallowed around in the mud for quite a while and like, this is dumb and we wallowed.
Yeah.
I did get to see the pelicans out there at Powderhorn when they were.
Wasn't that neat?
It was amazing.
There were a lot of.
There was a lot
last
of,
year.
we thought we were seeing things, we're like, what could that be?
Yeah, huge
Hundreds.
number, yeah.
Yeah, it was amazing. A luck of the, I don't know, luck of the walk. I do also love the turtle crossings at Powderhorn. Is that the forest preserve that has done that, or a
Yeah.
volunteer that has done that?
No, that's us, we incorporated it into the design. And we got permission like from the railroad.
From the railroad,
obviously,
yeah.
To put those culverts essentially under their ballast, their tracks.
Right.
And we're okay with it.
And they're using, I don't see, this year at least, I did not see turtles crossing 134th.
I haven't seen them,
Yeah,
but I mean, we do track, the USDA and our wildlife biologists do telemetry.
right,
On turtles at Powderhorn. We know that they're moving between Powderhorn proper. Across the railroad tracks into Powderhorn North and the 135th Street Marsh.
okay.
So,
But I used to see them cross 134th Street, like you'd have to stop your car and help them across.
yeah,
I didn't see any this year, so.
yeah, well, they have a giant pipe
Right,
They
so
can go
I
under
think
now
they're
into
using
it.
the pipe.
Yeah.
I'm,
into an open
I'm
ditch.
hoping they're
So maybe they're using, hopefully they're using.
I did was part of a turtle study this summer at Indian Ridge, and they need a pipe because there's a lot of turtles dying. And on 126 Taurus. So I brought to their attention your project and said, maybe you can do a pipe underneath so that they're not crossing the street rather than, and maybe we'll use a pipe, so we'll see.
Yeah, probably should be done.
Yeah,
So Bill, there's a story that was told to me by the contractor that this was experienced by. Thought that he could walk out on the mud to get purple and stripe. He sank up to his chest and it took 45 minutes to get out.
Oh my
Yes, the muck is really bad.
Yeah, it didn't take us 45 minutes. I don't know, maybe we're more used to walking. I mean, it's not-
I think he just went out too far too fast.
Yeah.
Also, students who aren't careful on high school student workdays, they lose their gym shoes.
Yeah. We went out to the middle, but I don't know what the water level was then, compared to now, I guess. Yeah, 25 years ago. Yeah. Long time ago.
you're ready.
Okay.
Jump
Okay.
right in.
Hi, everyone. My name is Marla Saleh. I work for the Wetlands Initiative. I'm the Calumet Coordinator for the Wetlands Initiative. And today I'm going to be talking about ecological restoration at Square Marsh. I'm going to try my best to breeze through this presentation because we're a little over. And also, Dan set me up to do that because a lot of what I'll be talking about, we're doing the same work. So it's perfect. It worked out. So again, I work for the Wetlands Initiative, TWI, which is a Chicago-based nonprofit whose mission is to restore, design, and create wetlands. These are our 4 areas that we work in. I'm on the Calumet team. I'll be talking about a Calumet site today. But we also have the Dixon Waterfowl Refuge in Hennepin, Illinois, where we do restoration. The Medewin, you can't see it, but it says Medewin National Tallgrass Prairie here in Joliet, Illinois. And our Smart Wetlands program, which has sites all over central Illinois and northwest Indiana. We work with farmers to create wetlands for the purposes of nutrient pollution reduction. And then in the Calumet region, we have sites both in Illinois and Indiana. So today I'll be talking about a site called Square Marsh. Now I'll be honest with you all, I was a little bit nervous to talk about Square Marsh because technically it is not directly connected to Wolf Lake, although today I learned we're part of the same hydrologic unit. So yay for me. So Square Marsh is this little, kind of see the white outline here. It's that little parcel of land. And again, it's called Square Marsh. It is a square. It's located on the southeast side of Chicago, and it's bordered by Stony Island Avenue. And it's a stone's throw away from many of the other natural areas that I'm sure most of you are familiar with, like Big Marsh Park, which is right here, Indian Ridge, North and South, Sepa Station, Edgar's Grove, and here's William Powers, and Wolf Lake.
Carl, is that the water area that butts up next to Harborside Golf Course?
This area?
Yeah, Square Marsh.
This is Square
Yeah.
Marsh.
Yes, it is,
Right here.
it's in the Illinois Port Authority.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. This right
There's
here,
always
right
a lot of
below it.
pelicans there at certain times of the year.
Yes, I was gonna talk about that. This is Lake Calumet right here, and this is Square Marsh. A lot of people don't know about Square Marsh because it's up until this past winter was hidden by lots and lots of buckthorn. But our restoration crew has since thinned out that buckthorn pretty considerably. So it's a little bit more visible. I'm gonna save myself some time. I'm going to say us and we a lot in this presentation, and that's because all of the work that I'm discussing today is done in partnership. So the Wetlands Initiative has been working with the Nature Conservancy since 2023 on the Square Marsh project, alongside the landowners, which is the Illinois International Port District, who own, well, more of than what's shown here. This map is a little too zoomed out. This parcel of land right here, and then the Harborside International Golf Course, which they manage the land that is adjacent to Square Marsh. Here's a slightly more up close view of Square Marsh. That white line encompasses the open pool, the surrounding shoreline, the uplands, and the islands of Square Marsh, which is a total of 181 acres. And currently, Square Marsh is only accessible to the public through Harborside Golf Course. Although later in the presentation, I'll talk a little bit more about future community engagement and resident accessibility. So just a quick overview of the history of Square Marsh. Square Marsh used to not exist. It was part of Lake Calumet, which was a much larger body of water. You can see the yellow outline of Square Marsh where it will eventually be, right here. And Lake Calumet was once a shallow lake that was filled in because of industrialization, dredging, and reshaping in during the 1900s. And because of this filling and dredging, Square Marsh was eventually isolated from the rest of Lake Calumet through the deposition of sediment because of the nearby industry. So this is, again, Lake Calumet in 1892. Here's Wolf Lake. Here's Hyde Lake. Apparently we were talking about Hyde Lake earlier today, which was once part of Wolf Lake. And this is 1939. Again, that deposition of sediment hadn't quite isolated Square Marsh yet. This is a USGS topographical map of how Square Marsh exists today. Again, it shows the extent of the dredging of Lake Calumet, and it also shows the relationship between Square Marsh and Lake Calumet. Square Marsh is, like I said, it's located on Illinois International Port District property, which is like a hub for manufacturing and shipping. Square Marsh is now perched a little bit higher than Lake Calumet, and its hydrology is primarily driven by runoff, precipitation, and up until recently, a water control structure that wasn't really working on the south end of Square Marsh. We'll talk about more. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the site conditions, the recent site conditions at Square Marsh. We categorized Square Marsh into 3 habitat buckets. Open turbid water, up to 6 feet, 4 to 6 feet in most of the site, which is shown here in blue. Upland invasive area that is dominated by woody invasives, which is shown in dark green here on the east and the south ends. And then herbaceous wetland invasives, which is primarily Phragmites. And that's kind of in most of the site, but especially on these northern peninsulas over here. The open water does have some variety of fish in it, but it is dominated by common carp, though there is bass, perch, I think bluegill that do exist in this water. Some more site conditions. Here's some of that dense Phragmites. I think this is pretty dense, but apparently it used to be way worse. So, like many Calumet sites, Square Marsh has some hallmarks of degradations. Again, that Phragmites, debris and construction material that have just been deposited, dumped here, slag shoreline. There aren't like places where there's 3 feet of slag. It just varies throughout the site how much slag there is. And then again, up until recently, a collapsed water control structure that theoretically should connect Square Marsh to Lake Calumet, but wasn't really. So all of that means degraded habitat that is not as useful as it could be to wildlife. But despite all this doom and gloom, Square Marsh has a high potential for restoration and is actually still utilized by waterfowl as a stopover site. I saw pelicans all spring and summer at Square Marsh and at Lake Calumet, which is weird because they don't usually stay through the summer, I'm told. So the site is still being utilized, and I added these pictures here. And if you're like me, you can appreciate the beauty in some things. I know there's frag and buckthorn, but you know, there's some potential here. This is the eastern boundary of Square Marsh. This is Stony Island Ave right here. Square Marsh was identified in 2017 in a report by the Illinois Calumet Wetland Working Group. The report was called the CAP, or the Conservation Action Plan, and it was identified as a site with high restoration potential that is feasible and high impact for wetland habitat, especially for hemimarsh, which is our target habitat. And hemimarsh, which Dan talked about a little bit, is again our target habitat. These are some pictures of hemimarsh habitat from the Dixon Waterfowl Refuge in Hennepin, which is pretty much restored, which feels very crazy to say. So we have some example hemimarsh kind of to work towards. And hemimarsh is a type of wetland that used to be really common, especially in the Calumet area. It's a 50-50 ratio of open water and emergent vegetation. And this open water also contains submersed vegetation. So it's not just like barren open water and emergent. It's just like a nice balance of the two. What's cool about hemimarsh, or what's frustrating about hemimarsh, is that it cannot be created. It can only develop under certain conditions, under the appropriate conditions. So shallow waters up to 30 inches in depth are the conditions that Hemi Marsh can develop, with some help from mammals like muskrats, who help create that mosaic shape that Hemi Marsh is known for. So you can kind of see it here in this figure above on the right. This white represents water, and this gray represents vegetation, and it's kind of like a little mosaic pattern with a lot of edge habitat, and that supports a high diversity of wildlife. This bottom figure here represents depths in feet. So Hemi Marsh would only develop, it correlates to this top figure, and you can see Hemi Marsh only develops up to about 3 feet of water, and then it can't develop anymore. Currently, only 11.5% of the water at open marsh has been reported at depths 3 feet or below, which means that the current conditions cannot support Hemi Marsh development. The other reason that Hemi Marsh is really important is that marsh birds, or secretive marsh birds, depend heavily on Hemi Marsh habitat for foraging, nesting, raising their young. Many of those species are endangered and suffer from lack of quality Hemi Marsh habitat in the region. Square marsh is actually a monitoring point, which Dan had mentioned. Audubon Great Lakes has a marsh bird monitoring program, and Square Marsh is one of the monitoring points at on the Illinois side. So if you're curious to see who's utilizing the site, you can check out their report for 2023. That was the last one that was published. But of course, we're not just aiming for Hemi Marsh. There are other kinds of habitat potential at Square Marsh. There's savanna, sedge meadow. I think that's emergent marsh. Yeah, marsh to sedge meadow, like kind of transition habitat. So that's already a lot more habitat than the 3 buckets that I talked about earlier. And more importantly, it's more productive, valuable habitat. That means, this ruined my flourish. So to put it into context, Square Marsh will be transformed from those 3 habitat zones to these habitat zones. An ecosystem that contains Hemi Marsh in the blue, this blue area right here primarily. Savanna habitat in the light green, just right here. And then productive aquatic habitat in the dark green. So in order to support the development of healthy Hemi Marsh, the CAP, the Calumet Action Plan, identified the following steps that are necessary for restoration. So these are the next steps that must be taken in order to develop that Hemi Marsh habitat. Water levels need to be managed, controlling the invasive common carp population that is present at Square Marsh, curbing the invasive plant communities, primarily Phragmites, and regrading the shoreline and raising the marsh bed. Approximately 31 acres of marsh could potentially be developed, 25 of which would be Hemi Marsh, and then 40 total habitat acres. So including other habitats, there's 40 acres of potential habitat that, you know, could be restored at Square Marsh. And surveying and ground truthing work was conducted in early 2023 to learn a little bit more about the landscape before the first phase of restoration could begin. This is our retired senior ecologist, Gary Sullivan. He's taking some depth measurements. So what are we doing at Square Marsh? So primarily we have been working on invasives management. That means we've been conducting prescribed burns as a management tool for invasives control. We did a burn, conducted a burn earlier this year. We're hoping to conduct another one before the end of December, but we'll see. We've been removing woody invasives like buckthorn along that eastern edge, along Stony Island. And this work is done both by hired contractors and the Nature Conservancy and the Wetlands Initiative restoration groups. So approximately 43 acres are currently being managed, treated. And, oh, I forgot to mention, some herbicide application has also been part of the invasives management plan at Square Marsh. We began to lay down some cover crop seed like rye to compete with invasives, and then set the stage for more interesting wetland plants that will hopefully put in the ground in the coming year. We've also worked to, oh, I don't know how to do that. It's fine, you guys can see it, right? Okay. We worked to tackle the high water elevation by addressing that broken water control structure. So again, the broken water control structure was right here. So on that south end, it connects Lake Calumet.
That's the only way Lake Calumet connects, just a little small thing.
That's where it connects to Square Marsh, yeah. There is actually a culvert, maybe here or here. I'm not sure where it leads to. In terms of like the wider hydrology, this is the only place where Square Marsh connects to Lake Calumet.
So you can't go across it, you can't walk across all the way.
There's like land here.
Yeah. Oh, so you can get across.
You can, yeah. So the former water control structure was basically non-functional. It was either partially collapsed on the inside or there was a blockage. Was undersized, and the bottom of the culvert, which is called the invert right here, was actually too high. It was like 1.5 feet too high. So it was very difficult to manage water levels at all or with any accuracy. So our first order of business was getting that water control structure removed and replaced with something that's a little bit more functioning. So in June of this year, the old water control structure, which was 2 parallel pipes or culverts, were replaced with 1 large culvert. And you can see here, we put in 2 head walls, and these tracks right here, that's where those wooden stop logs will slot in. And that's kind of how that the water levels are controlled by how many stop logs we put in. The elevation of the culvert on both ends was also lower. So before it was way too high, it's not usable. The whole thing was lowered, and at a gradient, I think the difference is about 1 foot from the Lake Calumet side to the Square Marsh side. So now we have about 2 feet of drawdown potential. We can draw down the water 2 feet, which is pretty cool. These are the pictures of the in progress construction. Here's Lake Calumet. Here, this view is facing Square Marsh. And here's the completed water control structure. You can see in these pictures, we actually installed some chain link fencing. And the purpose of this on the Square Marsh side, the downstream side, was to, or excuse me, on this side, Lake Calumet side, was to prevent more carp from entering. You don't want sexually mature carp to enter. So we installed, I believe this is 1-inch chain link fencing on the Lake Calumet side. And then on the Square Marsh side, we installed 2-inch chain link fencing to prevent, to screen vegetation and to prevent those pesky, very cute birds from blocking the water control structure. So not only is the water control structure really important for, controlling those water levels, without which we can't have hemi-marsh develop. It's used as a tool for invasive management. So we can raise the water levels really high to drown out those cattails, invasive cattails that we don't want. And it also makes future restoration work easier and safer. So when we draw down the water, we're able to access areas that we weren't able to before in order to plant wetland species. So that's what we've done so far. We have big plans for the future. Future restoration includes carp control. Carp is a huge problem. And the way we are hoping to tackle that problem is that in 2027, our partnership is hoping to work with the Illinois Department of Natural Resources to administer rotenone, which is a pesticide or a fish killer. We would draw down the water in Square Marsh, and we cannot apply it legally. The IDNR has to apply it. So we would work with them to do that. And rotenone will cause a die-off for all the fish living in Square Marsh. That is primarily carp. Many of the fish that are living in Square Marsh are carp. So it would kill off all the fish. And this would take about a week from start to finish, be a little smelly for a little bit, and then we would raise the water levels again. While it's a little bit grisly, this is a necessary step for native plant community establishment. Because of the foraging habits of common carp, they dig around at the bottom, marsh bottom, they uproot plants, they kill them, they send sediment into the water column, and they make it difficult for plants to get sunlight. So as long as there's common carp, there can be no wetland plants. So they're out of here. We have to get them out. As I mentioned before, water at Square Marsh is too deep to support hemi-marsh development. This map shows the current Square Marsh depths as the site exists. I believe this was taken at 582 mean sea level, but let me double check. But you can see here that most of the map is purple and blue, and that falls within the 4 to 6 foot range, which is again too deep for hemi-marsh. So we are proposing, in addition to lowering the water levels using the water control structure, our partnership will raise the marsh bed by adding clean sediment and repositioning the debris that's already there that we saw earlier into different parts of the marsh bed. We're exploring several different options of doing so. One of them is working with the U.S. Army Corps' beneficial reuse program. So they dredge sediment, and they just have sediment that they want to get rid of. So one of the options is taking that pathway and utilizing that sediment through that program. We're still considering a couple of other options though. And this marsh bed recontouring again will raise the marsh bed. It'll create fish habitat because of that debris repositioning, and it'll create the necessary water level elevations for heavy marsh. And then the last thing, just one more thing, for future restoration is shoreline regrading. So there weren't a ton of pictures that showed the shoreline at Square Marsh, but because of the deposition of materials, as with many Calumet sites, there are very steep shorelines at Square Marsh. So part of the future work would be to regrade those shoreline and create a gradual transition zone versus that really harsh, steep zone that exists currently, has no habitat benefit at all. The cool thing about shoreline regrading is that the Wetlands Initiative has already done this at a site called Indian Ridge Marsh. We regraded the shoreline there in 2021 and in 2023, and that's where these pictures are from. So this is Indian Ridge Marshes before steep shoreline, and this is after the regrading. So again, there's more. I don't remember the acreage that was regraded at Indian Ridge Marsh off the top of my head, but you can see there's more habitat that can be utilized. And then the last thing that I wanted to talk about is community engagement. While community engagement is currently limited, since access to the site is limited, we have been working to engage residents with the work that's happening at Square Marsh. So earlier this year, we held our second Earth Day volunteer event, and we held it along the east side of Square Marsh, so along here, along Stony Island Avenue, and it was a brush brush removal, buckthorn removal. We actually worked with some high school students and they did a great job removing that buckthorn here. Here are they right here. And this is our dream team. This is the TNC and TWI restoration crew, as well as some adult volunteers. And we worked with Big Marsh, which is just across the street, to help facilitate that. And then one other thing I wanted to highlight was that in 2022, the Illinois International Port District, the landowner, adopted a master plan which identified a feasible alignment for something called a Lake Calumet Trail, so a pedestrian trail. And it would connect areas like Square Marsh and Big Marsh to neighborhoods like Pullman. So this blue line right here is this proposed trail. We are not directly involved with that work. That is Port District work, but obviously that would be really exciting because we want places like Square Marsh to be available, accessible to the public. There have
Public ones.
Huh?
The public ones.
Yes. And there have been talk of like a little spur trail, which I think you can actually kind of see here in red, being put in right here. An overlook being put into this little area. So there are a couple of different options that the Port District is considering, and they are really excited about the Square Marsh project. They mentioned Square Marsh in their master plan. So we're hopeful that all this work, while it's very important for the wildlife, we're hoping that more people will be able to utilize it in the future. Some acknowledgements. Again, all of this work is being done in partnership with the Nature Conservancy, the landowners, IIPD, Harborside. Funding for this work, we're in the beginning phases. So it's been largely jump-started using in-house funds, but we did receive a Sustain Our Great Lakes grant to support our restoration work through 2027. So big thanks to Great Lakes grant and to Gary Sullivan, Peter, Harry, my colleagues, whose pictures in these slides. That's it. Yeah.
Quick question, Marwa.
Yeah.
The proposal to raise the bed of the marsh, some kind of sediment. Do you have an idea of what kind of material would be used, like grab?
That's actually what we're working on right now, is like trying to calculate how much silt and sand, actually I think we're moving away from sand, but like silt and clay would be used. But yeah, it's still like a work in progress.
Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah.
So was it ever proposed just to reconnect it to Lake Calumet, since that's how it was originally naturally?
Yeah, so go back.
Good question.
Yeah. Yeah, this right here, this is all like a berm, a little skinny land mass. I don't know about the past. I haven't done that level of deep historical digging like Marianne has, if there have been proposals in the past. But I will say that connecting this body of water to Lake Calumet would require more earth moving, perhaps, than it would just require getting rid of this whole landmass right here, which I'm assuming is a lot more work. But I'm not sure.
Is the car. Removing the berm would be, it's a good idea, but it couldn't keep the car.
And what's great about
It may have something to do with the golf course too.
Yeah, because I know that.
Right, so if you're opening it up to Lake Calumet, right now, I think it's contained, right, by being I wonder if that's how it got, that was one of the ways they contained it, when they created that. You know, they contained it on purpose. That would be good historical, like,
I realized that it was part of Lake Calumet, but is there any possibility that it may have connected to what is now Big Marsh? I mean, it's so close.
Oh, I mean. Back to that whole map.
Yeah, I don't think it is, right?
Yeah, I guess Big Marsh was here.
Yeah.
Well, there's a railroad.
It's across Stony Island,
Yeah.
there it is.
Right, there's a railroad that goes separating it.
There is a railroad, but I would assume that that's a relatively recent.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. I would assume like even prior to this map, which is pretty late, it's the 1890s. It was, you know, that body of water and then it's surrounded by like the satellite, just wetlands. So in some way, it was it did used to be connected to.
Right, because there's no Stony Island going, right?
Yeah.
I guess it would be.
Railroad that separated them.
Right, to find out when the railroad went through or when the Stony Island was.
You know what though, when you were talking about, asking a question about possibly connecting it back to Lake Calumet, you might not want to do that because if that's going to raise the water level too much, then any type of marsh or hemi-marsh, that just totally goes out the window.
Yeah, what's great about the water control structure is that we have that accuracy, that
Yeah.
control to like.
Because
Facilitate
he said the
that.
car shades.
And the car, yes.
Yeah, it would be really nice to have a little bit more public access, because right now, when we go out with birding groups, we have to sneak into the golf course and then, take our scopes up onto their back porch area that overlooks this area.
Oh, yeah,
And even though they never give you a problem about it or anything, somehow you feel a little uncomfortable because you feel like you're intruding on private property, even though they've never given us a problem. But you have to take your scopes up there because it's so far away from the water.
Yeah. Yeah, when we did those,
And isn't that the area where they found the eagles too at one point? I remember there was some,
Well, there's tons of eagles around there because
Right,
of Big Marsh.
but there was some
They
talk
love eagles love landfills.
well, there was some talk about using that property for something else, but yet there was an eagle's nest. So
Oh,
it kind
okay.
of put a kibosh on it. Yeah, so it's the property like down, you go back to where it says Square Mart. Yeah, so
or further down.
further down.
Didn't they want that for a police training? range?
No, that was over at, that was at Haggish Marsh.
There's
Haggish
a
Marsh.
big eagle
Into the-
nest. It's not currently being used, but it's between, right smack dab in the middle between the Indian Ridge Marsh 5 and the SEPA station.
Oh, here.
Probably actually SEPA station property. And we actually saw them building the nest. The nest is still there, but it never was an active eagle nest. So we're hoping maybe next year they'll come back and.
The
Oh,
eagles
look,
are over to where the,
yeah.
to the left,
Kind of.
Lake Calumet, where the wording Lake Calumet is. Jumping up a little bit, that's where the eagle,
Yeah, this is all Port District.
right?
I have a
Yeah.
question about the golf course. Are they, there are some golf courses that end up dumping a lot of the chemicals that end up, for instance, they would end up in the past on forest preserve property, had to deal with that. Is the golf course,
Fertilizer.
yeah, that kind of stuff.
Yeah. I mean, I think there is runoff coming off of the golf course because they have maintained grass, but I can't like say for certain like what kinds of chemicals.
And whether or not that's affecting.
Yes.
Square Marsh.
Yeah.
Or if there's a way to put something up so that doesn't happen. I don't know why I'm looking at you for some reason, like you're gonna have like a light bulb go on.
Well, the good thing about wetlands is that they're, they're nutrient,
They filter.
yeah, they filter.
Okay.
So.
Well, that's a great question, and I just realized, I don't know what herbicides are golf course, because they're privately run, but they're on our property. I don't know what herbicides or fertilizers they're
right? Cause they're
I
at.
have to find out.
Yeah, right, cause they're in the woods
Private
and
golf course.
Burnham Woods and
It's
River Oak.
near Powder.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Yeah,
ask.
I only know because I do the water testing at Indian Creek and my numbers were high and we realized it was because Headwish Bay Ruth is right on Indian Creek and they were fertilizing and it was going into Indian Creek and it was going into where I was testing.
The only good thing about that is the water tends to flow under Brainerd out of Powderhorn towards Burnham Golf Course.
Oh, okay.
That's not the other way.
Not the other way, yeah. Well, yeah, ours is Indian Creek and then it goes into Lake Michigan. So, right, the little calendar.
Well, is there a lot of algae in Square Marsh?
There, Square Marsh has very little growing in it. There's like, in terms of vegetation. There's not a ton of algae. The water's just mostly full of, it's just very turbid, full of sediment. There's not a ton of algal growth that I've seen in my
There's
year.
a lot of fertilizer, I would expect there to be algae at least along your mark.
Yeah, I would definitely have to follow up with
That's
you
what
on that.
I'm not seeing it on your map and you're not talking about
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if you had any challenges getting on the properties, hard getting funders to show off the project too.
Well, getting on the property is not difficult. Harborside has, we've been working really, really closely with them, and so there are leasees on that property. The Port District owns the land, and we have been very communicative. They have been communicative. We've been working really well with them. They're excited about not having to deal with Phragmites, and having just like a beautiful wetland to golf next to. So they have given us access to the site, so that isn't an issue.
The Port Authority is trying to, I don't wanna say use the keys, but they are trying to listen to this current administration of the Port Authority is trying to listen to the community and what the community is asking for. So community is asking for, we want to be on, we want access, and so they are trying their hardest to try and make that work.
And actually, I forgot to mention this, and you reminded me, Lisa, the part of the master plan is creating an advisory council made of residents. And they did the community advisory team, the CAT. I don't know for like how long they are active for, but we worked with them earlier this year on that volunteering event and they attended, so.
I think that's my picture. I took a picture of it.
Did you really?
Yeah.
I wasn't there.
Oh, yeah.
I had to go to some other place in Indiana,
Yeah.
so yeah, and I forget your second question.
Oh, that was a good question.
Oh.
Wondering how, if you get funders and they're looking, what, show off that you're doing.
Yeah.
That's pretty good access.
Yeah, we have access and we have a couple of applications in, and we're just.
It seems like there's a lot of funding available. Having lived here all my life and to see all of that work being done at so many different places, it looks like there's a lot of funding happening everywhere, so. If somebody is gonna go work at Dead Stick Pond, which has been, again, an area that's closed off for eons, that's a good thing.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Audubon is.
Audubon, right, so they're really, people have taken on notice about that whole Calumet region for a good reason, a plus, and not maybe the negative, like we always were known for. Trout property or a landfill or anything.
Speaking of negative reasons, how close is the nearest dump? Yeah, there's still open dumps, or are they all capped with sod? I'm traveling on Avenue O sometimes. I'm smelling a dump someplace or.
There are some,
And are they close? Well, I take it if you're not answering the question.
I don't know.
there's
Right by Big Marsh is still active.
Yeah,
though. I
there's
see
one that's
trucks up there all the time.
No, there is one in there, no, that's right, there's one by Indian Ridge, across from Indian Ridge, across the train tracks, that's down further. That's an EPA site. That is
Yeah, I'm
being
just wondering what
remediated.
effect that has
So it's
on.
kind of in between, so you can't see it from here, but you can't see it if it's in the middle. So that's being remediated right now, I believe.
It's like sites like that, or it's like the green elephant in the.
There's also a
when you- all the
composting company that is causing the smell. And
I've
that,
seen signage for them, yeah.
yes, that's the one that's causing the smell, and they, Betts Park has taken out a class action suit against them. So right now there's a class action to try and get that smell.
Yes, but what I was worried about was runoff.
Oh,
Something like that.
Well,
There's nothing like directly adjacent,
not to Square Marsh.
just Square Marsh,
The
yeah.
Big Marsh.
Well, Harborside. Directly adjacent.
Yes, other than Harborside, which I don't know what.
Which is a
fertilizer.
cap,
Yeah,
that was a landfill,
Yeah,
so it, well, however they capped it, or hopefully they capped it right.
Marwa, if I could ask a question, another question here about, I was just thinking about the dead carp. After that, will there like some sort of volunteer cleanup be organized? Because, I was involved in, at the time was the largest 244 acre lake, project in McHenry County, Illinois in like 1993 in association with DNR. And it was a Clean Lakes, when there was Section 314 Clean Lakes money. So, I can't remember how many tons of, people scoop. We had high school kids and just neighbors took them and used them in their garden, but a lot got thrown out in dumpsters and taken to the landfill. So it didn't stink up the place too much. And you tried to remove as much of the biomass, nutrients associated with the fish carcasses as well to keep them out of the water body. But just something to think about.
yeah, what was that project, was there like a fish killer, the chemical that was used?
Yes, rotenone was used. The Illinois DNR staff applied it.
Okay, yeah, I was under the impression that you just let nature take its course, because it's such a, not.
I don't know, the folks golfing may not appreciate that.
Thinking that too.
This is Seth.
Yeah, I might follow up with you on that, yeah, because I made some signage, about this work, and to just kind of like, prepare everybody that it's gonna stink for a week, then it's gonna be fine. But
Seth might have something to add.
That is either.
Well, so it's fun.
Yeah,
Oh,
this is Seth Love. So we purposely chose the November time period because it's going to be cool and it's going to take the fish aren't going to get stinky and all that stuff, and the golf course isn't as active in the fall time. So that's why that time of year was chosen. It would be really almost impossible to collect all those fish. So the plan is just to let them die and decompose and go on back to nature.
I didn't see that it was a November time frame. Up in McCullum Lake, we did it in September. And so then we had a whole, obviously we didn't get all of the fish, but we got a lot of the fish. But I see what you're saying with the November time frame.
could you put sediments on top then, or like a composting kind of thing?
Well, a lot went, I think, to a landfill. And then, again, some people used it they decomposed in their gardens, buried them in their gardens or compost piles. Took a few fish.
Ready to put it in my garden. Or whatever, tax thing that we shape, right? Not after this whole presentation. No thanks. Sounds like a sediment on top, like that would be good timing then to put something on top.
Wonder how mucky it is.
Anything more?
it's pretty mucky. I've walked out, not too far, but
That'd be hard to
it's pretty mucky, yeah.
I have a question about, just a curiosity, if whatever kills the fish, is that gonna potentially harm raptors,
Right,
Bird feeding.
eagles that come to take the fish.
Yeah. I mean, we have a problem with that, you poison rats and
Or owls.
hockey, so is there an issue with that? Or do we-
Yeah, but you might want to sweep them up.
There've been there have been studies looking at that, and from my recollection, that they did not find that raptors and birds of prey were going to uptake the pesticide through eating the fish flesh. So.
Okay. Sounds good.
Oh, so that the pesticide doesn't go into the raptor?
Correct.
There you go. Maybe it dissipates in this.
Yeah, I think I don't know a ton about rotenone. I would defer to Seth. But I think the mechanism is like it prevents fish from taking it. So maybe that mechanism doesn't work.
being the poison.
Yeah. So I'm free. Yeah, I don't know how that works at other trophic sites. That's a
We're all
ton
gonna,
of
we're all gonna go home. There's gonna be all these.
Yeah, we're gonna be Googling.
Googling searches on the southeast side for, I said that, Rowan.
Yeah.
We'll be showing
My
them how to
fun-
watch this.
My fun fact that I like to share with people, and then I'll hand this off, is if you've ever seen Creature from the Black Lagoon, you know, that old black and white movie, they use rotenone to try and kill it. So it's been around for a while. I don't know how fun that is, but. That's it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Someone's, you're ending or you?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mike. You can have, we're way over.
Yeah, we're over.
Their sleeping bags.
Yeah, I just wanna thank everybody. We can,
Go ahead. Stop the.
yeah, stop the
Recording.
recording. And it's to the,
Wow.
yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway,
People needing to agree.
I think the choice of being so long.
Oh, yeah.
Finally, it's like this.
So it's just.
I don't know.